days is move this over here because of the way Discord and OBS interact.
Oh, Bo and Minnie are already up.
Oh, I'm not surprised by that.
Revan's been going for like the past 2 hours.
I don't know what the hell they were going to talk about. It's like, what are y'all talking about?
Oh, they're just on
Whatever.
starting soon screen.
Oh, okay.
That's how I want to try to get us up, because I want people to like browse through and see like an active channel as opposed to just a fucking starting soon screen.
Well, I mean,
You
if
know?
you want, my countdown's ready. I can start anytime you want to get the count going.
Let's get your camera going first, so I can make sure that's all ready.
It is going. Has been for a spell.
Nope.
Oh, no, because I didn't start it in the call like last night. There we go.
There we go. All right.
Okay, apologies.
It's all good. I'm gonna do something fun real quick.
Oh, shit. I get nervous when you say shit like that.
I'm gonna take a selfie.
I thought about doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I haven't done one of these in a hot minute.
You want to toss your lights on, or you good leaving them
Oh,
off?
yeah. No. I'll do it. Let's turn them on here.
I'm gonna leave mine off because otherwise it'll get all wonky. All right, smile. All right, good enough.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to do the same thing real quick.
All right, then let me get my lights on.
Yeah, turn yours on real quick. All right, just look into the camera and give me a grin.
Yep.
That ought to do it. I'm just stealing mine off a screen capture.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That'll work. That's all we need.
All right.
Good morning, Warshippers. It is 6:30 in the morning, and what does the O stand for? That's right. You know what I'm about to say.
Oh my God, I'm so
Oh my
awake.
God. Oh my God, it's early. How's it going, Zach? How we doing, buddy?
Oh, fine. I'm awake. I'm hanging out with you again. It's good times. We're rocking the shirts, man. I mean, just let's go. You know, like highlight of the morning already happened. Doing that selfie with you and posting that thing out on Twitter was fantastic. If you all haven't seen that, go check it out on Twitter. All right, go check us out. You'll see the pictures.
Zach does this thing where I'm like, go.
I said, I need you to smile for a second. He's like, what? I said, I'm going to take a selfie. He's like, oh my God.
Why would I do that? Why would I smile? There's no one watching. So I'm on. So I turn. So I'm like, I look at the camera and I'm like, right. And he turns around and does this thing with his phone, right. And all I did was I hit print. I like look in the camera and smile. He goes, okay. I hit print screen. Just print that out and print that. I was like, come on, man. This isn't hard.
Rapper's like, I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. I'm not going to do anything crazy.
Like,
I'm like,
I mean, I have my phone here. I could have done it, but like, why? What's the point, right? Like, come on. Oh, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the final day of King of the C-17. We're in the international bracket. I unfortunately missed all of last weekend. That's one of the things we're starting a little early about. I got a lot of catching up to do. But we're down to the last 4 teams, and Zath, for the first time in 3 years, one of the top 4 teams is a North American team.
yeah, we were talking about that in the lead up to getting this started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going back through trying to find. I was like, when did this happen? It's been a long time, right? And I kept digging digging. And I think if I'm correct, now, chats double check me on this, but I had to go all the way back to King of the Sea 12 when Bonks made the top 4. That's the last one I can find.
Yeah, and you know, it's quite interesting. We were talking about this on the KOTS Discord. Rain, which of course is EU's number 2 seeded team, they do have some NA players on their roster. So, interestingly enough, because of the fact that we are going into Rain versus RESIN, whoever wins the semifinal, there will be NA representation in the finals, which is kind of interesting to think about. However, it would be wild if a North American team makes it to that final. They have to defeat Rain to get there, but that would be very interesting.
The last time that happened, Zath, if memory serves, I'm gonna double check my math here. I'm looking back through old tournament results. I'm almost positive it was King of the Sea 10 or 11. We had to go all the way back that far when 07 was playing up there. It wasn't King of the Sea 11. Let's look at King of the Sea 10. But yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen an NA team get this deep into the bracket. Now, you also pointed out something really interesting, which is that it has not been unusual for NA players to make it this high in the bracket, in the sense that we have been that some of the top EU teams have incorporated NA players over the last several years. Have you know, like our old good friend Sneaky Snake, right? He was playing with, I believe, I'm almost positive he's still a member of TWA and was playing with them as recently as 1 or 2 tournaments ago.
Yes.
But I know Dastard plays with these guys. Isn't he in Rain now? Or he's in Rain?
You're right. Dastard's on Rain along with John the Ruthless.
Right. Yeah, who we got to meet in Belgrade just last month.
Correct. So there's a lot of stories involved in this tournament, and if you'd like, I'd love to catch you up with what happened last weekend.
Absolutely, bring it on.
All right. So it all began with the Swiss stage. There were 16 teams brought into the internationals. This is the first time that Wargaming has done this sort of a deal. And what they did was they created an international tournament. They've always had this, but they designed it to be more of an invitational format. And in order to be invited into the tournament, you had different paths. One of the paths, the supposed maybe easiest path for some teams, simply win the regionals. And so the top 4 teams from regionals in each region were automatically invited in. And then there were 4 additional teams, seed numbers 5 through 8, who were brought in based on other factors, participation in other tournaments, I believe, as well as placements in clan battle seasons, all that good stuff. Anybody is able to look at the rule set and see for themselves. There's a link collection, WOWS/KOTS17. And that literally KOTS17, and that literally takes you to the rule set, and you can see from that link collection there the way the teams all were worked out. Okay, so there are basically 8 teams from each region brought in. You multiply that by 4 regions, that's 32 teams. And of course, we need a way to filter down to the top 16. So last weekend, starting on Saturday and then concluding Sunday morning, early morning for us, was the Swiss stage. And what happened was teams were broken up into 2 different groups, and they all faced each other, and they did 5 matches, so it wasn't everybody faced each other exactly, but it was 5 matches that they would play. These were best of 3s, and teams had to win 3 matches to advance. If a team lost 3 in a row, they were out and done immediately for the day and the tournament. If teams won 3 in a row, then they were done for the day, and they got to sleep in or party extra on Sunday, however you want to call it. So that was a lot of fun. It's very similar to how EU regionals did their Swiss stage, one of their group stages. They had 2 group stages, Raptor. They love their brackets and things. So so that fed us into a top 16, which goes into our playoff bracket. And this is single elimination playoffs, y'all. That means there's no losers bracket. You lose, good day, sir. Out. You're done.
Yep.
No more, okay? No more fizzy lifting drink. So, as a result of that, we saw some major upsets. For example, ELSR, NA's #1 team, taken down, Raptor, by, oh boy, EU's #8 seeded team. Remember, that means they did not participate in the regional COTS a couple months ago.
All?
Correct, at all. Well,
So
maybe
you were
they
able to.
No,
Go
they
ahead.
didn't participate at all. They did not participate at all in regional.
So you were able to make it to the international bracket. Oh, right, because of the scoring system now. They
Yes.
didn't even play in the regional bracket, but they were
Yes.
good enough to get in on just their clan battles performance and other things.
Correct.
Wow.
So that in itself is a story, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to go early with you, so we can kind of set the scene for everybody to see. There were tons of teams that participated in regionals, but oh boy is not one of them. So it's wild. It's wild to think about, how, and I don't know if you've got a browser source up and running, but I'll send you the direct link to regionals on EU, so you can display and see all of the EU teams that participated in regionals, and you'll all see that oh boy is not there. So that's the #8 seeded team for EU, taking down the #1 seeded team for NA, the winners of North America's regional King of the Sea 17 tournament a couple months ago. Is that wild or what?
That is actually rather shocking.
Yes. But they didn't stop
there's a
there.
part of me, clearly not. There's a part of me, I'm going to pause to talk about this thought while I'm having it.
Go.
There's a part of me that wonders, we now live in a world where, as we're watching play out in real time, you no longer necessarily have to participate in regional King of the Sea to make it to the international bracket. Is there an advantage to that? Is there a possible tactical leg up, right, by not participating and letting everybody see what it is your strats are until it's internationals time?
I mean, that's been talked about an awful lot. So it's very possible that some teams might be thinking that, wait a minute, we didn't have to show anything about us to make it all set, and that's kind of interesting, right? Because I mean, you got teams that meet like oh boy, they're like, we don't know what these guys are going to do. There's no history, right? We don't know what they're going to ban. They don't know what kind of ships they're going to run.
Yep.
Now, oh boy wasn't done with that first knockout. They go to the second match.
But wait,
and
there's more.
But wait, there's more. And then the next match, they knock out Aris, which is Asia's #1 team. So they knock out
Getting
Asia's
spicy now.
#1 team, following the defeat of NA's #1 team.
Mm-hmm.
And then they defeated them. And then now, in semifinal 1, this is the match that we are not covering. It's going on Wargaming Official and a bunch of others channels. So now they are facing Tivat, which is China's #1 team. To the point where there is the meme that was born of death knocking on doors, and they've knocked on
yes,
Elser.
That one's good.
They knocked on Asia. Now they're knocking on China and on Tivat right there.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So definitely, even though there's only 4 teams left in the event, definitely some interesting storylines. Now, I know what you said. Oh boy is, of course, the 8 seed out of the European bracket. But if memory serves, are they one of the Russian teams that moved to EU? Am I wrong about that?
Oh boy, I don't believe so.
Okay.
There might be a player or two from that, but I believe that they were part of there's 2 or 3 clans. Like Yo Boy was another one. That we've seen historically quite often. They had some amazing plays in. I think we caught Aris last time. Yeah, we caught Oh Boy and Aris game 3, and they had some just outstanding plays with Colombo and SAP that just made it a thing and got them to this point. So
we're going to talk more about ship selection in a minute, but please continue this thought.
Yeah, so that's what's happening on the upper end of the bracket, and then we've got the lower end of the bracket. And on the lower end of the bracket, we have, I guess you could say, maybe a more somewhat traditional matchup, although that in itself, tradition has been broken, because if you'll note, TWA was taken out 2-0 by Rain.
Notice that.
2-0.
That I did notice, Seth. And it's interesting, right? Because we've talked, TWA or Penta, as you may have seen them in the past. They've kind of bounced between the two names. Right, Ban CV. Same group of people, more or less. They've just changed names a few times. They hit a spell where they were winning the international bracket almost like clockwork. Like you could set your watch by it. With that said, however, whenever they would play in the EU regional bracket, they would very commonly be challenged by Rain. Rain, of course, is one of the oldest competitive clans still competing on EU. I remember seeing them all the way back in King of the Seas 6 and 7 and 8, right? So they've been around a long time. And of course, so has TWA, but they haven't gone through the name changes TWA has. But it's been fun to watch because they have a little bit of that back and forth, right? Occasionally one wins and occasionally the other wins. There was a stretch though where TWA frankly kind of owned these guys for a spell. It hasn't felt that way in a while. They had some really good matches, I think, in the last international or EU bracket, and again this year as well. So if you sitting here telling me that Rain knocked out TWA, I'm not shocked to hear that.
Yes. It was for us. For me personally, what was shocking was 2-0. I expected it's going to go to game 3. So Wargaming Official was covering this match, and you and I both know we play the dodge the official cast as much as we can game.
Generally,
so when they, and frankly 75% of all casters were covering that game, Put and I were like, we're gonna go someplace else, because we figured okay, chances are it's gonna go to game 3 and we'll catch game 3 because we'll finish ours. And that didn't happen. And I remember the moment when the training room ended and I said game 3, right? And it closed immediately. And I'm like, whoa, what the hell happened here? And they said, no, game 3. And I said, are you kidding me? Rain 2-0'd? I couldn't believe it. So I had to go back and, did you see the game, Raptor?
No, I have not.
It was
I
the
have not seen
wildest
either
game. It was the wildest game. TWA had there were at least 3 occasions when TWA was just 20 seconds from victory.
Oh, those are the
20
best. Those are the best kinds of games when it's like you get down and each team is basically having to make desperation plays or kills to keep the other team from ticking over to a win. Those are always a blast.
Because we missed it, I pulled down the replays. I pulled down one replay. The first game was from Rain's perspective, and the second replay was from TWA's perspective. And we all just kind of watched in like awe at how it ended up, especially the second game. Vile taking one dleay torp in a gearing. You know Vile.
So
he's the smoke guy. He goes.
I heard you talking about this. Yeah.
And then later, he takes a second torpedo and dies. That's one of the occasions when they were just 20 odd seconds from victory. Ow. And then, like, we're watching him spectate. We're watching him spectate, and he's watching what's going on, you know, because he, of course, has a vested interest, and I'm sure they're talking in voice. And then there's exact moment when we met Striver. He's in the Ragnar. He's running away. He believes he's safe. And then out of nowhere comes Vermont shells from Malamu. Poof, connects, gone, and at that moment, you watch as Striver resets his view back to his dead ship or where his ship sank. You know he's done. You know he's given up. It's GG. They know they're done, and it's just like, wow. Now we're in uncharted territory. I mean, this is our first iteration of King of the Sea in the way it is, and we don't have TWA going into the finals. It's wild to think about.
They've been a staple of the top 4 at the international level for years now.
Yes.
So, 2 thoughts on this. One is, part of me wants to say, well, you know, the caster in me is like, well, it's clear that we're obviously getting a more competitive field, and but I think in reality, what's probably going on here is, for starters, it's not like the skill gap between Reign and TWA as teams is like massive, right? They're both excellent teams.
Oh God, yes.
And like we talk about in professional sports, you talk about the NFL, you talk about Major League Baseball or Major League Soccer. Any given Sunday, Zath, any given Sunday, 2 teams of roughly comparable skill, one could possibly upset the other. It's why these guys at the professional level take every match and every game seriously, because the opponents you're playing, the people you're playing, they didn't get there by accident, right? They didn't just stumble their way there. So you have to prep for this stuff seriously. I'm not implying anybody didn't here. My point is simply that when you tell me that Reign, knocked out TWA, my first thought is, wow. But my second thought is, oh, well, that figures.
I mean, if there's a team that's going to do it, it's probably going to be Reign. So to see that happening, yesterday at the end, of course, the bracket kind of fell into place that way. But without the losers bracket, I mean, it's wild to think about, right? Like, all of those players, can sleep today or do whatever they want to do. You know what I mean?
They certainly can.
So
they certainly can.
Let's, if you don't mind, let's talk a little bit about what the viewers and the players are doing today. So, the top team wins $40,000 US dollars. Raptor. Whoever gets first place. Second is $20,000. Third is $12,500. Fourth place is $7,500. And then 5th through 8th, which is the people that got knocked out on Sunday in the playoffs and in this what do we call it, the round of 8, they end up with $5,000 US dollars. So at least these teams still got paid, but now it comes down to the big bucks, man. Now teams are looking for that paycheck, right?
Yep.
And then on top of that, go ahead.
I was gonna say every single one of the teams, of course, we're seeing today is guaranteed cash, right? Every single one of the teams is going away with at least some size of cash prize. It's just a question of who's going home with the biggest share.
Correct. Minimum is $7,500. So that's locked in for all 4 of these teams.
Yep.
Now, you, the viewer, you're not going home today with money. you're going home with the next best thing, which is a permanent camouflage for the Houdenloo, the Tier 10 Dutch cruiser of awesomeness. The camo is amazing. It's dead sexy. Have you looked at it in game, Raptor?
I have not looked at it in game. I've only seen the screen caps that have been provided on like the official website and stuff.
It's a very spooky camo. To me, it's nice. I'm still a huge fan of that Vermont space shuttle camo because I loved the space shuttle growing up. But I will tell you,
that's a great camo.
It's a great camo. But I will tell you, the art department once again delivers with the Houdenloo. And guys, that's a free camouflage, a free permanent camouflage that you all get. All you have to do is make sure that you get your drop for today. The COTS drop is a 90-minute drop. And you get also 2 of each blue booster. Raptor and I were talking about the boosters before things started. Blue boosters are fantastic for any player
really
in this game. Any player. So they're great for progression. Any of those missions where you have to earn a certain amount of credits or something like that comes in handy. Remember, 90 minutes, 9-0. By now, you should be getting progress on your drop. If you want to double check, click on the top right corner of your screen. There's your icon, your logo, whatever your name, and make sure it says you have progress towards drops on either my channel or Raptor's channel or whatever channel you are tuning into right now. You have to watch that for 90 minutes. If you are not getting drops, one of 2 things is happening. One, you're on the wrong channel. Like you're getting drops someplace else. Twitch allows you to get drops on 2 channels concurrently, and that's it. So if you're watching other stuff, stop it. And the other...
We demand your undying and only fealty, ladies and gentlemen. Right here on this channel. That's all it is.
Damn right. Now, the other possibility is you are watching Wargaming Official's channel, and on Wargaming Official's channel, if you haven't received your community token drop yet, the weekly community token drop, sometimes Twitch doesn't start the next drop until you finish the previous one. So you might not be getting your drop if that's the case. If that's the case, well, I guess you have enough time now, but later on, you know, if you still aren't getting it, kill all the streams and just open up, you know, one, preferably on a Raptors, and let that thing go, and make sure after about 5 minutes that you're getting progress, okay? Anything to add there, Raptor? I'm so used to giving the spiel.
No, I think you got it down by now. You've been doing it longer than I have.
All right.
I do have some more questions, things I want to talk about before the game 1 starts. We've got about 5 minutes here if you've got some time.
Oh, I've got all the time for you, my friend.
I want to talk about ship selection.
Okay.
So we've already got our ban lists for this series, right?
Yeesh.
Both teams taking Petro off the field, right? And then we're looking at these are actually reversed in terms of who banned them, but Rain banning Kleber, Marceau, Brisbane, and Petro. Resin banning Petro, Marseille, Napoli, and Gdansk. But I want to talk more about battleships, Zath. You and I have started to see more and more teams kind of dabble a little bit in Cristoforo Colombo this regionals. And I've heard the rumors, and I have not seen any of the VODs. I will not lie, but talking to you, hearing some rumblings from last weekend, how big a splash did Libertad make?
Not as big as everybody thought it would.
Okay, now that's good. I'm encouraged to hear that, because from my chair, those ships need a serious nerf.
Oh, everybody, yeah.
Go ahead.
We all know that's the case. The reason I think is simple. Libertad excels in random battles and in ranked battles because you have uncoordinated teams that run around and don't really, do anything together a lot of times.
But she's soft, isn't she?
Yes, in these kinds of games, you get people that are able to land torpedo hits, cross torp, all that good stuff. You got focus fire that's absolutely murderous. So those 2 factors alone cause Libertad to just kind of suffer. So we haven't seen it. We've seen last weekend Libertads. We saw Schlieffens. At the end of the day, I think players are going for the tried and true Colombo because the unique upgrade just fixes the problem with its dispersion. And then, of course, it's got the ability to make inky and run away and disengage. Right. So those 2 factors alone make the Colombo just a fantastic choice for players. You know what was really surprising for me, Raptor, last weekend, I expected to see a lot of Vermonts, brick, with the unique upgrade.
Brick smash.
Because the unique upgrade buffs the reload by 10%. Nobody ran it. I couldn't believe it. They ran just concealment. What?
I'm a little surprised, but not wholly surprised. One of the things that you and I have commented on many times, right? Especially at this level of play with these quality of teams, right? The ability to reposition your assets depending on what the opposing team is doing, depending on the game situation. Sometimes your plan simply falls apart based on how the match shakes out, and so you've got to reshuffle your assets. Brick is amazing, but what does Brick not do well? She doesn't get anywhere fast. She doesn't get anywhere fast, does she?
No.
If you've got to, if you're gonna go into a map, like North, okay? Let's just say, we're starting on Northern. We're starting on Warrior's Path. So, if you're gonna go into a, do I have that? So, yeah. If you're going to go into some map, like certain maps, I think Brick lends itself better to, because you have,
of course,
if you're gonna play a more central position and be looking for decent sightlines. But you pretty much have to hang mid in a Brick. You can't, if you pick a flank or one or the other, you're there and you're stuck, and you are going to struggle to be relevant if the action moves to a different flank.
Yes, absolutely right. We have a couple minutes left before we begin our first game of the match. So
teams are here and ready. We're starting on time.
Right. So we might want to consider running that intro video.
All right, let's go for it. As soon as I find the right button.
That's always the fun thing, isn't it?
With more coastline than any country in the world, the nooks and crannies of the shores of northern Canada set the stage for a showdown between opposing fleets. Amidst the barren rocks and snow-capped peaks, only one team will remain unvanquished. This is Warrior's Path. Warrior's Path is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the extreme left, B is in the center, and C is on the far right. Given how the caps are arranged and how risky entering the B cap is in the early game, the most action is commonly found along the 1, 2, and 9, 10 lines. To the west, Cap A now no longer can be safely controlled with radars from nearby islands. Teams will have to rely on smokescreens and additional fire support to gain the upper hand in the battle for this capture point. Capture Area B is a difficult and challenging place to be in the early goings of a game. While the capture point was moved to a more central position, nearby islands still provide plenty of cover for radar cruisers, making this point exceptionally challenging to capture. Off to the east, the C cap offers solid cover for cruisers along the northwestern and southwestern edges, but precious little cover inside the cap itself. The long, narrow channel to the east that connects C to B is a frequent place to see pushes occur in the mid to late game, depending on the board positions of each team. Warrior's Path has a long and storied history within the tournament, having produced many close and competitive games. It begs the question, what memorable plays and matches will result this time around? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Warrior's Path. With more coastline than any country in the world, the nooks and crannies of the shores of northern Canada set the stage for a showdown between opposing fleets. Amidst the barren rocks and snow-capped peaks, only one team will remain unvanquished. This is Warrior's Path. Warrior's Path is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the extreme left, B is in the center, and
at
C
the end of game 1,
is on the
guys, hang
far
around.
right.
There'll be a giveaway, but giveaways take place on my Discord, not in Twitch chat.
Yep, and my giveaways take place on Twitch chat. It's an automatic bot. You just have to be a follower and participating, so double the options for you to get loot today, which is always kind of fun.
All right, Seth, let's get into game 1.
Let's do it, my friend. Would you like to start?
I will happily take us in here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome to the final day of King of the Sea here at the international bracket. Everybody you see on your screen is going home with some cash. We're just trying to find out how much and whose that is. We're going to start here in game 1 of the day. This is the semi-final bracket. We're looking at RESIN here in the green top end of Warrior's Path. We are fielding already. We were talking about Libertad. We've got Libertads on both teams here. Peyton bringing one here for RESIN. Fava and a Colombo. We were talking briefly before the game started about how Colombo has kind of become a bit more of a fashionable pick in competitive modes these days after her unique upgrade. Flanked by 4 cruisers, we're looking at Des Moines, Double Moskva, and Svea. First time she's been available in King of the Sea. I don't know what impact she had last weekend. I'll let you talk about that. Let's have a look quick at, let's see, Shimakaze, Harugamo, Daring. Let's see if anything leaps out in these builds. That is a Smoke Harugamo. We're looking at probably unique upgrade Moskvas. Yes, we are. Fryce probably running unique upgrade Shima. Yes, he is. Daring not running unique upgrade. That's not shocking. That one is a little more torpedo focused. Svea going for gun range. Libertad, a full secondary build. Not terribly shocking there. Zath, what has Rain opposing them with down here in red?
Now, Rain is facing RESIN on the map that they won against TWA. This is Warriors Path. This was game 2 against TWA. They were the North Spawn. So now in this case, they are the Bravo team. Rain bringing a dleay. That's in Taro, making hard speed for the A-cap. Backed up by Gangbangs, Sherman.
Everybody's stopping. I think we're having a restart.
I wouldn't be King of the Sea finals without at least one restart.
I mean, I'm seeing at least 2 Rain ships frozen in time.
Yeah. As I was fixing to mention Gangbang, he stopped. Nope, they're moving again. They're moving again.
Okay.
So,
all right, well, keep doing lineup.
Finishing up the lineup then. So there's Gangbang and a Sherman with looks like one of the Does or Halsey, choosing none of those special buff points. This is wild because they're kind of moving and kind of not. And now we got shells out on Arturius's Moskva. We got 2 Moskvas, both unique upgrade. Double Libertad, that's Malamu and Dastard with full secondary. I almost get the feeling, Raptor, like Rain was purposely not running Libertad just so they could do it on the final day and smash people.
Could be.
Triple Moskva. There's Lucar. I didn't catch that one. They have but one Harugamo working its way towards the C-cap with John the Ruthless backing them up in a Des Moines. That's unique upgrade.
Well, already some shells going out on Artorius' Moskva. He taking a little bit of damage. And Taro's dleay now spotted here south end of A, coming under fire from big boy Svea back there in the smoke. They are going to drive Intaro off this cap. Rain was hoping to get some free points over here. Not going to happen.
Correct. So we'll see how this plays out. Kind of a wild start. Everybody just kind of pumped the brakes and then decided, now we're going to go anyway. You can see Formazing behind Gang with the Sherman. I think they're gonna set up a little bit of Death Nail action themselves. So that's 2 cruisers with smoke.
It seems pretty clear that Gang's Sherman here and Formazing's Moskva. Yep, there comes the smoke from Gang. So that's very obviously we're going to smoke him up to the edge of the B cap. Mad Dog caught a glimpse of that Moskva, knows he's coming, and is beating feet now, trying to pull out of there. And I'm really curious at it feels like the Libertad push is going to come up mid, but they just put shells down range on Dastard, so they know at least one of them is there.
Yes.
The pain train starting to go in on Force to Wash Moskva over here north of C, as RESIN is going to grab the first cap, picking up A on the strength of Fryce's Shimakaze.
Yep, that's what happens when you just send the one ship to one place, and congratulations, RESIN, for picking that up early. It's going to get them tick lead, and it's also going to force some wasted time, as Intaro is going to have to relocate in the dleay.
First radar from Artorius picks up Mad Dog. He takes cover behind an island. Gang's Hydro is banging here on the south end of B. Those torpedoes are easily spotted. He'll dodge those and should be able to grab B. Go ahead.
Take a look at these 2 Libertads.
Are they going channel?
We've seen them shove. We've seen teams shove battleships through the channel before. I think they're going to send one through the channel, and Malamu is probably going to go behind. And I think
Malamu looks like he's going to go north.
Yeah, they're going to try to encircle this Moskva.
Yeah, they're going to try and cut and basically cut off and isolate this 4-ship element right here. I'll circle them on the map. These 4 ships kind of will be surrounded on all sides by Rain forces if this play works out the way it looks like it's going to.
If it works out. Now, Dastard has decided to pull over for some Starbucks, as Puddin likes to say.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that.
I think that, you know, they were going to go, and then it almost feels like they were waved off. And the problem with battleships is when you wave them off of a play, it takes a very long time to react and redeploy.
Yeah. Malamu is just chilling. Fava's SAP going down range now, looking at Dastard, who's a little caught out in that channel.
Oh, yeah.
Little bit of solid damage, nothing catastrophic, though.
We were talking about focus fire earlier, Raptor. We already have 5 players who have now damaged Dastard's Libertad.
Yeah,
so
this new
more
mod
than
that
half the
lets us,
team.
this new mod that lets us see these things is really, really cool. I'm a big fan of this one.
Mm-hmm.
They're definitely
Meanwhile,
doing a number on Dastard. They're not splitting them up now. They're going to keep them together.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Dastard has only done under 600 damage in this entire game so far. And he's taken 34,000. Oof.
6 minutes in, and Rain picks up their first cap, 100 points down here as they finally flip B. They've got enough pressure around C, but they can't pick it up. They don't have the tools. There's nothing there. Like, they don't have a destroyer handy where they can just duck into the cap or whatever. So C's going to sit empty for a while. This battle's going to devolve into who can farm out one or more of these Libertads faster.
And I got to say, I don't like Rain's positioning here.
No,
I really
I don't like it either.
I mean, look at Malamu, right?
Yeah,
now,
I know.
Malamu using, we didn't talk about it, but he's using that special DCP upgrade in slot 1. Puddin loves this upgrade. A bunch of others love this upgrade because it's American DCP, and so you get 40% extra uptime of...
That's actually really good on American DCP.
Right, so now you're at like 28 seconds instead of 20 seconds of invincibility to fires and floods.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like Resin has correctly identified the weak link in Rain's lineup right here. Yeah, Malamu taking a big chunk there from the Colombo SAP.
Oh, yes.
As the Moskva shells, Mad Dog has secured his guns, but he could pop a smoke if he wanted, maybe. I probably won't. Now Dastard basically going to go for it. I think realizing that they have to get something out of this play.
Yes.
If you're Peyton, do you go for the ram here, Zaf, or do you go for the close pass?
You have to go for the ram. I would not risk a close pass. That's just too much if you fail. Whereas Dastard's going to do that right now.
They're
going to get Peyton.
Going for it. They're trying to get Peyton off the board before he can successfully ram. They do. First blood going to Rain, but Malamu's going to be out in seconds. So it's going to be a short-lived lead here for Rain, and they're going to lose Dastard too for this play.
They're going to lose.
I don't know what they're going to gain out of it. Like, you're going to lose both your battleships for what exactly?
They're gonna scare the Moskva. We're gonna go with that.
Dastard is 20 seconds from his next heal. Forced to watch may yet go down here. We'll see. Rain has picked up C. The Moskva pushed up while this was occurring. Dastard at this point hoping to get the ram off. Forced to watch, grounded himself.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it.
He's gonna get it. Definitely an error there from Forced to watch, grounding himself and allowing that to occur. He might have been able to live long enough for his team to pick up that kill if he had played that a little differently.
Now he's forced to watch himself sink.
But now both Rain battleships off the board. They have a little bit of map control, but they're still down points. Both teams down 2 ships.
Yeah, the battleship play, I'll tell you what, the absolute best that they could have gotten, that Rain could have gotten out of the situation, is 2 trades, which is exactly what they got.
Which is exactly what they got. I mean, at the end of the day, I think you made the point correctly at the right time, Zath. Once you start shoving those guys up the 7 line, you've got to commit, right? Because once they're in that channel, they have nowhere to go. They're trapped. They're not going to be able to get out of there. And they're in the middle of the map. Everyone and their dog is going to shoot those guys until they're dead. And that's exactly what happened. And
I mention this a lot when it comes to like replay analysis. Battleships project power. When a ship sees a battleship and that battleship has an angle on them, it forces them to really think about, do I want to come out and be shot at by this guy? So when you put the battleship in a position where, 1, they're together, and 2, they threaten an area, you have to react to that. And that's exactly what Resin did.
So now, Rain in the unfortunate position, they have to defend their capsule. They have had a lead change here. They've got about a 20-point lead and growing. 10 minutes to play. Plenty of time on the clock for RESIN to try to find a way back into this game, especially since they still have at least one of their big board pieces, and that's this Cristoforo Colombo.
Yes. Yeah, and you can see Fiva is starting to move into position, and he's going to continue. Formazing just gets slapped with sap right there. And that's exactly what's going to happen, is they're going to work their way down these two Moskvas. Gangbarang now open up. He wants to get shot at.
Yeah, if RESIN's going to win this game, it's going to come on the back of Fiva's big SAP shells dunking these Moskvas in the middle of the map.
Yep, and wait, here comes some more. That's Svea shells shooting towards the rear of Formazing. Formazing knows he can't back up any farther. And then that happens.
Yep, Formazing just getting absolutely hammered here by the SAP. Fiva taking a heal. He'll have one more after this. They've got to farm him out. If you're Rain and you can pick up this Colombo kill, you start to feel a lot better about your life. But they've chosen Formazing for death, and he's on his way. We
missed this earlier. Formazing took about 49,000 damage from Mad Dog's daring. Gee, I wonder what hit him.
Could it be conga line torps?
Possibly, although Mad Dog on radar, probably going to die here. Yes. So another trade for Rain.
Yeah, that's a kill that I think RESIN should. I want to say shouldn't have allowed to occur, but that's doing them a disservice. Kudos to Rain for finding a way to pick it up.
Yes, now I said trade, but that trade hasn't happened yet. Formazing's still alive. Fiva reloading. Here it comes.
This should end him here. And with wow, he doesn't land quite enough shells.
So Fiva moving up in the Colombo means that the shells are firing at a flatter trajectory. And that's actually bad against a ship like the Moskva. Fiva's going to go down. Yep. So he declared victory too early. So
a couple of things that I don't like about this. I liked Fiva moving up. I don't like him stopping, right? When you are a dead stop battleship, you are so much easier to hit and so much easier to farm out. And now Thrice's Shimakaze opening up with his guns, trying to finally secure this kill on Formazing. They are going to get it at last.
Yes. That's a great play by Price. They know they absolutely have to get Formazing off the board.
They had to clear him off the board here. And so now, Rain, with two Moskvas covering B and C, 2 radars left on Lucar. He's got 1 ticking. 2 radars left on Artorias. Plenty of radar left to defend these zones. It's going to be up to RESIN to see if they can find a way to break through.
Yes. So what I was talking about with the Colombo is the farther the range you have on the Colombo, the more of an arc your shells have, and your sap shells need that arc to be able to land and penetrate that 50mm deck armor. Right. So when Fiva moved up, those shells start ricocheting off the deck instead of penetrating the deck, and there goes your damage.
Yeah, the SAP, and you know, that was one of the big things when you started taking Venezia back in the day when she was new, and you were using her. You would use her in clan battles to dunk on the big Russian super cruisers. You did that at long range because exactly what you're saying. The SAP plunges right through that deck armor, and you get big, solid, full penetration hits.
That's right, and you get too close in the Venezia, and all of a sudden, you better hope that they show broadside, and you can switch to AP. Otherwise, you're doing nothing to them.
Rain reorganizing themselves. Lucar's Moskva and Artorias' Moskva setting up. They're just clustering around this little channel, knowing all they have to do for the next 45 seconds is defend capture zones.
You were saying?
Well, the Harugumo is here.
Yeah, but 45 goes to a minute and a half.
Yeah, he's locked up on Hydro. No way for him to get out of there.
Yeah, that feels bad.
Not anytime soon. Eagle Lance is probably going to die. I can't imagine a world where John's going to let him live.
Now, meanwhile, Svea gets into the B cap. Big boy gets into the B cap. But
actually looks like Svea is going to pick up the B cap. Nope, the reset coming from Intaro's Delny.
Yeah, they're not going to let that happen.
RESIN just making some desperation plays here. Doesn't feel like this is going to work. John's going to kill Eagle, and I'm sorry, they're going to kill the Des Moines, and when Eagle dies, that's the game.
That will be it.
Wow. If you had told me that because I'll say it. It feels to me like Rain threw away their battleship, Zaf. And
yes.
if you had told me they were still going to win this game, I would have called you a liar.
Well, there's one thing that Rain is really good at, and that is reacting to situations where other teams might, oh, guys, come on, whatever. Nope. Let's reset. What can we do to make it happen?
How big a deal was Forced to Watch's Moskva not living through, giving his teammates a chance to finish off the Libertad before he took the ram? Like that ended up being a massive play.
That was the pebble that started the avalanche, right? The other big mistake was the inability to kill Formazing's Moskva and kind of shoving FIFA in way too early with that Colombo.
A little too soon. I think it seems like they probably would have been better off holding him back until Formazing was dead.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could reposition him to work on one of the other Moskvas, or even at that point, shove him forward and get some trades in or something.
You got it. Well, let's get back to the in-between, I guess.
Indeed, we are back here, and actually, I'm realizing now I hit the wrong thing. There we go. All right, we're one game into this best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. Rain up a game. We're going to North here very shortly.
That's right. Gonna get a commercial break.
Get that out of the way. No. What is that? I hit the wrong button. Dumb of me. Okay. That's the button I wanted to hit. There we go. Okay.
Aha.
A lot to unpack in that game, Zaf.
Yes.
I didn't like the Libertad play when they made it. Mm-hmm. I still don't like it, and it still worked for them. So that shows you what I know.
Like I said, if a team's gonna take an oops and still make it work, Rain's gonna pull it off, and that's what they did. Like I said, the biggest thing that Rain needed was they needed to come in with the trade for each of those battleships that they lost, and that's what they did. If they threw them away for nothing, it'd be a very, very different situation.
Yeah. Yep. It still feels bad to trade a battleship for a cruiser, but
yes.
If you trade it. Well, they didn't trade. They traded one of them for one of the battleships, but if you trade it for the right cruiser. Doesn't feel so bad at that point.
Yeah. And to be frank, with how low that Libertad was at the end for Dastard, he'll take anything. Whatever I can just shove my bow into.
Yeah. He had like 2,000 HP going into that ram, right? He's just like, oh, I can take this 15,000 health Moskva with me. Done. Right? That's a winning trade. We're happy with that. Because I'm curious, and I haven't looked, I wonder how Game 1 in the other series went.
Well,
has it been reported yet? Hasn't been reported.
No, I'm not surprised.
I'm not seeing a report yet. Very sad. I was curious.
So for everybody to understand, one of the reasons, they're still going, they're still in progress. One of the reasons why we try to dodge Wargaming Official is because they're the only group that has the power to hold a game, aside from the refs and adjudicators. So they won't start until Wargaming Official is ready to go. That caused a whole host of delays last weekend. That will cause delays. I know. That will cause delays this weekend.
In the finals. Yeah, it will.
And that's fine.
It will.
That's fine. This is
their show.
That's right. It's their tournament. They bought King of the Sea. They own it. We are just existing in their world, Raptor.
I was going to say, it's Wargaming's world, Zath. We're just living in it.
That's right. So, I mean, and that's perfectly fine. And that's the reason why we are bringing you Rain versus Resin. Truth be told, Raptor and I were both planning on doing Tivat Oh Boy. We both expected Wargaming Official to want to cover Rain Resin, but I think I think when they realized what we talked about earlier with Oh Boy, I think they wanted to go and cover that. So, fine, cool. We'll gladly do this one instead. No problem.
Works for me.
No sweat off my back.
I kind of wanted to cover Resin. I wanted to cover an NA team at this level of play. We don't often get to do this, Seth. So I was like, let's do it, baby. Let's go. Anyways.
So yeah, so I'm excited to see how this plays out. Remember, it's a best of 5, so we got plenty of games left.
Plenty of games left. Best of 5. Now, refresh my memory. We're still on 5-minute turns between games, right? That's still in the rule set.
10 minutes, yeah, up to 10 minutes. And
they changed it.
They changed it for internationals. It was 5 for the regionals, and then they changed it to 10.
Yeah, it was 5 for regionals. I remember.
So you can see,
okay.
You can see in the training room battle chat, they said forfeit timer starts at 17, which means you got 10 minutes from 17, which is the official end time of the previous game. So that means we have until 27 to start. We got 5 more minutes before they automatically forfeit, and then the clock starts up again another 10 minutes. So I think they had to change it to 10 because of the fact with it being international, there's language barriers, there's so many other things involved, just to make sure that there is no confusion. Fine, go to 10. Last week, I will tell you, on Sunday when the playoffs started, boy, everybody took that 10 minutes. There was like, it was very rare. Yeah. You know, if we got started early, it was like 8 minutes in or something like that.
Yeah.
That being said, we have both teams readied up. We very well might see an earlier start here. So y'all get ready for this.
Yep. Let me... Since we're in between games, I'm just reminding one of my mods, Xanda, is up stupid early for him.
Yes, it is stupid early for him.
It's stupid early for him. It's not even 5:30 where he is. Not even 5:30 where he is. Brilliant. He's got some giveaways running, guys. If you're watching on my stream, remember, giveaways do not occur in Twitch chat. You can spam anything you want in Twitch chat. You will enter no giveaways, okay? If you want giveaway loot on my channel, you have to go earn it over in Discord.
Yep, and over on my channel, the giveaways are on Twitch. So for those of you tuning in on YouTube, apologies. But we do have, I believe you and I both have YouTube streams up. So great way to dodge the possibility of a commercial break. You and I are really good at making sure that doesn't happen during a game. But on tournament days like this, you never know. There could be a moment we have to rush to catch a game, and we just don't have time to push that stupid button. And so,
speaking of, Seth, we better go. We got 15 seconds.
If that happens, then that happens. Yeah. Should we just skip the intro video?
Yeah, we'll deal with it later.
Let's
These guys have seen North. They've seen North. All right, Zath, talk to me about the rain lineup here in the greens as we spawn into game 2.
All right, game 2, rain lineup. We've got 3 destroyers set up for rain. So that's Harugumo with the 420 Blaze It build, and Taro in his Z42. Our first look at a Z42 in a while. Gang is back in this game-winning dleay that landed 2 torpedoes that were decisive in that TWA match last weekend. For cruisers, we have Lucar in Mosby Unique Upgrade. There's Artorias and Howdenlu with Unique Upgrade, of course. John the Ruthless in his Des Moines. I almost wonder if he asked the team, can I please play Colbert? And they said no. And then we've got Formazing in his Unique Upgrade Moskva. We've got Libertad and, oh, look, another Libertad. So Rain feeling pretty good about their 2 battleships being Libertads.
The only lineup change here is you moved Artorias into Howden Liu. Now he is running that fancy camo, right, that you can win or you can earn by watching the stream today. So that's what it looks like.
That's correct. That's correct.
That is very spooky.
Yes, and it's even got the smoke coming out from the side and the fog and everything.
I know, right? All right, RESIN down a game here, spawning in the red on the south side of North. Let's take a look at their eastern element, led out by Eagle Lance's Harugumo and a very similar smoke build to what we saw up north. Legends Des Moines, looking pretty close to the same build we saw on John the Ruthless using Unique Upgrade. Peyton's Libertad, full secondary build with Swift in Silence, or Brisk, excuse me. They call it in the Battleship tree. Same idea. Going to move around the map a little bit. Mad Dog's dleay pushing hard for C. It looks like he's going to try and dive it. I'm guessing we're going to see an early radar from Formazing. Backed up by Big Boys Ragnar close aboard. Behind them, Frice's Shimakaze. It's a 4 destroyer lineup for RESIN, by the way. Frice's Shimakaze, same build as last game. Forced to watch Svea. Zath.
COTS build. COTS ready.
We have a COTS ready build on this particular Svea.
No upgrades and no flags. That's an oof.
Yeah, and then all the way at the back, we have Vifire's Moskva with Unique Upgrade, and Fava's Cristoforo Colombo with Unique Upgrade as well. There's the radar from Formazing. Going to catch both these destroyers lurking near B, opting to put shells downrange into Big Boy's Ragnar instead of Mad Dog's dleay.
Well, they just don't have an angle on Mad Dog. Lucar slightly does.
Lucar sort of snuck some shells through there. He's going to be able to do it again. Nope, Mad Dog's reversing. Now, I think right now that's for Mazing's radar. Lucar's radar is going to go up here in a minute, I'm betting.
Yeah, they're probably waiting a sec for positioning.
Yeah, they're putting shells down range on Mad Dog, hoping for a blind reset. They don't get it. There's the radar from Lucar. So for Mazing will probably try to sneak up, but he's going to struggle. It's going to take shells from John's Des Moines to get this reset. Let's see if he can pull it off. 7 seconds. 6. Nope. Resin's early play is going to bag this cap. Mad Dog, they do get some shells in the Mad Dog, but it comes too late to prevent the cap.
Yeah, remember there's a 6-second delay from when that radar button is pushed before everybody else can see it. So Rain tried to time it so they could get at least one salvo in. Unfortunately, they missed.
Both teams now having gotten their elements over to the extreme western edge of the map. Resin a little slower to do it. They are behind a cap for the moment, but by the time they finish capping B, they'll be about 30 or 40, 35 or 40 points between these two teams. Rain already onto E. Looks as if Resin is set up to kind of like receive a push down the 9-10 line, Zath, but both teams are set up to receive over here.
Well, you know, in any sort of tournament competitive play, receiving is optimal. In order to gain map control, you typically have to trade hit points to do it, and possibly a ship. So if you can set up to receive, and you can get the enemy to charge you, you're great. But if both teams set up to receive, then we have a whole lot of angry stares for about 5 minutes before both teams say, all right, let's do something.
Well, angry stares is kind of where we're at right now. We're waiting to see what Resin does. They're down a cap, so it's kind of, as it would say in chess, it's like your move, right? Big Cristoforo Colombo cells going out for John the Ruthless, coming up empty. So it's going to be a bit of a static game here for a spell, I think. Des Moines, John the Ruthless's radar going up at A, looking for that Shimakaze they have to suspect is over there, and not finding him.
Now, I want to comment real quick on Forced to Watch's Svea. So the lack of upgrades and flags feels particularly bad because there's actually a mod that you can download and run called Tournament Ready. And it will alert you if you have readied up in a ship, in a training room, with one of those 3 things missing: commander builds, upgrades, flags. Any one of those, it will say, hold on a second there. Obviously, he's not running the mod.
Yep. Well, 3 points ticking to 2 points. It's an 80-point lead and growing here for Rain. 5 minutes gone here in Game 2. Resin needs this game, Zath. They don't want to go down 2-0.
Oh, of course not. Of course not. So, again, because of the 3 to 2 cap advantage for Rain, they're in that advantageous position where they need to, where Resin is going to have to find a way back in and push.
Feels like the play is coming off of the back of Favis Colombo here, sailing directly up the 3 line. They have, for the moment, isolated John and Ship Shady's Harugumo over here. 4 ships to 2. They don't have vision on either one of those ships at the moment, but until Rain redeploys an asset over there, that's kind of where we're at. Looks like Malamu is headed that way.
Yes, so Rain has, of course, sensed this. As soon as you see the battleship move, you know the battleship's not moving alone, and so they're already relocating Gangbang and Malamu, and it's going to end up being a 4-on-4, plus 4 Mazing can help as well if needed. So, again, this is why it's difficult to push in competitive, and it's far more favorable to receive.
Svea radar going up all the way over here on the 1 line, coming up empty. They know Ship Shady Sarugumo is eking out in front, but he is spotted on the surface now, is Forced to Watch. Gonna pop a smoke and go back dark as John, no longer dark back there, opening fire as the smoke expires, allowing him to get spotted. As Price's Shimakaze will be stepping onto A.
Now, Forced to Watch, because he does not have concealment upgrade, the concealment module, his concealment is 10.3 kilometer.
Yeah, as opposed to about 9.3 or so.
Correct.
With a fully rigged Spheya, because she's got 9-kilometer radar. It's like 9.3 surface detection or something.
Correct. So that extra kilometer really hurts in this kind of environment. But he does have the ability to smoke, so I guess it kind of helps there a little.
Well, things are not going idle on the rest of the map either, Zath. Take a look at the 6 line. Lukar's moved into that gap. And the Harugumo, that's Eagle Lance over at E holding back those points. Fryce is going to flip A, and just like that, suddenly board control is in RESIN's favor. They've had to give up some health to get it. I keep waiting for Feva to smoke. There it is. Yeah,
he makes Inky and tries to Homer Simpson out of this. But remember I was talking about trading hit points for board position. Feva trading all the hit points. 75,000.
Much of a choice. They had to give these guys, I think, a bit of a stalking horse to shoot at, and they successfully pulled that off.
Yeah, I do like the decision to step on the E cap for Eagle Lance. That's huge. Too. And I kind of like how they're tag teaming, right? Legend of Formula is like, I got this. And he literally tags out Eagle Lance and takes the same spot.
Now, one of the things, we talked about this go ahead, Zeph.
Except he comes around the corner, gets himself spotted, and now Dastard's got something to play with. I don't like that part of it.
Not just Dastard, but in Taro's Hydro, somebody picked up Eagle Lance's Harugumo.
Yeah.
One of the things we talked about in regionals, Zath, they've moved Lukar up to grab the C cap, is that North, because it is now a 5 capture area map, plays much quicker than it used to, right?
Oh, yes.
We're 9 minutes into this game. Both teams are closing in on 800 points. And I think part of that is that when they added this as a tournament map, they did not adjust how quickly the cap zones tick. And so this is a very, very fast playing map in this format, and we're seeing it here today. Each team now taking up 1 caps, only 20 points between them, 3 of the caps fully contested.
Yeah, it's very similar to Loop in the regionals. Same kind of problem here. So you're absolutely right, and I believe statistically speaking, North is the quickest of the maps in the rotation.
It is. We looked at this in regionals. It absolutely plays about 10 to 15% faster than any other map. They're really hammering Gangbarang here. Is he going to take a torp? He's not, but he is still well spotted. Fryce just mercilessly working this spotting advantage. Gangbarang has to just sit in there and weather it. They can't afford to let these points tick up any faster.
Yeah, but Fryce, being forced to turn away now because you can see John the Ruthless advancing with the Harugumo. They don't know the Harugumo is right behind him.
Yeah.
But that radar threat,
that radar,
have to give up
is already inside that radar bubble. So a big push, a big return push from John and Ship Shady, and RESIN is forced to retreat a little bit.
But take a look at Peyton, just walking into the decap by himself in his Libertad.
Yeah, looking for shots on Dastard. He's got him. Looks like he might have overlet it just a smidge. No, right down the middle.
Not
only
bad.
About 8,000 or 9,000. He's got to be careful. He's going to sail out of that cap. We've had a lead change now. RESIN on about a 20-point lead and growing. At the moment, they have a cap advantage, but it is narrow. This game is going to come down to somebody dying at the wrong time.
Yeah, and I almost wonder if that's going to be Lukar. He's at 14,000 hit points.
I mean, you almost feel like Peyton should have picked up this cap. He's about to. There he goes.
There he goes.
That's going to put a lot of pressure now on Rain. We're now 60 seconds from a RESIN win in a game that's, well, it's probably a must-win for them.
Absolutely.
Lukar ticks a heel. He's back over 20,000 HP as Malamu's Libertad now pushing the C cap.
Yeah, look at Vifire now in the Mosfa being forced to back off. He's on double fire right now.
Yep.
Nice AP into Malamu, but this is a bad.
Well,
look at Lukar.
He's got to be careful. Yeah. Vifire knows Lukar is there. He's got him on Hydro or something. They know he's there, so he knows he can't back up.
Oh.
Ooh. Legend going down on the E cap, flips the lead, but Dastard is very low.
But Oh, still alive.
3,400 HP in this cap.
That's what I was talking about with. I didn't like that the Des Moines. Yep.
There it is.
Did not like that Des Moines went up.
30 seconds now from a Rain win here in this game. 2 ships very, very low for Rain, but RESIN does not have the assets in position to pick up those kills.
Nope.
15 seconds now.
Yep. They kept Peyton in D to get shots on Dastard. Couldn't get the kill. If he could have, instead of going for Dastard, done something about Lucar.
Nagamu gets to a heal. It's not going to happen.
Nope.
The only way this happens is if somebody screws up. They're trying. No, Dastard got to a heal as well. Wow.
That's it.
I called it.
That's it.
Just they died at the wrong time. Man.
Remember, this is a best of 3, so Rain is 1 away.
Now, I got to say, Zath, it felt like I liked the RESIN play over at A, but at one point I looked over and they had like 4 or 5 ships over there, and it felt like they had pulled too much over to that flank, and then they all retreated. They like gave the cap back in an area where they actually outnumbered John.
Yes.
And Ship Shady.
Yep. What a game. What a game. Speaking of games, I don't know if you know this, Raptor, if you've seen it yet or not, but Oh Boy is up 1 game over Tivat in the other side of the bracket. Yeah.
I have seen that.
Interesting. How interesting. There's always that little pause in between, like, oh my goodness. Okay, well, let's get a couple things out of the way, and game 3, Raptor, could be a 3-0 knockout for RESIN.
It could be this quick for RESIN. I mean, again, they're not going home empty-handed if they get knocked out here, but I feel like for them to make it this far and possibly get swept, if I'm on that team, I'm disappointed, right? Mm-hmm. I would love to see them at least force a game 5, but either way, this is do or die for them if they want to earn more money. I'm serious. Like, you got to show up and win this game if you want to win more cash, and then you got to win another one, and then you still got to win another one. So I don't know what to tell you, boys. Good luck.
Yep, exactly. And for us, I'm starting to see some people in my chat reporting they got their drop, which is fantastic.
Yep, been seeing that a little bit as well.
Good to see.
Mm-hmm.
So, hopefully you enjoy the tournament enough to stick around.
I'm a little surprised, man. I'm watching the game on the channel now, right? And we're watching these guys kind of try to focus Gangbarang down in this Delny. He just sits there and takes it, right? He just sits there and takes all of this fire. Like, he's barely moving. He's jockeying backwards and forward very slightly. Mm-hmm. But by that point, behind him, you can see there are 4 or 5 RESIN ships in that theater, and they're about to surrender the ACAP back. That just feels awful.
Yeah. And they have to do it because of a single Des Moines with that radar threat.
Well, and yeah, because they don't have a way to threaten the Des Moines, right? Yep. Fava is there in his Colombo. Like, I'm looking at this, I'm kind of watching the game, but his guns are looking somewhere else. It's almost felt like he pulled too far back. If they had kept him up near that island where he would have been in a position to exert influence over both capture zones, I'm willing to bet John would not have been quite so interested in pushing quite so quickly.
Still, I really don't like that decision, and I'm seeing it on my stream now from that 5-minute delay of pushing that Des Moines into, like, tag teaming where the Gumo was. I get that you want to free up the Gumo to, walk around, smoke and shoot things, torpedo stuff, and spot, but that Des Moines pulled up way too far, and as soon as he got detected by Dastard, I'm like, all right, he's gone. We know
I like the play. I like rotating him up there, but he should not have been sitting like bow north on that. He needed to be completely behind that island, right? Like, absolutely. Look, your guns are not why you're here. Don't worry about them. Just get behind the island and prevent these points. That's why you're here.
Exactly. Now, if he's playing a Salem I could see maybe the argument for coming forward and poking your nose out and just taking some shots,
trading a little bit, because he can weather the secondary barrage that's coming a little better. I agree.
Correct.
But he wasn't in Asylum, right?
No.
So.
And the problem with him getting spotted is not only did Dastard have the ability to open up with both his primaries and secondaries, but the Howden Lu was also able to Dutch oven him. And we know that there was some Howden Lu damage in there. We don't know how much, but there was a decent amount. Actually, I might be able to find that out for us. Give me a second. I think I can find that out.
By like just asking?
No.
You can pull the replay, and you can pull the
exactly what I am doing, sir.
Pull the render. The render would possibly help you out with that.
Un minuto, por favor.
Un minuto, por favor.
But otherwise, so you're also on YouTube, yes? We talked about that a second ago. So just a reminder to everybody that both of us are also streaming on YouTube. So in the odd event that you get stuck watching a commercial break on our channel, you can flip to the other person's channel on Twitch, or you can, of course, have the YouTube up and running. The big brain is to have both of those going so that you can just switch between tabs if you need to. Kind of like you and I know we're old-fashioned, right? Remember the old days of you're in the car, you're listening to a radio station, goes to commercial break, you flip to another channel, and you pray to God there's not a commercial break there too? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, let's see if I can get this to work.
All right, the game's ended over there, so I'm going to push an ad roll now so that folks aren't missing anything important.
Arturius's Howden Lu only scored 27,000 damage that game. Only 27,000. Huh.
Most of that probably came. He had a couple of bomb drops on not Dastard, on the Libertad. Who was that? It was Peyton. Peyton moved his Libertad into the decap, right? And he was dropping bombs there because that was a good shot for it.
Yeah. So he did 4,000 damage with HE primaries. The rest of that 27k, so that's about 23,000 he did with his Dutch ovens. Only started one fire for 420 damage. Huh.
I mean, given what he's dropping bombs on, I'm not surprised. What's the deck armor on those Pan American battleships like? I haven't looked. Is it 32 mils like the French and the Brits? They're soft, aren't they?
I want to say it is, but I'm afraid to back out and check.
No, I'll do it third party. Hold on. Pan America. Let's just pull Libertad and look at the 3D model. Survey says
51.
Okay. My 3D model is still loading here in the web browser, so.
I mean, when in doubt, just ask the training room. Somebody there knows.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh no, this is not showing me what I want. There used to be a way. Armor model. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 51 for the deck. Yep, that's exactly right.
Yep. Well, Raptor, game hath begun, sir.
Has it? Oh well, goodness! I better get my crap back together.
Yes, indeedy.
All right. Well, let's see how this goes as we head to Hotspot. We should have played the video, I guess.
That's all right. So let's take a look up.
Hang on one second.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go. Give me the green light up as soon as I find them.
All right. Also, big hello from Sir Voodoo Popeye saying hello to you, sir. Anyway.
Excellent. Go.
On the green, this is Rain Hotspot. One away from a 3-0 sweep of RESIN to make their way into the finals for International. We've got 4 destroyers for Rain. Ragnar, John the Ruthless, I don't know if you would consider that a promotion or a demotion, going to a Forrest Sherman. We got a Delny and a Harugumo, your typical 420 build. Formazing is now in a Des Moines, although he's going for reload instead of unique upgrade. We've got 2 unique upgrade Moskvas and the 2 Libertads. I get the feeling like Rain really likes their Libertads, Raptor.
I mean, it's been working for them so far. Why change it?
Yep.
RESIN not making too many changes, even though so far it really kind of hasn't been working. They're also running a 4 Destroyer lineup. We're looking at double dleay. That's Mad Dog and Eagle Lance, backed up at close range at the moment by Frice's Shimakaze. The three of them dashing for C.
Yes.
I'll be really curious to see how that works out. Big Boy's Gearing headed over towards the 9-10 line. Looks like he's going to hook up with Legends Des Moines and Peyton's Libertad to play that particular flank. Vifire's Moskva moving directly up the 8 line. Looks like he's maybe going to hang over there as well. And then that leaves just Fava's Colombo and Forced to Wash Moskva back here along the eye line, obviously playing farther back so they are not spotted anytime soon.
Yeah, this map is kind of wild. We've seen a lot of teams really kind of try to figure out what works. We've seen the Destroyer, charge into C before. We've seen teams try to go up the 9-10 line.
I'm watching the Moskva radar circle slowly cover C. Mad Dog's dleay is outside of it.
Yes.
Eagle Lance's dleay is about to fall into it, even though Eagle himself is not in the cap. So there we go. Frice is right behind. Looks like he's also going to get in there. All right. So now, there comes the radar. So they can now see the Shima and the dleay. They cannot see Mad Dog.
Correct.
And he's the one right now who has the majority of the cap points.
And
now
they just saw him.
He slows down, and the entire bloody team now firing at these guys. It's not going to come in time, though.
No.
They're going to pick it up.
So they do come away with the cap. More importantly, they come away with a pretty good amount of hit point pool still remaining.
Yeah, they're going to cough up a little bit of HP on these dleays, but they have heals for a reason.
Well, Gangbang opens up, and it's interesting to see Mad Dog giving battle despite backing off. I feel like he's being a little too aggressive here.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, especially since they haven't actually hit Gang yet.
Yeah.
John the Ruthless is Hydro banging away, picking up all of those dleay torpedoes headed back towards Artorias. Can't see his Hydro range on the map, but he'll probably pick up some of those Shimakaze torps as well. They have no way to defend this cap from John because they have no way to spot John without face spotting him with Frice's Shimakaze, which they could do. Frice trying to work on that here.
And of course, the big reason why you take a Sherman is because also it's got the Hydro. So John can just sit there with the Hydro banging away.
Beautiful Hydro on that ship.
Well, Resin will come away with the decap because there's only one ship to guard it.
Yeah, they've pushed 4 ships over here up the 9-10 line, and for the moment, they're going to own this whole map. In fact, it feels like they've already figured that out. Look at Peyton. Already just flipping a U-turn and headed back due west, trying to be relevant in this match.
Now, if I'm Fava's Colombo, I've got shots on Artorias. I'm looking for shots on Artorias. As a matter of fact, he has already connected. He connected a few times early, but he's moving on.
He definitely has. He's put 25k into Artorias already, but he's turning his guns now, looking somewhere else.
Well, I think once again they're looking for that push up that 1-2 line, but it's going to be 4 versus 5, so good luck.
Well, we'll see how they decide to push that, because they can always rotate Frice over there, and Zath, nobody wants to push into a Shimakaze.
I mean...
Now, Big Boy's Gearing is a little bold here. They've got Intaro clearly spotted way over on the 10 line. Big Boy's trying to kind of keep him lit, playing games with his throttle, trying not to get spotted himself. They caught a glimpse of Malamu's Libertad. They know he's back there as well.
I do like this play here because it's going to zone out the dleay. The last thing you want to do in a competitive environment is allow a corner of the map to remain under control of an enemy. So they have to continue to work their way up and push Intaro's dleay out.
Gang takes a decent, solid hit there, I think, from the Colombo. Yep, about 6k there out of Fava's guns.
Yeah, but Fava's paying the price for that insolence as all the shells come in on him now.
He is indeed. Trying to burn through a heal here, survive the fires that the Moskva and the Gang are dumping on him here. Gang just kind of like, man, don't care. Don't have a care in the world. Just going to sit out here and farm you. Comes another SAP salvo. but it all misses.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a 6-point lead for RESIN right now. Excuse me, a 9-point lead is the max they can get as we're 6 minutes into this game. They're trying, it looks like Freiss is trying to snuggle back in over here in the extreme southeastern corner of the sea cap, knowing that it'll draw out a radar from Artorias, but also knowing that from his position, Artorias will not have shots. It'll have to come from the Sherman when the radar finally connects.
Meanwhile, take a look at B as Freiss is fixing to back it, or sorry, C, as Freiss is fixing to back into the sea cap.
Yep, that's what I was just talking about.
Yeah.
So he's in there now. He's gonna try to draw out the radar, I think. I think he's intentionally trying to bait one of these radars out. Yep, there it is. That'll get him, probably get him to move. John has pulled so far back, he can't contribute to this fight. But Artorias can't really move forward too far because of the torpedoes. They've now got clear eyes on Peyton's Libertad moving through the islands over here. In fact, shells coming in from Lukar's Moskva on that as well.
Yeah, he's got a nice angle. Peyton the rock hider is going to hide behind a rock.
Yep. Big rain push coming down the 1 and the 3 lines over here. Favas Colombo pushed back, forced to watch his Moskva pushed back. Both Delny's running for their lives at the moment. Delny torpedoes out here looking for Gastert's Libertad. Might take one of these. I think he's going to take one of them.
I don't think so.
Nope, he's got enough speed to turn out of it.
It's that inherent extra boost.
Yep. As now they are firmly onto the B cap. RESIN's, both teams kind of now pushing in a counterclockwise circle.
Commence toilet bowl.
Commence toilet bowl action for the moment. Rain is trading a little better in terms of total health pools, but it is
we have
not a significant gap.
Nope. For a while we had some hot Libertad on Libertad action, but that has expired.
Yep. Moskva Hydro still ticking as Freiss continues to send torpedoes his way.
Yeah, they got to get back on the sea cap, step on it, do something.
Yeah. They're falling behind now, but it's a little slower here. The game here plays, of course, slower than it did when it was north.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's only about a 40-point lead and growing for RESIN. You get the sense that somewhere in here, oh man, these guys are these guys at B have been pushed almost all the way back into the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like Rain is defending the RESIN push better than the reverse.
Yes. Well, and part of that is if you look at J1, the very bottom left corner of the map, there's an island there. There's something that's preventing the extreme, kite away. So that itself makes it more difficult for RESIN to play that kiting game.
Mad Dog opening up here, starting to try and put some pressure on Dastert. As the Ragnar, that's Gang, rotating back towards mid. We got a radar coming up now from Artorias, picking up Freiss, where he's been lurking on the southeast corner of the sea cap. Peyton's been sitting here a long time, Zath.
He has. I think he's been looking for shots. I think he's been looking for Rain to do something at sea to kind of push, but they don't need to. So Peyton's in a position where he needs to find something else to do, and he's got some shells on Dastert now. Dastert's at 2K. And dead. Huge kill for RESIN.
That's a big kill for RESIN. Not only does it narrow the points, but it removes one of the board pieces that might let them recover the B cap should they decide to push that way. John's actually trying to turn around in this little island chain over here, Zath. This is not easy to do in a battleship. The Hydro, Artorias' Hydro had expired, and the gearing torpedoes just happened to fit through the little narrow gap between Malamu and Artorias. And now they're bringing John over with his Hydro and his smoke as well.
Yes, we have double Hydro going now, so John the Ruthless's Hydro is expiring as Artorias' continues.
They're trying to hold on to the C cap as long as they possibly can, as now RESIN is starting to get reorganized for a push back towards B, knowing that the pieces may not be there for Rain to defend it.
I think the big thing is Malamu, if they can farm Malamu out. John smoking that combo up, though. Do we have a radar range? We do, and Vifire's radar is up now.
Yep, they can see Malamu in there. They can, and all these torps are coming, so they know Frice's torps are coming. They're spotted on Hydro. I don't... What am I
Torp
looking
sandwich
at?
coming in from the north and the south.
Yeah, I don't think Malamu's going to be able to dodge all of these. He's going to find a way to dodge the Shima torps. No, he's not. No, he's not. Frice is finally going to bag him here. Down to 7K. They've got to get this kill. They need it so badly. They're going to get it. There it is. So just like that, both Rain battleships off the board. Now RESIN has to find a way to parlay that into a win. They are still down points. They're still 90 seconds from a loss. And they now have a two-ship lead.
For Amazing Des Moines radar says, you're not coming here. But they need to. These two dleays need to just sit, and it doesn't matter if they're being shot at. I mean,
they've got to get in there, and there's portions of that. The radar's down now. They've got to get in there.
Yeah. And Peyton needs to get in the sea.
Yeah, he really does. Like, this has taken forever to get him turned and angled and everything.
Well, that's what happens when you make a 20-point turn.
Well, here's the problem. Frice is caught out on radar, getting absolutely gangbanged by everybody. If he dies, they will not have the time to make any more plays.
Mm-hmm.
He's burning, more shells coming in, he's going to go out, and when he dies, the game is, they're going to have seconds.
15 seconds to go.
15 seconds. Payne's going to step onto C. That's going to buy them some time, literally seconds only. They are going to pick up Artorias. The question is, are they going to pick him up in time? 991, Artorias burning.
Oh, big hit there on Peyton from Artorias.
Yeah,
wow.
They've got to make this play. They don't have a choice. 994, they get it.
Ooh, 3 points to victory denied.
This buys them some time. But Peyton is now in under a tremendous amount of pressure. They may burn him out.
Well, there's the DCP. He doesn't have the DCP upgrade module.
But he's 18 seconds from a heal. He needs a big hit on this Moskva or somebody.
And he's got dleay torpedoes coming in, too.
He's trying to get back angled again. He's going to get to his heal just barely. Does he have a way to the torpedoes? He does, if he can spot them. I think the torpedoes are going to get him, Zap. They are.
Yeah, he started turning the other way.
He's going out.
There it is.
There it is. So
now Vifire does kill out Lucar.
45 seconds. So there's, so we trade a couple of ships. It's still a 90-point lead for Rain.
Big boys should be able to get in C in time.
Yep, they're going to get to C in time, but is it going to be enough? Because they're having to push hard up the 1-2 line as well. I think they've got to get on these caps. I don't think they're going to be able to bag 4 Amazing in time. They are trying. 17 seconds now. When they step onto C, that's going to buy them a few seconds. Okay, 30 seconds now.
Still, Formazing going dark. No, he's still spotted because he's shot.
Yep, they've got ships close enough now to get through the smoke penalty. He's healing, trying to push through it.
Viva's shot's coming out.
Trying to go dark in there.
This is the Praise.
This is the Columbo moment. They need these shells to win. They get it.
Huge kill.
Both twice now, Rain gets over 990, and RESIN bags a last-second kill that keeps them in the game. And I think now, finally, Zath, RESIN can breathe easy and claim game 3.
Yeah, I would not. I would not until it says game win. Like, that's how close this is.
They are gonna pick up gangbang here at the very end, but it's gonna happen right after they time out. And there it is. Wow, what a game. What a comeback.
What a battle. What a battle to force a game 4.
Woo! Lots to take in on that one. I am glad to see them push and take a game, though, Zath. That makes me very happy.
I'm excited, too, because you know where we're going?
We're going to Trap.
We're going to my map, baby.
Oh, man. You're so weird with this thing. Like, you claim it like you own it. And you're so weird about it because every time you do it, you then act like you own that map forever. It's so
Yes.
weird.
Yes, I do. And by the way, teams love banning your map, so congratulations on that. As you can see,
I don't
Resin
even know,
banned your map.
I don't even know what that is, Zath. You act like I notice these things.
Your map is Shatter. It's the only map with your
Is it?
voice in it right now, right?
I
In
don't
the
pay
intro.
attention to this stuff, man. I don't do these videos anymore.
I know, yours was so good, it's still there.
I guess. Like, I don't know. What's funny is when I actually sit down and watch them, I remember writing the scripts. The scripts have not changed significantly in 5 years, right?
That's interesting.
They haven't. The only thing that's really changed is the description of the capture zones. But that little paragraph at the end where it's like, you know, these moss-covered trees and tall evergreens, right? I wrote that stuff years ago, and that hasn't changed. No one's ever messed with it. So it just they still use it.
Yes. Hey, so going back to that story we were talking about earlier, you know, the team that didn't participate in KOTS, yeah, they're up 2-0 over Tevat right now.
I'm not surprised. It's going to be interesting to see. At the moment, we're on a trajectory for a Rain Oh Boy final, but Resin has some things to say about that, as we just saw. So we'll see how that goes. I would be really fascinated to see a Resin Oh Boy final, but we have a long way to go before we get to that point.
That would be the stuff of legends. It really would.
This is how legends are made, Zath. Isn't that what the video says?
I think so.
See what I did there?
No.
No, you didn't. I know. I'm useless. I'm so bad at this.
Oh, goodness. Stick around, guys. We only got 3 more hours to go.
Exactly. No big deal. So, guys, remember, we're between games. So over on my channel, you'll find giveaways in Discord. I will probably there will be an ad roll running by the time you hear my voice, just to make sure that we get all that stuff taken care of in between games, so you're not missing actual action.
Yes,
we try to be pretty good about that.
Yep. And then over on my chat, we do have the automatic timer thing. Just doing it. It's just easier that way. I don't need to, although my moderator Puddin, who was my co-caster last weekend, is awake and alert and communicating in chat. So that's cool to see, but was not asked to be here. So appreciate that, man. Also, I am running Stream Raiders off stream, so if anybody does that sort of thing, there you go.
Xanda, of course, one of my mods who's helping out running giveaways this morning is a West Coaster. So he was up at like 4:30 or something. And I didn't ask him to do that, right? He was like, he pinged me a couple nights ago and was like, hey, I'm going to be up. I was like, are you serious? Get some fucking sleep. Like, what are you doing? He goes, nah, that's cool. I'll be up that early anyway. And I was like, all right. Like, I'm not going to tell you no, because you know how to do this and you're good at it. But like, I'm happy to go find another mod, you know, who can like help me out with this. Are you kidding? Come on.
Right. And you know, for me, it's just like, you know, when Painter shared his bot at, I think it was the regionals, like that freed up so much, because a lot of the mods that you and I have, because both of our communities are just the best, right? They're great. They don't cause drama. There's none of this BS where you have to ban people or time people out. Most moderators on a lot of channels, guys, they're cleaning up chat. They're making sure people aren't toxic and stuff like that. We don't have to deal with it. So the biggest problem that our moderators have is like literally giving away stuff to people. Like, that's a good problem to have, I gotta say.
It is. I've noted over the years several times to my mod team, like, you guys work hard. Like, your contribution is not insignificant, but isn't it nice to know that we don't really have major problems? Like, the community is pretty easy. The spam bots tend to come in waves, and so we just deal with it and move on. It's generally not that bad.
Wait, you're telling me you don't want easy viewers? Oh, okay.
Oh my God. I got so sick of that. Was it August? It felt like when you and I were doing King of the Sing back in August, one of those would show up and chat like every 10 minutes. I was like, what is happening? Why is this a thing all of a sudden? Lord have mercy. That was irritating.
Yep. For the longest time, I was follower-only chat, and that was partly because you had to be a follower to win on my channel. And then I said, you know what, the hell with it, let's just get rid of it. And like, I kid you not, 30 seconds after I removed follower-only, I got an ad for, for followers. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
I believe everything you're telling me right now.
Are you kidding me?
All right, I'm fixed to push this ad roll. I'm just waiting for things to catch up.
No worries. Let's go ahead and put the intro video on.
Yeah, let's do that, because we wouldn't want to deprive viewers of your map, Zath, would we?
That's right. We wouldn't want to miss my map. That's important.
All right. Sure.
Among the volcanic islands of the South Pacific, opposing fleets vie for dominance across a small archipelago. This tropical paradise will shortly be sullied by the sound of gunfire, and only one team will be declared champion. This is Trap. Trap is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from southwest to northeast. The A cap is in the bottom left, B is in the center, and C and D are in the top right. Previously located by the southwestern island chain, the A cap is now centered on the corner. With a radius of 15.5 kilometer, the new cap provides plenty of space for smoke destroyers and radar cruisers to play inside. Push too far, however,
I had brain damage.
It's all right. We interrupt myself to bring myself.
Bring myself. That's right. Allow myself to interrupt myself.
Myself.
All right. Well, let's do this, Zath. Let's start here. I should have let that video finish, but I failed. So let's just start this off here as we head into Game 4 on Trap. Of course, Rain back here in the green, in the north spawn, bringing a 4-destroyer lineup. Gangbarang back in the Delny. John in a Ragnar this game. A man of many talents, John the Ruthless, swapping ships feels like every game almost. Ship Shady now in a Harugamo. Well, we've seen him do that before in the 420 Blaze It version. Intaro now in another Delny, headed up towards the CD flank. Artorias is Moskva here, looking like he's going to hang mid. Nukar's Salem rotating north, passing the high-fiving Four Amazings Des Moines as he heads south. Malamu's Colombo headed towards the south flank. First time we've seen Rain bring a non-Libertad battleship, Zath. As Dastard sticking with the Libertad, also heading to the north. Talk to me about RESIN.
All right, well, RESIN in red this time. Again, bringing, looks like 3 destroyers. That's Eagle, Lance's Shimakaze. And we've got Big Boy in a Ragnar this time. And Mad Dog also in a Shimakaze. Point to mention about Mad Dog, he is a bit of a destroyer prodigy. We've seen him play destroyer a lot in competitive. And he really likes that Shimakaze. Cruiser-wise, we've got unique upgrade Moskva, another unique upgrade Moskva, double Venezia, which is really cool to see, both of which are using the unique upgrade, and then Fivaji is back in his Colombo again, he really likes that ship, and Peyton in the Libertad again.
Oh, yep, Fea and then Libertad. So both teams running Libertad and Colombo.
Correct.
Now, you saw a little more of Trap in, I think, regionals than I did. Did you see this map played last weekend in internationals?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of different teams take a lot of very different approaches to this map. What did you see in international play?
Well, the one thing that I wanted to mention that we haven't seen, we're not going to see this game, is the destroyer charge to the opposite cap, C or D, up to the north. So like the Alpha team trying to go to D cap with like a 3-destroyer hit squad. That's not happening this game, which is wild because that's been a fixture of this map so far. The other thing that we've seen a lot of is honestly really big fights on the bottom left corner at the A cap. That cap being so large, you can just toss a ship on it and hold it forever. But we've seen a lot of teams really try pushing for it, which is interesting.
Well, you're going to see something that in this map, I think. Malamu's Colombo is spotted. Mad Dog, I think, following his radar location, I'm guessing he has RPF. He does. He's trying to get eyes on Gangbarang. He does.
Yep.
So they can now clearly see Gang trapped up against the edge of the map. And with the Venezias moving together, they can sort of tag team their smoke. And here starts to come the SAP.
Yes. Now, Venezia's unique upgrade, it replaces the concealment module, gives it an extra charge of smoke, so you can see that they each have 5 smokes to be able to use. It also speeds up the reload of the next smoke. So with 2 Venezias, they can essentially smoke train. As long as they coordinate, they can smoke train almost indefinitely.
Gangbarang almost turned north back into an existing torpedo salvo that Mad Dog had put out, but that did not hold. Those torpedoes ran out of gas.
That can happen.
I guess Mad Dog is running the 12s.
Yes.
Okay. So now, Forced to Watch has taken over the lead with his smoke still ticking. So these Venezia is basically back-to-backing on the smoke here, trying to dunk Gangbarang's Delny.
Yeah, they have to be careful because they can keep smoking up to a certain point, and eventually they're going to smoke into a radar range, and then their smoke doesn't matter anymore.
True, but I mean, with all the friends they have there, are they really scared of a single Des Moines? I think the answer is no, Zaf.
Probably not.
Now,
that is true.
We've certainly had some early damage trades across the B-cap. Big Boy coming off much worse for the wear. So it looks like Rain's going to pick up B early.
That's all right. He's in a Ragnar. He's got to heal.
Venezia smoke finally expiring at the bottom end of the board. Mad Dog now caught out by radar up against the map edge. Harugamo, that Ship Shady, for Amazing. All putting shells down range on Mad Dog as here comes the Colombo SAP as well. Oh, dunked. Mad Dog's going to sneak away and get out of that radar range.
Would you like to revisit that comment earlier about who's afraid of radar?
Now he is going to put one good torp into Formazing, whose Hydro was running. They caught a glimpse of Formazing in there. He takes a little bit of SAP. And now, check it out, Zath. Vifire's smoke is back already. So now the Venezia is tag teaming the smoke again.
If you ask me, the bigger story, though, is Fiva G smoking Legend of Formula's Moskva forward. I love this.
This is some really clever teamwork we don't always or generally see, right?
And there's
you
the
see
radar.
Teammates share smoke, but not generally the crawling smoke like this. This is very, very cool to see. Now, they're taking salvos at Ship Shady's Harugamo. I guess they've finally just tired of firing at Gangbarang because he can heal it back.
I mean, 2 things about this. One, they're just not able to hit Gang as much as they want. And 2, Harugamo is the more important asset
the linchpin
right now.
Yeah, she really is. With the smoke, she really is the linchpin of that whole thing. Legend, T-boning the island, trying to hold up here so Malamu doesn't absolutely just dunk him.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's how you stop in a hurry in a ship in this game. Literally.
Ship Shady down to about 10,000 HP. Legend could use some smoke of his own. He's 100% going to be a pick target down here as Resin does bag the A-cap.
Smoke is reloading. It's 2 minutes away.
Oh, I know. Legend needs to reverse and get some hard cover.
Speaking of smokes,
he's going to take a lot of pain before that occurs.
Forced to Watch as smoke runs out, and Vifire smoke is not available just yet. So a little bit of a mistime there, but whatever. At this point, it doesn't matter so much, I suppose.
Well, Rain up about, about 60, 70 points almost here. But certainly still anybody's game here. We're not quite 8 minutes into Trap.
We have Libertad in smoke up to the north. That's Peyton. He's not able to do anything with it. Unfortunate. That's the dream, being in smoke and secondaries blazing.
Legend trying to get flipped around. I think he's trying to get his bow pointed up the 3 line.
Yeah, he wants to get the cover.
And get away from Malamu. Malamu's just crushing him with that SAP. He's trying to get the hard cover. I think he's going to make it ahead of this torpedo salvo. Fiva's going to take one of these torpedoes, I believe. Nope, they ran out of gas. Yep, Legend's got it.
Yep. Very important positioning as John the Ruthless now making his presence known.
Indeed.
Which means...
But now they know he's not in B, so if I'm Big Boy, guess where I'm going, baby?
Yeah, he's fixing to back in, but take a look now. Dastard spotted. So with Dastard there, Big Boy knows he really can't back into the cap, although I think he probably would have been better off doing it just to trigger the radar.
And Taro taking an AP salvo from Peyton, as while the secondaries fall in. a whole bunch of torpedoes going out here for Dastard from Eagle Lance, but they may lose Peyton here making this turn. Are they? I think he's going to take... Oh, no, he's got a gap. He's just going to slide right through the gap. Yep.
Convenient Libertad-sized gap.
Because, well, he slid into one, actually.
He actually overturned.
Libertad's handling is so ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
Now, they may pick up Intaro here. Oh, I think they're going to get him. 900 points. Peyton's going down, but his secondary shells are still in the air. It's a trade. It's not a great trade if you're Resin, but it's a trade.
Yes, an A trade is okay. Oh,
still is.
That's bad.
Oh, that's bad. Mad Dog taking a random dleay torp down here outside of the A cap. That's a big kill for Rain.
It really is. Gangbrang keeps managing to just land these torpedoes.
Well, the problem Resin's going to run into now, they cannot defend the D cap. They just don't have the pieces to do it. Big Boy's Ragnar is going to just start shooting it. Okay, we're going to start shooting at Dastard, but why? If you're in a Ragnar, why would you take a secondary duel with Libertad? That feels terrible. Don't do that.
And see, now this is the problem you start running into with like randoms and ranked and stuff, right? Is you got destroyer players that don't understand that. Big Boy understands, of course. You know, he's going to lose against AI gunners, but the problem is, look at the score, look at the situation. He's got no choice.
Yeah. He kind of just has to they kind of just have to try to farm out Dastard and hope for the best.
Exactly.
I'm still surprised that they didn't try to grab B when they could have, but then again, Dastard's position basically made it impossible.
Exactly, yes. So, now Resin's going to have to decide, you know, they tried pushing through A. They paid dearly for it, losing that destroyer.
Right.
And now they're all kind of in one spot.
That was a little bit of luck, though.
Of course.
Well, we're now less than 2 minutes here from a Rain win here.
Oh, look at that white bar.
Forced to watch, just getting absolutely hammered. That must have been the Colombo AP.
Oh, it was. Malibu was ready for that. And that's the problem when you lose out, when you miss out on that communication back and forth. Vifire not using the smoke, probably because he wants to smoke all four of these guys forward. Forced to watch pays dearly for that. As now he's on fire.
Forced to watch now just going to go ahead and use the smoke, like just not going to mess around with it anymore.
I think they're going to put him in the van so that Vifire can rotate in with his smoke as they get closer.
The coordination of watching these Venezias work together is really, really fun. It's unfortunate that I don't think it's going to generate a win for the team.
No, and here we see Vifire smoking himself now, so we've got a wider smoke? I don't know. That just feels bad. I guess they just realized, you know, they get a torpedo to Ship Shady, and they can spot him, Zaf. This could be a big kill. They're trying to get shells down range. They need these points. They're going to get it right here. Yep.
Big kill.
Yep. So,
lucky torpedoes work both ways down here at A. That's a big kill for Resin. Buys them some time.
Yep. Meanwhile, the Venezias are shooting at their battleship cousin, Malamu's Colombo.
And doing some work there.
Honestly, I'd like to see them luck-chucking torps too, but they're not.
No, they're torps. They luck-chucked the torps. That's one of the things that hit Ship Shady. They almost all of them got luck-chucked over towards the one line down there.
Yeah.
So now, both Venezias retreating, kind of pulling back here. The Shimakaze, that is Eagle, now going to step onto B, but that's literally just buying them 10 extra seconds.
Yeah, but we also have Big Boy getting onto the decap.
Big Boy I think what he has to do is he's going to end up having to play Ring Around the Rosie with this Salem and hope he doesn't get dead.
Yep.
Salem doesn't. Oh, Libertad hurts him bad, but he's on his last heal. Salem radar under 20 more seconds on the Salem radar, but of course Salem doesn't have Hydro. He's running defensive fire back there. Well, he has to. That's my point. He can't take both. He can't take both. That's my point.
So he needs to get within assured acquisition range.
The A cap is going to fall. Gangbarang's dleay sneaks back down the one line, going to pick that up. So we're flipping caps everywhere. We're still 7 seconds here from a Rain win in Game 4.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. That kind of did it.
Frice going down.
Frice's Mosfa gets just dunked by Malamu at about 20 kilometers or so. And yeah, that's the game.
And that's the match.
I gotta say, Seth, I was pulling for resin.
Oh, me too.
I really, really liked the Venezia play at A. I thought that was incredibly well coordinated. It was obvious they had put some thought into how that would work. And those two guys, you know, working together, taking the lead, swapping smokes, so on and so forth. But Rain holding steady, and they're just not able to turn it into a win.
Yeah, well, congratulations to Rain. They will advance to the final, and Resin will duke it out for some more money, trying to get the third place in this tournament.
Indeed, going on to see Rain going on to see if they can win an even larger share of the cash. They're at second place now at a minimum, so I think that's what 12 grand or something like that. So they're certainly not hurting.
Rain has assured $20,000 if they come in second.
Okay, there we go. I've got to start hitting the right button. There we go. All right.
Yep.
Very nice.
Now,
Very nice.
I've hopped over to the Tevat game, as everybody has.
It'll be there. I mean, you're assuming that there will be anything going on over there. We don't know.
Well, I mean, currently we know that Tevat is down. Oh Boy is up 2-0 right now. So if Oh Boy wins, then it's a 3-0. And we know what our final is going to look like. So we'll have to see. I'm going to do what I typically do, which is get set up for the possibility of a game 4. So that would put Oh Boy up 2 and Tevat on 1. And I'm going to reset the maps and stuff like that. That way, if we get to it, we get to it. In the meantime, you know what I want to do? Was it this one, the third game? I think it was the third game. I can just download the replay. I want to find out how much potential damage did Gangbarang have in his dleay in that third game. Because remember, that's the one everybody kept shooting him. And he just refused to die.
Oh, and yes,
take damage.
yes.
1.5 million potential damage on Gangbarang's Ragnar. 1.5
That's a lot, kids. All right, let's
Wow.
come back over here. I'll go camp out in here, but I'm not expecting anything to happen just yet. Well, I mean, for starters, not only we're watching the game 5 minutes in the past. Oh Boy, at the moment on the mainstream is up. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean it's a narrow lead and it's still early, so no way to know precisely.
I'm always rooting for extra games, so I'd love to see Tevat take a game off Oh Boy here.
I certainly wouldn't complain. I certainly wouldn't complain, but we'll see we'll see how this shakes out.
Yep. So I'm getting things set up because honestly, if we go to the final match after this, anyways, there's going to be a delay or a wait to get everything set up.
Well, there'll be a wait for everything set up. Yeah, I mean, it'll take time to get everything set up, no matter what happens.
Let's see. Yeah. So if we are going to get, they're on my map now. All right. So if we go to game 4, it'll be on Warrior's Path.
Yep. I need you. Yeah, and then put this guy back up because I'm watching.
All right. So right now, y'all, we're just waiting to see what's going to happen. Now's a good time for the commercial break, and we'll be back shortly.
Well, once it catches up, for me, the game's not over yet on my 5-minute delay. Well, you've got the button set up to to do the thing on your Stream Deck, right? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Mine quit working, and so I just do everything manually.
I really wish we could get these maps that they are using.
It irritates me that this is a thing that we don't have access to. I don't know why we don't have access to, but we don't.
Yeah. And their overlays look nicer too.
Well, the flag thing, I think we could do. The little thing up at the top, I don't understand. Again, why?
Yeah.
Why? I don't understand why.
Why? Yeah.
Why? Oh Boy's about to go down a ship, but
yes,
they've got a lot of board control here.
Are they going to lose the Svea for it? They're going to lose the Svea.
Yeah, I think they are. He's going to burn out. Yep. I'm wondering. I'll have to mess around with this in a training room, possibly in between games. But I think there's a way to put they've got the little nation flag set up. I'm pretty sure that's a very easy thing for us to do as well.
Yeah, we can add it. The only problem I have with that nation flag is it adds more bulk and it blocks more of the game itself.
Reasonable.
So, I don't know. I mean, it looks cool and it's fun to say you've got flags, but whatever.
It's fun to look at. That's about it, really.
Well, guys, we might not be seeing a game 4. We'll have to see. I'm keeping an eye on the stream room right now, on the training room. Oh wait, Des Moines, New Jersey. New Jersey.
Ooh, they shoved a battleship into B.
Yeah. I just got the little pop-up. You know, now they've allowed the guest star thing with the knock feature.
Yes.
So now it says, let World of Warships know you want to drop in and collaborate. I'm going to screenshot that. I'm going to screenshot that.
Yeah, I've gotten that one as well. I saw that when I joined the channel. I was like, yeah, it's probably not going to be doing that. Probably not going to be doing that.
I still like it, though. It's just funny.
The fact that we're 5 minutes in the past... Uh-oh, people are coming back into the room.
Cool.
No, I saw New Jersey's come back. I mean, we're 5 minutes in the future, right, from you guys watching the game, and it's kind of like, okay, now 2 players are back in the room. There we are. Everybody's back now.
Yep, I'm asking. Game 4.
I'm well aware. Zad, I can read. You're good. It's cool.
I'm telling everybody else. I know you're in there, but we're casting to, I don't know, however many people that are listening.
Do you seriously think you're not asking?
Yes!
Yep, there you go. All right, let's get set up for this, baby.
See, that's why I got it set up already. Here's your game your game 4 stuff here. Best of 5. I'm gonna hit the bathroom while you punch buttons.
Yeah. Tivat, boy. Tivat down to 1. Oh boy, up to 3. Or up to 2, excuse me. 2 to 1. I gotta go back over here and pull up all the stuffs. Okay. So, Tivat, they banned. Sorry guys, just doing all my stuff in the background here. Okay. Sleeping Giant. Team B. North, Team B. Going to Warrior's Path. Just watched Trap, Team A, and these are both TBD. All right, so if I hit this button, we should be all caught up. All right, so we know now that we will be having a game 4 here. Bringing you that, let me come over to this thing. Okay, that was irritating, but all right. So there we go, guys. Oh, the banned maps are not correct, I don't think. Hold on, let me fix that up. What maps got banned? Land of Fire and Shatter. No, actually, that's accidentally correct. There we go. Okay, wonderful. Awesome. So there's where we're going.
I think it's the same maps as the other match were banned.
The 2, yeah, Land of Fire and Shatter were banned in both matches. So there you go. We probably won't see those in the finals either. I mean, I'm just guessing here. I'm spitballing.
Now don't take it personally when they don't choose your map, Raptor.
Again, you're the only one who focuses on this thing, my friend. Like, I genuinely do not care what map they play.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I know. Now you're just hammering something like you're trying to get a rise out of me. I'm like, I don't understand. I just don't care.
Deep down inside, he's like, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you caught me.
Yeah, right. This is what happens, guys, when you have like 4 hours of sleep. You know, you got to find something that
I got 5 whole hours of sleep.
Well, I couldn't sleep for a while. I had to try to tire myself out.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in the point where my wife said okay to getting a new PC if I wanted to build a new one. I'm running an old 9900K processor. I think you're in a 12 series, right?
You're gonna ask me hard questions. I just bought this machine about 2 years ago, maybe last year. I don't remember anymore. But
Okay.
I've got a fairly new processor. I think it's a 13,000 or something. I don't remember.
I mean, yours is new enough to where you've got P cores and E cores. Mine, I just have the P. I don't have the efficiency cores or whatever.
I don't even know what that means, but okay.
It's for like multitasking stuff. It's the reason why when you render videos, they go so fast, and
Oh, when I render videos, they're lightning fast.
Exactamundo. Awesome. So, I don't have that.
Okay.
And I was in the process of getting my 3080 Ti RMA'd because I was having some issues with it. It was getting way too hot. And in the process of communicating with their tech support, they're like, "Oh, well, your CPU is bottlenecked," and I'm like, "Huh?" Like, I've never heard of this before. Like, I know there's bottlenecking is a thing on computers and stuff. And apparently there's a site called like CPU bottleneck calculator. You put it in your graphics card, you put your processor in, and you put the resolution you're on, and it will tell you if one thing can't keep up with the other. And so basically the argument was that the 3080 Ti was rendering frames so quickly that the CPU couldn't keep up with it. And if the CPU can't keep up with
that's funny.
Other things, like maybe OBS and other, they suffer because, the CPU's at 100%.
Wow, so, I didn't even know that was a thing.
I didn't either. And what I had been doing was I had been setting, because I'm I'm like a real gearhead when it comes to this kind of stuff. So like I had set FPS limits on everything to 60 so that the graphics card wouldn't just go like at max speed all the time. And that definitely seemed to help. But the it got to the point where I'm just like, all right, do I want to build a new PC or not? So I've been looking at stuff and I've just been watching all these tech videos, and I needed to sleep last night. So I pulled up one about all the drama going on with one of the new 9800 X3Ds, like burning and a motherboard and stuff. And it's just like, it's a terrible time to want to build a PC right now because the Intel launch was not so good. The old processors are still unknown if the old microcode thing was fixed with the 13 and 1400 series generations. And then you've got, the new hotness RESIN processor that comes out that nobody can buy. So it's like a terrible time to be building a PC. But it's a great time to sit and watch the drama and try to fall asleep.
Just your luck.
And take a look at
go.
Take a look at that training room, sir. Take a look at that training room.
Yeah, I know they're having a hard time trying to squeeze everybody in. I'm just like, It's not my problem.
I know, right?
Staying out of it. Staying out of it.
Cool.
My chat is saying one of the Tevat players showed up without one of the Tevat battleships showed up without a commander on their ship in Game 3.
And
they still won.
I mean, I'm okay with
wild.
And it's not like it's the finals of an international tournament where money's on. Oh, wait, kind of almost is. Anyway.
I mean, we saw KOTSXVII earlier, Zath, so, I mean, it's not like mistakes can't happen at this level of play.
Oh, yeah. So, band ships, do you have your bands up? We could talk about that for a sec,
I can put that up. Sure, we can put that up. So these are the bands for the match. And, actually... Teams, hang on a minute. I'm looking at this. The teams are not. Okay, well, whatever. Tevat's bands are on the left and Oh Boy's bands are on the right. But anyway, yeah. So what did you want to point out?
Well, the usual Soviet fun is banned, right? Both the Moskva and Petro. And we've seen Petro banned in pretty much every match. And then beyond that, there's your Libertad.
We won't be seeing Libertad in this series. We might see Colombo. We saw Colombo's in the little glimpse we caught of the game 3 they were playing. So we'll see who brings what.
Yep. I was talking about this with Puddin last weekend. I really feel like we need to move away from this 4-ship ban and just ban nations. No French ships.
Oh,
period.
That's impossible.
No Soviet ships.
No, you can't. In my mind, you can't do that because the larger nations get screwed the hardest. Who's going to ban Pan America when I can ban the U.S. Navy?
Okay.
And ban 7 tech trees and a mountain of premiums all at the same time.
Okay.
As soon as you do that, I mean, it would depend on. You're talking about just ban one nation. Each team bans one nation is what you're talking about, right?
That's correct. Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's going to be Russia and America every single time. Every single time. Because you're getting rid of Des Moines and the overwhelming majority of 12-kilometer radar.
Cold War intensifies.
Sold. And so now, literally, the American Navy will never appear in King of the Sea again. Ever. I mean, if that amuses you, then,
I think it would be kind of funny to see, right? Because then you might see...
I don't like it.
The Germans coming back out. You might see pasta boats coming back out. I'm just saying.
I mean, we're seeing plenty of pasta boats today.
Of course. So maybe pasta boats get banned. Nobody likes the spaghetti. Okay, cool. So let's get something else going.
There are nations you don't see a lot of in the modern game. I'm looking at you, Japan, right? But like you still see Shimakaze, right? Do you not? You don't see Yamato as much as you used to. You almost never see Zhao anymore. But you certainly, or Yoshino. You never really saw Yoshino, but you'll always see Shimakaze. That ship will always be relevant because of her torpedo loadout and detection.
Right. I just got a mental image of someone running a meme comp with like 3 Yodos.
Mm-hmm. All right, Tevat's here and all ready, Zaf. I think we're about to head into Warrior's Path.
Well, let's hit the map video at least, I guess, huh?
I'm not gonna bother at this point. I will say if we go back to hotspot for Game 5, potential Game 5, I'll do it then.
With more coastline than any country in the world, the nooks and crannies of the shores of northern Canada set the stage for a showdown between opposing fleets. Amidst the barren rocks and snow-capped peaks, only one team will remain unvanquished. This is Warrior's Path. Warrior's Path is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the extreme left, B is in the center, and C is on the far right. Given how the caps are arranged and how risky entering the B cap is in the early game, the most action is commonly found along the 1, 2, and 9, 10 lines. To the west, Cap A now no longer can be safely controlled with radars from nearby islands. Teams will have to rely on smokescreens and additional fire support to gain the upper hand in the battle for this capture point. Capture Area B is a difficult and challenging place to be in the early goings of a game. While the capture point was moved to a more central position, nearby islands still provide plenty of cover for radar cruisers, making this point exceptionally challenging to capture. Off to the east, the C cap offers solid cover for cruisers along the northwestern and southwestern edges, but precious little cover inside the cap itself. The long, narrow channel to the east that connects C to B is a frequent place to see pushes occur in the mid to late game, depending on the board positions of each team. Warrior's Path has a long and storied history within the tournament, having produced many close and competitive games. It begs the question, what memorable plays and matches will result this time around? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Warrior's Path. With more coastline than any country in the world, the nooks and crannies of the shores of northern Canada set the stage for a showdown between opposing fleets. Amidst the barren rocks and snow-capped peaks, only one team will remain unvanquished. This is Warrior's Path. Warrior's Path is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 3 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the extreme left, B is in the center, and C is on the far right. Given how the caps are arranged and how risky entering the B cap is in the early game, the most action is commonly found along the 1, 2, and 9, 10 line.
Kind of on the back foot here. They need this game to stay alive if they want to try to make it to the finals. Oh boy, kind of been the story of the event thus far. Zath, talk to me about the Tevat lineup here in green.
All right, Tevat, which is China's #1 team, bringing a Shimakaze torpedo build. Marceau, love the name, with Abanyu for the boosted survivability expert. Gdansk, choosing he doesn't really need Adrenaline Rush. That's an interesting decision there. Okay.
I'm thinking that as well.
Yeah, unique
Gearing,
upgrade gearing. Yeah, without, right. It's just, okay. I guess it's easy. Just simply don't get shot at and take damage, and Adrenaline Rush
Easy
doesn't
peasy,
matter.
no problem. Who shoots at destroyers in this game? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, seriously. 2 Stalingrads because Moskva and Petro have been banned, and then we have only 1 Colombo here, unique upgrade with Sansonetti.
Colombo, Svea, Des Moines.
Oh, I forgot.
You missed the opportunity. It's okay. You missed that. I'm disappointed. You missed an opportunity to make a China #1 joke right there, but you didn't. But you just. I was like, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. No, he didn't.
We are professionals here, sir.
Yes, but this is still the internet, Zath. Trolling is the law of the land.
I know this. That's
all
true.
right. Here we go. Let's have a look at Oh Boy here in the red on the south end of Warrior's Path, bringing Bado's gearing. This is a torpedo, kind of a little bit of smoke, a little bit of torpedo. He doesn't have Adrenaline Rush either, so it's not just the green team. Tinshivar's Des Moines right there in the legendary configuration, or unique upgrade configuration. Balance department. So that's who Chris Santos has been calling all these years. There he is right there, going to the eastern flank, backed up by reunited Stalingrad, running reload, not range. And oh my gosh, Seth, we're honored. It's Taylor Swift. Now, Taylor has brought Brick. This is the first Brick that we have seen today. We talked about this at the top of the stream. Would we see Brick, or would we see nothing but Colombo? And oh boy here, opting for Brick.
When you think of Taylor Swift, you don't think of poor mobility. Just saying.
You really don't, do you? I mean, but here we are. On the other flank, headed to west, we've got Toth's Gdansk, speed boosting, trying to make it to A quick as you can. Backed up by tons of Dennis. I love that name. That's a gearing, another torpedo build. He's actually running a unique upgrade over there, which makes a lot of sense. That's a great module for gearing. YOLO's Des Moines, unique upgrade as well. And I'm betting this is Eternal Titans Colombo with unique. Yep, there it is. I did not check the other gearing. Is he running? He is running unique upgrade.
Yes.
Okay, good. I would like, to me, that's like the only way to play that ship.
Pretty much you see a gearing in King of the Sea, and we call it the KOTS build for a reason, right? You use the unique upgrade to get the concealment down to Shimakaze level, close to it at least. And then you've got the thick American smoke, and then you've got the luck chuck and torpedoes. You just go all in on the torps. And the whole idea there is that they have very low detectability, so you have a good chance of catching out an enemy destroyer and winning because of 1 torpedo hit. Or 2.
Stalingrad radar coming up from United here, trying to suss out the Marceau that they know is lurking in sea, but they're not going to quite pick him up until right there. It's way too late. Are they even going to bother shooting at him at this stage? Probably not. That radar will be expiring here in just a few seconds.
Not
even a single shell.
They do catch the Gdansk, however, that was about to back into B.
They know where to look for him now. Tinshivar now knows to be on guard as some SAP goes in looking for the Gdansk. And they get a little bit of chip damage out of it. Big pickup there from the Marceau, though. I'm loving that. Nice dash that's going to make it difficult for Oboy to get back into sea. And I mean, there's 5 ships on that flank for Tevat. That's going to allow them to probably have a steady points gain the whole way through this match.
Yes.
Smoke train begins over here on the 1 line. Dennis is gearing, leading YOLO's Des Moines up the 1 line here. Dummy Shimakaze north of there. Like, yeah, nope, I know what that means. Time to go be somewhere else. He's lurking just ahead of all of that radar range as well. Some blind fire coming into the smoke, but nothing doing.
Yeah, now worthy of note is on the other side. I was just taking a look. You mentioned 5 assets from Tevat over on C. Of those 5 assets, only 1 has been detected, the Marceau. So, Oboy doesn't exactly know. Yeah, and he's leaving. Now they do see the death snail, so you know there's probably a gearing there, and you know there's probably going to be Des Moines there. So okay, so you know there's two. You probably know that the Stalingrad's going to be on the opposite island. You know the traditional location, but that still means you don't know exactly where the Colombo is.
Yep. Gdansk over here at A. That was Toth. Put up his radar, pushed into the A cap. Gonna pick that up. So 90 points down. Oh boy, begins to start ticking up some points of their own here. 5 minutes gone on Warriors' path. Pivotal game 4. A game Tevat needs to stay alive if they want to try to make it to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I gotta say, Zath, Taylor's brick here, like, man, you know, when I play one of these American battleships on a map like this, I love hanging near mid. Taylor's kind of opted for a position in this channel, and I'm not sure I like it as much.
No, I'm the one thing that I got going for him is that they're backing up, right? And so if there's trouble, Vermont could just hit W 4 times and you know, it's okay. But I mean, you know, I mean it kind of makes sense. I actually do like the idea, because if there's a bunch of enemies shooting at Taylor, then Taylor can just hit W, yeah, and shake it off. It's fine.
Yep. I mean, shake it off is what Taylor does. Shells coming in for Shengjian's Gdansk. They're trying to hold the B cap open. That's a Stalingrad radar from all the way over at south of C that's picking him up. They don't really land any damage, but they do succeed in pushing him off the cap for a little while longer. Toth spotted now. And my game decided to crash. Outstanding.
Uh-oh. Do you need me to stream?
No, I'm just gonna have to. I'll probably come. I can get it back. I can come back.
Okay.
Hang on a minute.
Let me know.
Let me come back to here for a minute. I sure do love it when Warships decides to just crap itself in the middle of the game.
Big torpedo hits on Oh Boy's balance department all the way on the 10 line. What I was talking about earlier about those gearing torpedoes just going fishing. Yeah, 27,000 damage on balance department's Des Moines there.
On the Des Moines over there, yeah. I was wondering, I'm back in the training room now, so we can come back to this. All right, so we missed a little bit of the game there. Oh, what's going on here? There it goes. It took it a second. All right. More radar picking up Xinjiang's Gdansk at B. They're just determined to keep him off that cap.
Yeah, well. Oh, well, as Toth now in the Gdansk is in trouble.
Yeah, he's been playing a very dangerous game over here, and I'm not sure if he's going to make it.
653, 433, DCP active.
He's got 430 more hit points than he needs, Zath. He's fine. Chat is asking what we're saying. Chat, for those of you that don't hang out with us very much, we call USS Vermont, we just call it brick. Because it's not quick, it doesn't get anywhere in a hurry, and it hits like a train.
Yes.
Still only a 90-point lead as we are getting ever closer to the halfway mark of the map. B remains uncapped. It's a small health lead for Oh Boy, but they have two ships under a lot of threat. Botto might actually go down here. Yep.
Yeah.
Botto probably going to go down here. He's got to get out of this radar.
No.
Nope.
He took a gearing torpedo early. Now we're going to see the dual Des Moines slab fight.
So now it's, oh no, and you know Sword is about swapping to the AP as we speak.
Yeah, but Stalingrad is also speaking. Oh, he crashes into his dead Hulk friend.
Yep, you can't finish turning. He's getting Citadel now because he can't get away from the... Oh, he's outside of the radar range though.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so now they actually can't spot each other. Well, a ship down now, Oh Boy, and really more like two ships down. Toth can't get spotted. He can't even be spotted. As soon as he's spotted, he's dead.
Toth might as well rename himself to Tosk.
Yeah, they need to make some serious inroads here if they're gonna finish this match off. Tevat's got to feel pretty good about their chances right now, up nearly 200 points.
Dummy might take a torpedo in the Shimakaze. That could be catastrophic. He's turning. It'll be okay. Oof, brown alert.
He does sneak through. Yang Yang Svea puts up his radar and catches Dennis out. This is the beauty of Svea, right? Like her radar and surface detection are very close to each other. And Dennis doesn't really have any friends over here. YOLO's Des Moines just now moving up to have shots on Yang Yang.
Here comes Taylor Swift saying, "Don't blame me." Bye-bye.
Rick speaks, and Stalingrad finally goes down as Oh Boy claims back a kill. So we're back holding with the same 90-point lead we've had for a while here for Tivat as we cross over the halfway mark of the match.
The big thing, though, is Oh Boy's not able to really do much at sea anymore, and you can see balance departments just leaving.
Well, at the end of the day, they don't need to, right? The best thing they need to do, and I like, they need to leave Reunited here to hold back a push. They can't afford a late game push to come through this direction. Right?
Well, and Reunited is radaring just now to find out what is Tivat doing. That radar tells them right now they're not pushing through sea.
Nope. And they can see the Colombo, which I don't think they knew quite where he was. Now they do. But my question is, if you're Oh Boy, you've got to be looking for a way to score points. Are you trying to focus at a kill? There really aren't any Tivat ships you're going to reliably able to see that you can do that to. Or are you trying to figure out a way into the B cap? And that's not going to be easy either.
I really like this play by Tivat. Dummy smoking up in the Shimakaze. He's going to come out and he's trying to try to go and spot Tenchi Wars Des Moines.
Yep. And they're going to let Son of Beach just try to farm him out. I do like this play. Des Moines Tenshivar can see the Shimakaze torpedo coming. He's still going to take one. Nope. He doesn't turn his rudder quite the right way.
But what I don't think that Tivat realizes is just how close Yolo Ente's Des Moines is to these two destroyers.
No, I don't think they realize this either. And the Svea, Yang Yang, kind of way out of position up there on the top of the map. Well, they can spot him now. And there comes the radar.
Yep. Son of Beach is like,
Yep, Son of Beach now definitely in a bit of a pickle here as YOLO can see the torpedoes and the ship he wants to shoot at. Dummy also caught out by this radar.
Balance department pushing back in now in the Des Moines, thinking they've got an opportunity.
No, I don't like this play.
I like it because it'll get us to a game 5, but
I mean, yeah, but from a purpose of trying to win the game, this is not going to work out. The AP salvo that will imbalance this game is already on the way right there.
Almost. Yep. There he goes.
That feels like an unforced error. Now they're pushing Reunited to the C cap, but the Stalingrad's going to pick it up and see it coming. And they've gotten a little bold now with Tenshivar. Look at this, Saf. I like this play a lot. All right, so now Oh Boy refusing to go down easily, down a ship, but now they're standing on all the capture zones. Let's see what they can actually retain. They are going to grab B. I think they're going to get reset at C.
Yes. So Tivat's going to have to find a way to break.
Oh
boy.
Shang is now in real trouble as Reunited comes through the gap between B and C. Shang's going to go out.
He's
been sitting there all game.
There's the luck chucks.
Might as well. I mean, Stalingrad doesn't have hydro, so you might as well.
Very good play by Oh Boy. That does, though, force the Stalingrad off the C cap. So Tivat does continue ticking up points now.
Stalin's going to take one of these, but then he'll be okay afterwards. Doesn't even take the flood. Or does he? No, he does take a flood. Yeah, he is flooding in there.
But there's the DCP. 3 minutes from an Oh Boy win.
And we're about to have a lead change. There is our first Oh Boy lead of the game with a little less than 6 minutes to play. They're technically on ship parity, but remember, Oh Boy more or less still playing a ship down because Toth's health doesn't really allow him to get involved in anything. He can't risk it. They're going to catch Son of Beach on radar. No, I'm sorry. They caught Dummy on radar. Son of Beach is actually just outside of it. They're trying to pick up the Shimakaze kill. That'd be a big one for them. Not really having a lot of luck with it, landing shells on this guy.
2 minutes to go for Tevat to find a kill. Because they're not going to step on a cap anytime soon.
Whole mountain of torpedoes going in on YOLO's Des Moines. They don't have a hydro ticking. Dennis may actually blunder into one of these if he continues to turn back to the west.
Yep.
He is in trouble.
Yep.
He's got to put on some speed and get angled. There he goes.
Torpedo dodging minigame, go.
Find a way through, and he's got it. Yep, he's good to go. They're continuing to sink damage into YOLO, but they can't spot him anymore. "90 seconds now to an Oh Boy win here in Game 4, a game they were down as much as 200 points.
Less than that's about to happen right here. Tevat loses their Colombo.
Colombo for Colombo, and that cuts the timer down to 60 seconds here. Tevat's got to make a play. You're not going to make it. You're not going to make it by sitting still, guys.
Yep.
I feel like Shang should be doing something with his full health, unblemished Stalingrad.
Yeah, that's probably be a good idea.
I don't know. It's blemished now, as the Vermont slaps him around a little bit. 30 seconds here to an Oh Boy win in Game 4.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Sheng is the anti-hero in this game.
I gotta say, Zath, I feel like Oh Boy's control of A is what sealed this game, right? They were steady over there. They just continually kept pushing an inch at a time, fighting their way through those islands. Almost an island hopping campaign, if you will. And here we are. Now those forces from A able to exert pressure in the middle of the map, and there's not enough time for Tevat to back cap A.
Well, and I think the big deal for this too is the inability to kill Toth. Him walking away, I mean, that just... it's points, it's position, it's torpedoes. I mean, there's just so much to it.
He wasn't relevant in the rest of the match, but he's still alive, retaining those points for his team, and that makes a huge, huge difference.
Yep. Well,
we know who our finalists are now, Zath.
What do you know? It's going to be EU versus EU. Just a slightly different matchup.
Who could have predicted it?
Not I. Not I.
I mean, not a chance.
All right, y'all. Now is the really good time to get up and stretch and walk around for a bit, because guess what?
Yep.
Y'all going to be stuck sitting.
At least a 10-15-minute break. Yeah.
More like 20 to 30. They've already pushed back the start time to 35. 35
at least
after.
a half an hour. At least a half an hour.
That's at least a half an hour. You got it, my dude.
Okay. Outstanding. Well, so here's the good news, guys. Even if there's no game active, you can still be earning your drops just by hanging out with us. So even if we're jibber-jabbering away, talking about something you're not interested in, man, just turn the volume down, put us off to the side, get on about with what you're doing. You're still earning points that way.
That's right. So, what I'm going to do, I've been doing, is I'm going to put up a replay from one of the games from earlier today. I don't know what game I want to do, though. We could look at Tevat Oh Boy. We could look at RESIN Rain. Any preference there, sir?
I don't have a preference right now, truth be told. I'm probably going to take a small break myself. I mean, we've been here for 3 hours. I'm going to probably get up and stretch my legs and get me some water and, hit the head, that sort of thing.
Would not be a bad idea. I'm going to load up this replay.
As Zath was saying, I would heartily encourage all of you, get up, stretch your legs, walk around, grab a cup of coffee, because it's probably early. If I mean, the sun's finally coming up on the West Coast at least. But for those of you guys that have been here since we started before dawn, you've been here a while.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yes. So I'm gonna load up. I think this is game 2.
When you say replay, you mean the render?
No, the actual replay. I'm just gonna put up. I like doing this in between. It's a chance to see the game from the viewer's perspective, or from the player's perspective. I mean, sorry.
Okay.
So I'm gonna load this one up, and then I'll load up. If we have time, I'll do game 3, because game 3 is the one where Resin won, and game 2 Rain won, but it was a very competitive battle.
It was very close.
So I'm gonna build up my my tool for this. If you want to make it easier for yourself, I can easily stream the game to you so you can see it. Or if you want to download it yourself and just play it, that's up to you.
Nah, I mean, you know what? If you throw it in the call, like instead of your video,
that's what I mean.
we can try that.
Yeah, that's
give
what I
that a
mean.
shot. I can probably figure that out.
All right.
What I think I have to get a little creative. Because this is all back end setup stuff. So give me a minute. I've got to do a thing.
I just like having something for people to be able to watch, and then to be quite
reasonable.
honest, there's a lot of things you can glean from watching the player's perspective. You know, I got to give away all those secrets, all the secrets, everybody, secrets. All right, so let's see here. All right.
Okay, I think I have something set up that will work.
Okay.
If you stream the game to Discord and turn your camera off, I think.
All right, let's see here. Share your screen. World of Warships.
World of Warships. There we go.
I'll turn my camera off. Does that work for you?
Yeah, and then all I've got to do is I've got to come down here and hit. Yep, I can see it now, and when you hit go, they should still hear everything.
All right, well, then let's go ahead and hit the go button. And this is game 2 of Rain versus Resin.
Now, who are we watching? Whose lens is this we're watching through?
This is Lukar's Moskva.
Lukar's Moskva, okay.
Who played, I believe, at the top of C most of the game.
He played at the top of the C most of the game, that's correct. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
For those of you guys who don't know, one of the requirements at King of the Sea is that both teams must submit one replay file. This allows the team to, the tournament organizers to render an overall top-down map view of the battle itself. They get statistics about the game. They get the points at the end in case of tiebreaker, all that stuff. Side effect, we all have the ability to download those replays. So y'all could do this if you wanted to. If you wanted to watch top-tier gameplay, you could go onto the site and download it yourself.
I'll warn you, sometimes top-tier gameplay is a real snooze fest.
It is absolutely a snooze fest. So this is a good.
Go ahead.
Go. You go.
I was gonna say we have the advantage of being able to see the entire board, right? But if you're sitting at the helm of any one, you're one of 9 ships on the field. Sometimes your little corner of the map is boring, and that's just the way it is.
So that's why I like doing this. Because it allows us to get a better idea of how the battle unfolds versus like Raptor said, we all see everybody where everybody's going. We're like, oh, this guy better watch out for that guy over there. He doesn't know that guy's over there, but at some point he will,
Exactly.
So, Putin and I tried this out last weekend, by the way, where we did old style casting. He took one team, I took the other.
Oh, and I missed that. I love doing that.
The feedback from the viewers was they really liked it up until first contact. After first contact, they wanted to see the whole board. So, unfortunate.
Well, one of the things that you and I try to do in these kinds of matches, right, is remind people that we can see everything, but the opposing team can't. So the nice thing about having God mode is being able to look at the map and see plays before they develop. Right? You can see ships moving together and you'd be like, okay, something interesting is about to happen right here. we need to be prepared. I'm going to move the camera down there. It's about to happen. But, sometimes you can't always, sometimes it's not always the case. So
exactly.
In the olden days, that was much more difficult to do.
Now, if you need to take a break, sir, go.
Yes, I do. I'm gonna head out for a spell. I will be back momentarily.
Okay, when you come back, I will take a break myself too. So, enjoy. In the meantime, y'all are stuck with me. Deal with it. By the way, this is a very powerful position to be in a Moskva or Stalingrad or Petro on this map. The island gives you an awful lot of cover on the left. I like to talk about this when I do replay analysis. You use an island as your shield. You hold it up with your left or right hand, kind of like the old Spartans of old, and you use that to protect yourself from torpedoes, from shells, and vision, except for radar, hydro, and planes, but you get the idea. So, Lukar's gonna poke around just a tad. He's looking for shots, and you can see just the minuscule shot that he has on Mad Dog's dleay. He's got AP in the barrels. Now, those will do guaranteed damage and penetration versus HE shells, which I don't know the armor scheme on the dleay off the top of my head, but they could shatter on the dleay side. Khabarovsk, which dleay replaces, has 50 millimeter shell or side plate armor, right? So 5-0. And these are Moskva shells, so they're 220 divided by 6. What does that bring you? 6 is the penetration formula, so 220 divided by 6 is 36. So if the dleay has 50 millimeter plate armor, then HE will not penetrate that armor. It could break things, it could start a fire, but it won't do damage to that dleay. All right. In the meantime, you can see both D and E are covered. This trick here with the tapping the map button allows the player to just kind of get an idea of how far things are. It switches your view a bit, gives you a chance to kind of go with a little top down, but still you're in the game to see your ship, and that's really huge. If you just hit the M key, all you do is you see an icon that's where your ship is, but that doesn't tell you real crucial things like exactly where the island goes up until, where your ship is oriented, how big it is, it looks, etc., etc. So, while we have a moment too, a huge thanks to all the people who have been following. We had a couple of people subscribing as well. I'm sure that's happening over on Raptor's stream too. So, big thanks to all you guys for your support. You all are the reason we are here. You all are the reason why I spent 5 hours total doing setup for King of the Sea last weekend and another hour last night setting up, and why Raptor did 2 to 3 hours setting up last night for what we had thought would be probably 2 matches, right? So, big difference. All right, Stream Raiders is ready. Let's get that going. I'm going to take a look at the final setup here since I've got this all ready to go. Let me see what is going on with Rain versus Oh Boy. The voting is pending. The voting will start in 24 minutes. So they aren't even starting the vote for 24 minutes. 24 minutes from now is 9:35. They're not going to start on time. They're not going to start on time. They're not going to start until probably 9:50. I would say 9:50, guys. We will definitely get through another one of these games. And then we might pivot to Tivat Oh Boy. We'll see. Now, this is the part. They've seen FIFA now, okay? They see FIFA. They know there's a push. Look at the mad clicking. They know there's going to be something pushing up that extreme edge of the map. You can see it right there. They're pinging. They know it's coming. This is the part where they're going to shove Lukar. I think Lukar is the one who's going to go in the channel. They've already pinged it there. Yep. So he backs up. He moves forward. Now, if he comes out here and that Libertad to the south sees him, this is big trouble. So this is a risk right now. But they're assuming, based on last known, that he's leaving. Note, too, other Moskva is just outside of radar range from last spotted. So he can't be radared when he's making this transition. This is what I do for a living, so to speak, when it comes to streaming. I do replay analysis. We look at individual players' replays. Usually it's random battles or ranked. Sometimes co-op, sometimes operations. I've even done a couple of training room battles. I don't care. This spot here is a very powerful position for a Moskva because, again, island shield. This blocks so much stuff to the right. But as soon as that radar hits, you can see Lucar is immediately thinking, how can I prevent myself from getting smashed on the other side? And the Colombo, I talk about the Colombo, about battleships projecting power. FIFA here allows Lucar to be here because he's not worried about shells coming in from FIFA. That's huge. It's absolutely huge. Just typing out the chat. I love this play now. Again, the Colombo not being there, and then the radar down, and then, again, look at the Libertad. Libertad spotted now at E. So that means that this part here is safe. And so that's what allows Lucar to say, fine, I'll just shove my Moskva in here and get the cap for free. Here's the Des Moines that poked out, got himself spotted. We can look away for a second. Okay, he's no longer detected. Big Boy's gonna keep working on resets, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, Lucar doesn't care, right? He can weather that storm. Now, he should be looking at FIVA's Colombo right now. He should have AP in the barrels. He can arc a shell over and hit the Colombo, hit FIVA's Colombo on the side. You see, he's seeing it now. It's too late because that island blocks it right there, but he's already switching to AP for afterwards. This points out something really important. Top-tier teams, players, do make mistakes in this game. They do miss things, and that's okay. What makes a top-tier player top-tier, a super unicum player, if you will, it's that they know how to recover from mistakes or they can minimize mistakes. And now 2 fires. Lucar, clearly the focus fire target for RESIN. There's the AP on FIFA. Welcome back, Raptor.
Yeah, my timing's pretty good here.
The voting doesn't even start until like 35, so I don't think we're going to see the game until like 50. Are you
serious?
Voting starts in...
Hell?
Well, wait. Did they just change it? Now it says 23 hours and 50 seconds, so...
No. It's like voting should have already started.
Yeah, well, it has not. Unless they're doing it old style.
Fail. It's because it's set for tomorrow.
Yep.
They have it set for tomorrow.
Yep. What if? All good. So there's the Libertad that I think was Peyton, right? Yeah, Peyton grabbing the D cap. Now he's trying for shots on the Libertad all the way on the other side of the map. He's getting the hits, but you might recall he's not going to be able to get the full kill. The big problem is that Des Moines. The Des Moines thought that he could take Dastard.
We're being told we can cast the first map of the third place game. Neither official stream is going to cover it, so we should have space for everyone.
Great.
We will wait for that map to end before we start the first map of the grand finals.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and finish this replay because I think we've got time. They're still voting, I think. Hold on. Let me check. No, they're actually done. Let me go hop in that training room.
Okay, please do.
Scheduled
for 55.
I don't know. I'm just saying. The teams aren't in here, but the bottom line is that we can. We have at least a game. We have a game. We have some live action to keep us entertained for a spell. Okay, Resin Tivat.
What I might do is set up the next replay after this, and then I'll get my bot ready, and then if it looks like we're going, then I'll do my famous run over, because that's what I typically do.
Yep.
All right, Rain versus Resin then. Game 3.
No. Yeah.
There's the win. And we're going to look from Resin's perspective. Okay. So that's the win, y'all. That's going to put Rain up 2-0. And look at the damage. Lucar did 21,000 damage because this is a team game.
Exactly.
It's all about his positioning. But take a look at his potential. 636,000.
In a game based on control zones, damage may not win the game.
Exactly. Raptor, when I transition to the next replay, the video feed is going to die for a second, just FYI.
Yeah, I figured. It'll be blank for a second. Yeah, I'm going to come back to... I'll just bring it back to the two-player chat for a minute.
Two-player challenge.
Will be blank. Your screen will be blank while it does the thing. But it's no big deal.
I am back!
Hi, look at that, you're back! Yay!
Bazinga!
Fool you! I mean, players are starting to kind of wander into this game. This is saying... The grand final is going to start... Okay, so what Mini Hannibal is saying in this chat room, the grand finals will start at 10 till the hour, so that's in about 33 minutes.
I called it 50 after, yep.
They will hold game 1 for streamers who have a designated spot in those games.
Cool.
So this game will start, we'll get to cast it, and even if this one's running late, we have our guaranteed spot on the other one. So that's nice.
Okay. I downloaded the wrong replay. What? Hold on.
Womp womp.
No, I downloaded Resin's Viewpoint. Yeah, it got screwed up on the website. Okay. Apologies, y'all. Give me a sec. Let me kill this and I'll fix it. Fix it, Ralph. What the heck are they doing here? All right, let me do this. Just so I make sure I don't accidentally play the wrong one again, I'm just going to download this one, and we're going to see. It is so easy to mix up A and B, 1 and 2, etc., so...
Whatever. Oh, yes. Very, 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 very easy.
Okay. Share your screen. About the warships.
Okay. So...
Boom.
It's not up. You shared it?
Yeah.
Oh, I have to click watch stream. There we go.
Yeah.
That was a whole thing.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Did they submit the same replay twice? This is Lucar's again.
This is Hotspot. It's a different map.
Right. Right, but
I mean, they're allowed to do that.
No, I'm trying to pull up Resin's view.
Oh, Resin's view of the Hotspot game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to delete all of these again. Go to Resin again. Come on. Boy, it is getting hot in this room.
Toasty. It's getting hot in here.
Ew,
but I'm not saying the rest of that song.
Thank you.
Okay.
Because I refuse.
That's good. I'm glad, because that would not be okay. Oh, this is actually, I've written down the wrong thing. Hold on. This is actually going to be... This is... No, Tivat came out of the top bracket. What's going on here, fellas?
All right, so this is game 3, everybody. This is game 3 of Rain and Resin. This is now from Resin's perspective. So this is Phrysis Shimakaze. This will be interesting. All right, I'm gonna step away for a moment and grab a snack and open my door.
Okay, sure. Okay. All right, guys, so if you remember this game, you remember that Resin tried this triple destroyer rush to sea that sort of did work. They did manage to bag the cap, but Rain was able to blunt a little bit of it. They did get some radar downrange on these guys. They got some chip damage in and so on. I know you guys won't hear this for a few minutes, but somebody in my chat asked if we're casting the finals or the third place game. We are casting the finals when it comes available. We debated casting the third place match. And in the end, because as Zaf pointed out earlier, in general, we tend to dodge the official stream. Usually when you are a sidecar to what the official stream is doing, you're beholden to their schedule because it's their show. They call the times, they call the cadence of the stream, right? To put it to kind of sum it up. So, if they're running behind, guess what? You're running behind, whether the teams are or not. And so we debated avoiding it, but I think we realized eventually it was like, well, this is what people are going to want to see. And at the time, there was the possibility that Resin might make it. You know, I was like, well, I mean, let's just do it. Let's cross our fingers and hope they play well enough. And unfortunately, they're in the third place match. But we are going to get to see them a little bit at least here. So now you can see this. This is the triple dleay, the double dleay Shimakaze push to B here at the start of this game, right? These guys are going. The dleays in particular are going to take a little chip damage. Ironically, nobody really shoots at Frice, which is actually kind of relevant, right? Because the dleays have heals. They can be like, yeah, I'll burn for a little bit, whatever, no big deal. They're going to grab this C cap. They're not going to hold. They're going to get about 20 or 30 points off this C cap, and then it's going to flip the other way. They don't get to keep it very long. Now, you see, Frice is doing something that I am still occasionally trying to teach myself to do in my Shimakaze, and that is, you know, don't vomit all your torpedoes at one target. Stagger the launches. Time them so that give your opponent multiple things they have to worry about rather than just volleying them all at once.
Not only that, but if the first one gets a hit, forces the DCP, the second will be a sticky flood. Ouch.
Precisely. That's another reason. One of the things that I've tried to do over the years is train myself on a ship that's got 3 torpedo racks, like going all the way back to like Fubuki at tier 6 is, you know, very commonly I will try to hold a rack in reserve. I'll fire 2 like no big deal, but that third one I'm always holding, looking, maybe an angle that someone's not expecting, or, you know, just like you said, looking for that opportunity to stick a flood. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, they get about 21 points off this B push, but that's about all they're going to get. They didn't give up a lot of health for it, so that makes it reasonable, but they did give up probably a little too much for only 20 points. I said B, I meant C. Whatever. This push into the middle of the board.
Yeah, we're used to the old cap layout.
Yep.
And yeah, as far as covering the final round, I mean, it's really hard, right? Like, for one, nobody wants to watch the 2 people who failed to get to the World Series duke it out.
Right.
But yet, you know, we have those games and they don't in baseball, right? So...
Yep.
Interesting that Frice is naked, though. I'm kind of disappointed.
I mean, you don't need a camo anymore.
I know. I'm just saying.
It is disappointing because it's always fun to see teams coordinate that stuff just to see what they do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's interesting to me about this particular matchup, right? We watched that whole North replay from Lucar's perspective.
Yes.
And now we're watching the next game from Frice's perspective, and they're kind of like they're like the 2 guys in the ring here in the middle of the map.
Yes.
Lucar is camping the island. Frice basically never leaves the bottom end of the sea cap. He works this extreme southeastern corner of the sea cap almost the entire game, constantly vomiting torpedoes back in Lucar's direction. hoping that he'll get something out of it.
Now, the other thing I want to think about too, because we've got Lucar over there on the one side, and we've got Arturius on the other. With radio location, right? It always points to the nearest target, but it also tells that target, "Hey, you're being pointed at." And I wonder if Frice going back and forth was to also like throw off the radio, you know, like that. Hey, you're radio located. Hey, you're radio located. You know, like okay, Shima's coming this way, guys, right? And then oh wait, no, he's not.
I don't know.
You get into the mind games, you know.
Well, that's the thing about radio location, and we've talked about this before. Previous Kings of the Sea. I think we talked about it back in the regionals. Is that radio location is a bit of a double-edged sword, and as the skill has been in the game longer and longer, teams have gotten better and better about using it, just like you say, to play mind games with their opponents, to surprise them with positionals, you know, positions and ships in areas that it's like, oh, my RPF said this, but then suddenly, surprise, right? It, you know, as good a skill as RPF is, it can be used against you. Having that skill on your ship can be used against you if you aren't careful.
Yep. How's things looking in the training room, sir?
Resin is all here. Tavad is all here. Well, they're both down a player, but I suspect we're not that far away from a game.
Okay.
They basically, if they want to, go ahead.
Can you do me a favor, just ask in there, hey, when is start time?
They said they're going to start at 35 after.
Okay, that's in 6 minutes.
Yep.
A little bit more than that. Okay.
I would not dawdle, though.
No, I don't plan on it.
Okay. Okay.
So what we are going to do is what we do in Spaceballs. We're going to prepare to fast forward. Prepare to fast forward. Fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. So we're going to watch this at 3 times or 4 times speed. And then we're going to get to now.
When will now be then?
Soon. How soon?
In fact, never play this again.
That's right. Oh, here's the key right here. Here, I'll go back to normal speed. This is the key right here. So Malamu moving forward, and here's the staggered torps. And look,
yeah,
Price is like, I'm going to watch this torp.
Price is finally going to get one. Oh, I'm finally going to... Oh.
Fast forward.
He does finally land one. Fast forward. Fast forward. Fast forwarding.
He's got to wait for the next one.
Yep. Okay, so he takes a radar there. They push him back off the cap.
So now he's looking again for the next torpedo. And here's the difference. See, Malamu backing all the way up. Most players, and especially in randoms and ranked, right? You'd lock onto him, you'd fire with the white line, and the torps would either hit the island, or you'd say, well, I'm not going to shoot him now because he's backing up. You forget that it takes like a minute and a half
the torpedoes to get there.
Yeah. Right. So a lot happens in that time. Look at the score. Now, this might be the replay bug. There's a fun replay bug where it puts the score on the wrong team.
The wrong side. Yeah, that's what you're looking at. Because I 100% guarantee you that Rain has the lead right now.
Yes, because we were talking about that. We said, Resin's got to find a way in.
Here's where he finally is going to land. I think his only torpedo hit of the entire game is going to come right here. In the second wave, he's going to get one into the bow of Malamu. There it is.
Libertad.
Yep. That's going to knock Mal down to about 7K. And I think he's going to flood out. Yeah, he's flooding. So he doesn't. Yep, there we go. Frice floods him out.
We've destroyed an enemy battleship.
Yeah, the dominoes basically sort of had to fall in exactly the right way at exactly the right time for Resin to win this game. Just because of when the kills occurred. And because of how long they spent pushed off of capture zones.
Exactly.
Ship is on fire.
Okay, both teams are here. They're not all completely ready, but they're getting close.
Okay.
Frice is about to... Doesn't he bite it here? Or does he sneak away? I think he does. Yeah, they get him here in a minute.
But the damage
out
has
here,
been done.
right? Yeah, he goes out here right at the end.
Perfect. I can get a death pick for this.
Ta-da!
Yes. Excuse me. Pause the action.
Your washed out death pick.
Hold on. Gotta wait. There we go. See, the color, it comes back, which is kind of weird and annoying, but this is the part that we never just take a moment to appreciate just how damn beautiful this game can look.
Oh, the game is gorgeous. The game has always been gorgeous.
And if you get over the fact that you're dead. Yeah, exactly. They have improved it over the years.
Stop being mad that you're dead, and look at how gorgeous you look. Look how amazing.
You, ladies and gentlemen, are beautiful people.
Exactly.
And Peyton just taking all the torps.
Turn this off. We know how this ends.
All right, fast forwarding. Look at all the points getting up on the top. Ta-da!
Hey, look, they win.
Yeah, they win.
That was
we
a
gotta
really good game.
That was a good game. I got 3 minutes to get in, so that's why we fast forwarded.
Yeah, be fast. All the teams are here and all the teams are ready.
All right. Let them know I'm coming, please.
Yep.
Come on. Hit the play button. Thank you.
I put your camera back on. Don't forget to turn your camera back on.
Yes, sir. How did the call go? Wonderful. Turn on camera.
Okay,
camera
there we
on.
go. You are back. Look at your beautiful face. Look at your beautiful face as we head over here to RESIN and Tivat Game 1.
Reset, apply. Load up game. Shatter Land of Fire banned. I'm shocked.
Who could have predicted it?
Okay, I got 2
Literally
minutes.
everyone.
Change. Logged in. Training battle. RESIN vs. Tivat. Can you guys tell we've done this before?
Cutting it a little close there, my friend, but you made it.
Oh, come on. You remember back in the day when I would be getting my dailies done? I'd be in co-op doing that stuff, and you'd be like, Zeph, get over here. I'm like, I'm coming. Let me finish burning out this thing that matters. Kind of. Oh, goodness. All right, so I'm just programming in my fancy-dancy little calculator thing program. Oh,
you know what? We have time to run the video. Do you want to do it real quick?
Sure.
All right, I'm going to go push the button.
Push the button. All right, we're going to be bringing you guys Sleeping Giant. There we go. This will be the only game we cover for this game.
A colossal battle between opposing fleets will soon unfold here amongst the waters of the East China Sea. The residents of these islands will shortly bear witness to the thunder and flash of combat, and only one team will sail away victorious. This is Sleeping Giant. Sleeping Giant is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 4 cap points running from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and C and D are on the right. In this new iteration, both team spawns have moved from a central position to a north and southwestern spawn position, offering a wealth of new strategies for teams to execute. Cap A on the left is fraught with danger. Shifted from its previous position inside the Thunderdome to being centered on the tip of the island on the 1-2 line, a daring destroyer player can hug the island to take the cap quickly, but will face a treacherous journey to escape afterwards. In the center, capture area B is just as perilous. Completely open with plenty of places for radar cruisers to hide nearby without being spotted, it is commonly left uncaptured until the mid and late game. Cap C and D on the right provide an intriguing choice to teams. Pick up just their home cap, deploying radar and kiting ships to protect it, or risk it all on a push down the 9-10 line to gain control over both caps and the potential win. Sleeping Giant has a long history in King of the Sea since its return in King of the Sea 13. Many tightly contested and challenging matches have been fought on this map, which begs the question, who will be the victor this time? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor.
All right, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 1 of the International Third Place match. This is RESIN and Tivat here, as we're looking at Sleeping Giant. Zath, RESIN in the green, talk to me. What do we got?
Yeah, Resin has Ragnar, Harugumo, Yu Yang, another Harugumo. Now, this is the first time seeing Mad Dog in a Yu Yang. That is a Radar Yu Yang with, looks like Sazen
Indeed.
Bing for the boosted survivability. Got a Brisbane. First time they've brought a Brisbane, and they brought 2 of them. And a range mod Stalingrad. And then we've got a Brick and a Colombo for their battleships. Again, look, Vermont not using unique upgrade.
I think I like Brick on this map, Zath, because you're commonly going to hold a battleship near mid just because look at where all the capture zones are, and that gives you a lot of influence.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
All right,
what do we have to the
Tsavat in
south, sir?
red. Yeah, at the bottom of the map here, Tsavat bringing Yu Yang. This is Rafa Emperor, a very similar build. He is not a Radar Yang, that is a Smoke Yang. We're looking at a Ragnar Moonshadow headed up towards B. Their other destroyer, that is Dummies Harugamo, headed over towards the 1 line in that smoke configuration we're very familiar with by now. He's backed up by Swords Brisbane. Fairly typical. Now, is that a gun build? That's like a gun build Brisbane, basically. Sometimes you see torpedo build Brisbanes, but that's not what this is. We're looking at DK's Stalingrad. That is reload, not range. What are my other cruisers? I've got another Brisbane. Yang Yang's Brisbane, headed to the other flank. Backed up by Son of Beach's Des Moines in unique upgrade configuration. And a double battleship configuration for them as well. We're looking at Forever's Brick. He has also brought a USS Vermont hanging near mid. And opting not for the Colombo, but for Regio Doloria is Ziek Sheng. Curious.
With Cincinnati, of course.
Yeah, but why Doloria? Oh, it's the 20 inchers, I think. It's the 20-inch SAP. That must be it. I was like, why would you run Regio Doloria? But I'd forgotten. That's the reason why you would do it.
Well, there's a couple, actually. So there's that. There's the fact that its top speed is 36.8 knots, which is stupid fast for a battleship. It's got really good concealment at 12.3.
She's a little faster than Colombo, is she?
Yeah, she's better, and she's a bit on the sneakier side. We talked a lot about Loria. We saw it a lot in regionals. We haven't seen it much in internationals, but a lot in regionals. And I think that that combination of the speed and concealment just helped so much. Be someplace that surprised them. I mean, look where he's going. He's going all the way to 10 line.
Well, so far, game's sort of playing out about as you would expect. Both teams opting for a Smoke Brisbane, Stalingrad setup essentially over here along the 1-2 line. Nobody really wanting to go to A. And then finally, dueling Ragnars across B cap, backed up by Vermont. Everybody else playing over at C. The only major difference is that at C, Resin has an extra destroyer. They're running Harugamo Yang.
Now, I'm looking over at A, and this is the thing that I find interesting. When you honed in on the gun build Brisbane. Gun build Brisbane on paper sounds great because you're shooting at destroyers, but a lot of times what is decisive in these Death Snail on Death Snail is just look at all the torpedoes, right?
Yeah.
So the more torpedoes that you can just pump out and vomit, as you like to say, the better.
Yep.
So.
Well, and the other thing is that at most of the ranges that Brisbane finds itself fighting at, like the things it wants to shoot at, like a destroyer, at the ranges it commonly finds itself doing that, it doesn't have great ballistics. Minotaur suffers the same problem. Same guns, right?
Yes.
Now, in this
Loria
instance,
detected.
Yep. Let's say Vifire also starting to come under fire. Shang took a hit there. That must have been from the Colombo.
Yeah. It was Fiva's Colombo.
Some deep water torps coming for Loria, but he's well ahead of them. Yang doesn't even care about these. Or no, I apologize. He's a cruiser. He can get hit by these.
Yeah.
These aren't Asashio torps.
No.
20-inch SAP going downrange looking for Mad Dog, coming up empty. Another big Colombo salvo going downrange looking for Shang. Or no, went on the Brisbane, also coming up empty.
You're going to see a lot of that. Now, go ahead.
I was going to say a little bit of hot Ragnar on Ragnar action across the B cap here as Brick lands some shells on Moonshadow.
You know what I find really interesting, Raptor, is this map also is playing very different from how it played last weekend. It was very common last weekend. This and Land of Fire, you had one team that would go hard for C and D. If they can control C and D, they've got interior lines they could just relocate as needed very quickly.
Yep.
But we're not seeing that again.
No, we're not right now. Son of Beach's radar up, picking on Big Boy's Ragnar. More Vermont shells falling on Moonshadow. Both Ragnars trading fairly evenly across B right now. Each team taking up a cap. 6 minutes gone. Eagle Lance finally had enough. Drives directly into the A cap. Let's see how Tavat chooses to respond. They're going to put up Dummy's radar. Excuse me. Sword's radar, but it's not going to do him a lick of good.
Yep. Now, chat. I'm seeing this from 5 minutes in your future, but this is a best of 5. The third place match is still considered a best of 5. But we're only bringing you the first game, and then we're going to go to the finals, the first place game. So if you want to find out who's best loser, there are people that are casting it.
Yep, we're casting the first game of this match. Then we'll be moving on to the finals, which is also a best of 5. Eagle Lance getting some blind resets there from the Brisbane. Got to move back up to prevent that from occurring, I think. And then finally the Brisbane losing the lock.
I'm more interested on the 10 line. Sheng's Laureate taking a deep water torpedo. Now a follow-up Brisbane torpedo.
Look at all the torpedoes.
Yep. And then here comes some follow-up shells that could start a fire as the DCP expires. Problem solved, sir. Ship's on fire. I hate when that happens.
Oh, yeah, isn't that always fun? All kinds of shells looking for Shang's Laureate over there as Eagle Lance getting just absolutely wrecked. What's hitting him over here? How are they even spotting him?
Well, Stalingrad's smacking him.
No, they had the Stalin radared him and reset him. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The Stalingrad didn't radar him. They must have used the Stalin's radar on the piggybacking on the Brisbane radar. That's what must have done it. Loria slinks away, pops a heel. Sheng still alive back there. Resin slowly pushing down the 9 line, looking for inroads.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take advantage of the fact that the Loria is being pushed back.
I gotta say, Zath, if I'm Peyton, I think I drive right into B. I don't think they could stop it. I think you drive right into B and you smash the Des Moines in the face.
Well, unfortunately for
I crazy?
Peyton, you could do it. You might pay for it heavily about 5 minutes later, but you could do it. And I think that's the reason why they're holding him.
Ooh, big hits on Moonshadow. Now down to 6K. Got 2 more heals back there if he wants them, but it's going to take time. Eagle now on a sliver of health. Does finally convert the A-cap. I think they're blind firing him in there.
I'm sure they are.
Radar coming up from his friendly Stalingrad. That's Vifire. They want to make sure that Eagle's clear to escape.
Yeah, but this Stalin's going to radar in a sec here.
Yeah, DK's radar is just going up. Eagle's now on 1,000 HP, and here comes the shells that will end his game.
Everybody wave to Eagle. Bye-bye, Eagle. I'll get a picture of him dying.
They catch a glimpse of Moonshadow off that Stalingrad radar as well and get some shells into him, Zap.
And Moonshadow even crashed into the island. Oof.
Yep, he did. Down to 3,700 back there. They've pushed him so far back off the cap, it ought to be easy for Resin to pick this up. So they're down a ship now, but they have much better board control for the moment than Tavat does.
Yes. Tavat continuing to try to just hold the corner. Sheng's Laureate is probably going to take another torpedo or 2 here. For good measure. No PCs them now.
They don't quite have the legs.
Rafa Emperor in trouble now in the Yu Yang.
Caught out of the guns of a Yang, a Hugamo, and a Brisbane.
Yeah, we didn't catch that earlier. That's a smoke you Yang.
I mentioned it. I pointed out that he was smoke and not radar. Oh, Peyton takes a big hit as the bricks come up and start throwing shells at each other.
Yep.
Forever's armor seems to hold up better at that angle, though. As now Big Boy's Ragnar seemingly unafraid to just start farming HP off of this Vermont.
I mean, they got the cap. They've beat back the other Ragnar. What are they afraid of, right?
Resin moving out to their first lead of the game, 20 points and growing. They have a nice cap advantage here with 9 minutes to play, but they are down a ship. Tevat probably doing a little better on health, I would say, and so going to be a little easier for Tevat to flex their muscles if they want to. Peyton is not getting the kinds of hits that Forever is on his opposing Vermont.
So Dummy is now making his way into A. There's the Stalingrad radar to make sure that Dummy will be safe getting in.
Yeah, they'll grab A for free basically at this point with Eagle gone.
Yep.
In fact, the Stalin Vifire has already repositioned and is headed the other way.
Yeah, they know they're going to lose it, and I think they've decided to focus on Forever Kutian's Vermont.
I think it's the better play. If they can get this Vermont out of mid, they'll be in really good shape.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time A flips over, it's going to be about I'd say roughly a 90-point lead for Resin. Radar going up over here on the 10 line from Yang. They're going to spot Legends Brisbane, even though he's currently being covered by Frice's smoke. Going to counter radar now.
Mm-hmm.
SAP from Shang. Big AP salvo from Forever looking for the Brisbane.
Ooh.
Nothing doing.
Decent hit.
A little bit of damage. Not the kind of damage they were looking for with that radar.
No. You bring brick for the white bar.
Yep.
But there was no white bar. 404, not found.
There was not. Moonshadow back to 8,800 HP, but that's all he's got left in the tank. All his heals are burned. Peyton now putting shells downrange on DK's Stalingrad, who has likewise repositioned with his bow in towards B. Both Stalingrads that had been looking at A earlier, now focused on the middle of the map.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, another big hit on Peyton.
Yeah, Peyton's armor doesn't seem to be holding up as well as Forever's does. I'm not quite sure. I guess he's plunging them through the deck, maybe? I'm not sure exactly.
Well, this is, I think, the Stalingrad that's actually getting the good shots on Peyton, because now he just switched to HE. Interesting.
2 minutes here from a Resin win. Trying to hold on here. They own B, they own C. I don't think they're going to lose control of C. I'd say the control of B is much more tenuous.
Yeah, Moonshadow opens up now. They really want to kill this Vermont.
Yeah, well, I mean, and his heal just expired, and for another Vermont salvo is falling in. Ooh. See what I mean? It just feels like Forever is getting much bigger hits.
Oh,
Peyton
71.
gets to a DCP, but 71 HP. They can't see him. They're no
guessing.
longer have eyes
they're
on
so
Peyton.
Close. They're so close.
71 health, and Peyton's going to slink away. Maybe. Some more Stalingrad shells coming in. Nope. Blind fire missing. 70 seconds now from a Resin win. Peyton gets to another heal. That's a huge deal. Moonshadow's going to push B, I'm sure. Dummy Sarugamo pushing through Thunderdome. He's headed that way as well. I think Resin may be just deciding to collapse on C. Oh!
Yeah.
Legend took a couple there.
Yep, deep waters. But that's okay. He's got a super heal.
I think Resin may be deciding just to collapse on C and hold what they've got to get out of here, to get out of game one with a win. But it's going to be a challenge, to put it lightly.
We got some Tevat assets heading to the B cap. They're going to step on it. There's the radar. 57 seconds.
Big Boy trying to maneuver inside of inside of this little cove over here, get some shelter so he doesn't get smashed. He's got cover to starboard.
42
He's
seconds.
gonna make it. Both teams now over 900 points. Resin just has to hold on and not make a mistake, not lose a ship. 30 seconds from a win here in game 1. Forced to watch, and Sword now engaging along the 1 line.
Yeah,
doesn't
good old
look
Brisbane.
like that. Brisbane slap fight.
Yep.
That engagement should not matter. 7 seconds.
And 22 on the other side. Look how close this final is.
Yep. Resin's going to hold on to win by about 30 points. There it is.
Wow.
Solid game, ladies and gentlemen. Nice way to start the 3rd place match. These teams look pretty evenly matched, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely. And as a reminder, y'all, that's all she wrote for us covering this particular match. We're going to be bringing you the 1st place match in a few moments.
Indubitably. All right, well, solid game. Let's go see if they finished pick band for the actual finals. They should have by now.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, they have. All right, so let's go change rooms. We should still have a few minutes. Probably not too awful many.
No.
All right, I'm going to back out of here. And... come on. There we go. We need, oh boy, and rain.
And they started without
They
us.
started... Really?
Debated.
So we were lied to. I'm glad you think this is funny. This is not funny to me.
I am just... I'm going back to Resin Tivat.
Communication issues. You think? I'm not leaving here until somebody tells me they're going to hold the game. If I leave. Then again, they told me that last time and it didn't matter, so I don't know why I would trust them now. That's not Jester hosing you over and you know it.
Oh, I know.
You're just yanking his chain. Do me a favor, go back to the other room.
I'm already there.
Thank you.
I told you, I'm going back to the other one. Because the other one's actually good. This is almost as funny as last weekend, day 2 of the finals. Or day 2 of the Sunday morning. Our first matchup involved Bonks, and nobody heard from Bonks. Like, literally, we're 5 minutes until the game starts, and they've never even responded to a thing. They're not even in the training room. Like, are we about to have an NA moment here? You know, like...
Bo is where I am. He's like, even if they tell me they will, I don't trust them. I'm not leaving again. Hard to blame him. Honestly, I can't blame the man. Like, how can you blame him for having that opinion?
Well, you know, I could always stream the game from my perspective in the third place game, and then you can stay in the other training room and let me know what the hell's going on with it.
Which does you no good if they drop game 2 while you're still over there.
This is true. But at least you'd be able to see if they're readying up. I don't know. Either way, I'm hanging out over here for right now still.
Same.
The memes write themselves sometimes, let me tell you. They forgot to change the map in the training room, and I pointed it out to him. I'm like, hey, are we on a new map now? Goodness. FIFA says, we play Sleeping Giant until morale improves. Oh my god.
Oh, man. All right, I'm just going to get set up for this one. I mean, I say that, but like...
You hate having the gap.
I certainly don't want the gap, no. It's too late to prevent it, though, other than unless... I mean, I'm kind of like Bo. Like, even if they tell me they'll hold the game, I'm almost not sure that I trust them at this point. Because clearly somebody's not talking to somebody else.
Chad brings up a good point, of course. With Wargaming Official, you know they're going to talk over the previous game, so I think you got a good chance of catching it.
I know that, but the point remains that... Yeah, I appreciated the effort to them to say, look, this other match is going to start first. Go cast that. We'll hold here for you because there'll be a small gap. It would have been probably no more than 3 minutes, right? They would have had to wait. They could have waited 3 minutes. And then we would have all been there. The fact that the spectator section is less than half full for game 1 of the finals should have warned you that something was not right. Chat is now catching up to where we're just discovering these things. And I'm kind of like, I mean, this does not happen often. This first time
Serious Business Raptor versus Jolly Lord Zath. I hope somebody clips it, really.
We are not.
I hope somebody clips it like you like super angry, me just bursting out laughing.
you're just like, I have to laugh or I'm gonna rage. Me, I'm just already raging. I'm just like, you know.
One of the streamers is like, I'm done. I'm just gonna raid out and be done for the day. Thank you very much for being here.
Who was that?
Angelus.
No, he's saying I'm gonna take a break. He's like, he's just, I mean, he's got time. Like, we assume this game will go for a spell. I don't know. Okay, Ree's typing. We're gonna get some answers, I think.
Ree!
No. Okay, so we can't get anything. Cat liked my Picard facepalm impression, apparently. But do we? Oh yeah. I wish I could share this stuff with you guys. The chat window right now, the streamer chat, we're all going. They're like, "Oh, you can go color the game." We're all going. I don't think we believe you now. Like, yeah, exactly. That's like, I'm not sure I buy your garbage this time, and I'm kind of going. You know what? I'm not sure I buy you anyway. I'm not sure I trust you either. I think I'm going to sit right here. I'll tell you what I am going to do. Are you still in the other training room?
Yeah.
They haven't started yet.
No, they're down 2 members on Tavat. I was
Okay,
gonna
so
let you know if it looked like they were gonna start soon.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Bo on this one. Like, I don't trust anything you guys say now. Like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, that's on me, buddy.
Goodness.
Madre de Dios.
To be a fly on the wall of the adjudicators chat and Discord right now. I would not be. I would not want to be the host of that training room.
Staying out of it, baby. I don't want to know.
Exactly. Well, Minnie's back here. Siren's back here.
I mean, they're more trusting than I am.
Well, I'm planning on staying in here, and like I said, I can always share my screen if you want to do it that way. And then if they start without me in there, then you can share your screen. Maybe that's the future of us casting these kinds of things, Raptors. We do like a Red Room report thing, you know? Like, you and I are in both different ones, and we just flip back and forth. Maybe that's like the ultimate form of casting now. Teams are readying up, so...
All right, I'm going to come back. I'm going to trust... I'm going to go.
You're coming?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okie dokie. All right. I typed out a special message just for you in the training room for when you get here.
Oh, yeah, I can hardly wait.
You're still waiting on one person from Tabat.
Okay, well, I'm joining now, so this should be fairly quick. Okay, they're assuring me, Sarah is assuring me that this is going to happen.
Source,
the man himself.
Dude, trust me.
Yeah, Source, dude, trust me, bro. Sorry, yeah, even put that in Sources. Trust me, bro. Source, trust me, bro. Okay. The memes are... It's a good thing I'm laughing now. Okay. All right. Let me come back to... What map are we going? So we're going to... This is Hotspot? This is Hotspot.
Yes.
Who's our northern spawn? Do we know? I didn't write that down because I didn't expect to be casting this game.
Tavada's north spawn.
Thank you. Yes. That tells me which button to push when the game begins. Okay. Outstanding.
So yeah, when Sarah says it was rectified, I responded and said, "Are they redoing game 1?" Which of course is a joke, but I think I might have hit a nerve.
Well, it's always irritating when things aren't communicated correctly. So this happens to me at the office, like as a professional. I get it. It sucks, right? So yeah, I've been there, but we're good. We're ready to go here. For this game, that's all. We're all set.
Yeah.
Amidst the treacherous islands and turbulent waters of the South Pacific lies an archipelago that will soon become the stage for an epic confrontation between enemy fleets. These scenic islands will reverberate with the clashing of steel and the roar of naval artillery that can only be matched by the volcano that looms over the area. This is Hotspot. Hotspot is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map, with 4 cap points running from west to east. The A and B cap are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this new setting, the spawn points for the teams have been moved from a central position to a position located on the 7/8 line. Cap A and B on the left will provide a challenge for even the most skilled of teams. While an island provides an easy ability to take one's home cap, the small amount of water that separates the caps enables the smallest misstep to be massively exploited. Teams that lose a ship out here will quickly find themselves fighting for only half the map. In the center, Cap C provides a variety of ways in and out for ships and can draw in a destroyer player like bees to honey. However, the 4 islands surrounding the cap provide a multitude of ways for a raider cruiser to ambush an unsuspecting DD. Cap D on the right provides a new and unique experience for teams. Moved from within the islands to the west, the D cap now has no island cover. Teams will have to execute any plays for the cap with an extreme amount of caution, as once lost, the cap will be a significant challenge to retake. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Hotspot! Amidst the treacherous islands and turbulent waters of the South Pacific lies an archipelago that will soon become the stage for an epic confrontation between enemy fleets. These scenic islands will reverberate with the clashing of steel and the roar of naval artillery that can only be matched by the volcano that looms over the area. This is Hotspot. Hotspot is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map, with 4 cap points running from west to east. The A and B cap are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this new setting, the spawn points for the teams have been moved from a central position to a position located on the 7/8 line. Cap A and B on the left will provide a challenge for even the most skilled of teams. While an island provides an easy ability to take one's home cap, the small amount of water that separates the caps enables the smallest misstep to be massively exploited. Teams that lose...
One of the guys got a CC container, got himself a Kutuzov.
Oh, fancy.
Yeah, something off the forbidden list. That's always nice to see.
Yeah, it's no longer verboten for him.
Yeah, das ist non-verboten now.
That's the
Very
best
cool.
part. And we were talking briefly about this before the stream started. That's the best part of what we get to do as community contributors. We get to give away wargaming stuff.
I love giving away free stuff that's not mine. It's way more fun when it's somebody else's free stuff.
Speaking of which, are you okay if I did a quick advertisement for my stream tomorrow?
I don't care. You know me. Come on.
Just want to ask. So
You're fine. I appreciate it.
Tomorrow, I'm giving away $200 worth of wargaming stuff and things. Because of Team League, my team got 4th place, but Blood Minister got 3rd, and since he's wargaming, they passed the goodies on to me to give out.
That's right. He can't use them.
So, that's kind of cool. And then the weekend after that, I'm giving away $250. So, $250 worth of wargaming stuff.
You're gonna stream Thanksgiving weekend?
Yeah. Well, no. This weekend
Next
and then
weekend
the
isn't
next weekend
Thanksgiving
is
weekend.
before.
Yep,
Before.
I'm a week off. Yeah,
I am still planning on streaming Black Friday and that Sunday too, but I didn't want to risk. What I'm doing is I'm giving away the ships that have black variants, so that if somebody picks up a black variant out of a container and then they win the regular variant from the giveaway, they get the doubloon mission for 2,500 doubloons back.
I want to go back to the other room now. I'm starting to think that this game is not going to start in time to finish for the other. Like they're going to hold the other one so long for this game to finish.
Let's see. What time did we stop?
You've been sitting
we
here
stopped
5
at
minutes.
53.
Yeah, like what's going on here? Yeah, yes,
All right.
yes, you've said that, but you haven't told us what the problem is.
Doesn't matter. If they've got a problem, it's past forfeit time, unless their issue is with the refs, in which case we get the rules lawyering involved, and guess what? We will finish the first place match.
really begins at that point, doesn't it?
The second map was a forfeit. Tivat was not ready on time.
Okay, let's go back to the other map.
Even Gang is hanging out in here like, what's going on? Okay. Oh, now they're going to start rules lawyering. All right.
Oh, wait, hold on. That training room. Why is that that remake? They have to remake the training room for the other match, it would seem.
Okay, so their game is over.
Yes. Xanda's telling me that Rain took game 1.
Okay.
Yes, they just remade the training room.
All right. This is one of those days, y'all, where you're just happy to be a fly on the wall, hanging out, having a good day, or something. There's Oh Boy and Rain that way. Okay. Rain took game 1. That was on hotspot.
Fun. Okay. All right, so now I can finally set all this mess up for the match we're actually about to cast. All right, so.
Yep.
We won't be seeing Libertad in this match. Banned by RESIN.
And I'm shocked.
Sorry, banned by Oh Boy.
Shocked and appalled. We will not see
Petropavlovsk
either.
Oh, who could have predicted it?
Two matches that had Petro in it.
Who could have predicted it?
All right. I think I got it all plugged in now.
Actually, I have making some mistakes here. Yep. Wait. No, okay, I'm fail.
Oh, I know what we can do. We can download the replay render of the first game we missed.
I mean, we probably don't have time, but sure.
I know. I'm kind of being facetious with that, but you know. Actually, what I can do, here's what I can do. I can give you some stats and things from that game.
Okay. All right, so Rain won the first game.
Mm-hmm.
That was Hotspot. So we're going to Sleeping Giant. North. Warrior's Path. And Trap. There we go. Okay. I think we're finally ready to start talking about the finals. Finally. Except that somehow I made one small mistake. There we go. We're about to play game 2. Oh, and I've got the scores wrong. There. We're going to get it right someday, ladies and gentlemen, I promise. There it is. All right.
Better late than never.
Yep.
There's the replay render.
Phew. All right. Let's run an ad roll now to get that done.
Oh, that is such a good idea.
Just get it out of the way.
Replay render. I'm just gonna put up the render from the first game so I can actually see what it is. It's been posted if you wanna.
No, I don't care that much.
Okay.
Maybe I'll look at it later, but not now.
That's fine. John, oh my God, we missed John the Ruthless playing as Colbert. John the Ruthless with 104,500 damage.
You mean somebody else caused this to happen? Because we did not voluntarily miss anything.
He had the highest damage of anybody else on that game.
Mm-hmm.
Who had the highest potential? 2 million potential by Oboy's Moskva.
Is that all?
Which one he was? Okay, the traditional south rush to C cap we saw before. South going to D. This looks very familiar. This looks almost
Like the game
shockingly similar to our earlier game on Hotspot. All right. Oh boy, pushes down from the 1-2 line. As you would expect. I mean, that seems to be kind of the way it works on Hotspot. The north pushes 1-2, south pushes 9-10. Commence toilet bowl. They brought a bungo.
That's interesting.
That's dastard.
That's an interesting choice, but I like it.
He shoved him up the 8 line. No, I'm sorry. He's on the 3 line.
It's curious to me, Zaf. You know, there was a time... King of the Sea over the years, battleship picks, because you only get 2, tend to be very, very critical.
Yeah.
And there was a time you would almost always pick a battleship based on its survivability.
Yeah.
But as cruiser survivability has increased, battleship, the frequently the choice of battleships has gone the other way. More and more times you choose a battleship that is less survivable, more offensive, and less defensive. Because you can make up some of that health pool with a Stalingrad or a Moskva or something.
Yeah.
I don't know that I like it. I kind of miss the old days where battleships were battleships, as opposed to, it's a super heavy cruiser.
Well, as you know, over time you start seeing things that blur the lines between
for sure.
battleship and cruiser, and then there's things that blur the lines between cruiser and destroyer. And we have blurred lines between battleship and carrier and cruiser and carrier. So, oh boy was counter-pushed on the 1-2 line, and they lost basically a couple of ships on the 1 line, and that's what caused them to lose overall. Yeah, and that's where John the Ruthless was in his Colbert. Interesting. Well, guys, sorry we couldn't bring you that first game or the second game of the other one, but there was
no second game of the other match. We didn't talk about it in voice, but what happened was that we went back to the RESIN Tevat match, and Tevat turns out wasn't ready in time and ended up forfeiting game 2 because they weren't ready in 10 minutes. So yeah,
but
nothing we can do about that.
But there was no warning, at least in the training room, that was the case. And so when I left, Tevat was already speaking up, saying, "Wait a minute."
Right.
Now,
well,
historically,
I went back and checked the Discord. It was they were discussing it over there. Go ahead.
Yeah. Historically, when this happens, there's the rules lawyering that gets commenced, and about 30, 45 minutes pass before anything happens. So there's always a chance we'll come back to that other match, guys.
We'll see what they did, what they were doing, right? Because I went and checked in the Discord thread. Basically, the refs called the Tevat forfeit and said, "We're going straight to game 3. I'll change the map. Game 3 starts at," and gave them a time. So the call was already made. I mean, they can argue all they want, but I don't think it's going to matter at this point. So apparently, Maine is still jibber jabbering on. So we're still sitting here waiting for them to, tell us to go.
Yeah, and see, that's what I was saying. Game 2 we could have done, assuming it would have actually happened
if there had actually been a game 2. I mean, we tried. This is one of those things where it's like we tried for a game 2, but there was no game 2 played.
Yeah. We did what we could for you guys. If we have a gap later, maybe we can pull in the replay render or the actual replay of the first game. Let's see. What other?
Oh, we dropped. Yay!
Oh, never mind. Pull the lever, Kronk.
There we go. Brilliant. I can still hear you, right? Talk for me real quick.
Talking real quick.
Brilliant. Okay, awesome. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of the finals. Let's get into this. We need...
Standard.
I think this should be the standard one. Yes, indeed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, welcome to Game 2 of the International Finals here. We're looking at Oh Boy and Rain playing for the big prize money here at the top of the bracket. $40,000 on the line between these two teams. Let's take a look at Oh Boy in the green. Running a 4-destroyer lineup. Janier's Ragnar there on the right-hand end of the line. Toth and a Ragnar next to him. Very similar builds. Janier actually has gone for range. Toth going for Fearless Brawler.
Toth not using Jersey Mike, which is interesting.
Botto's Delny also going for gun range. And all the way on the left, we've got Dennis's Gearing running a much more traditional smoke and torpedo and max stealth build. He's backed up by YOLO's Des Moines. Same kind of unique upgrade build we've been seeing. Balanced Department's Des Moines and a very basically identical build. Over here on the right, Reunited's Moskva. Unique upgrade. And all the way in the back, Colombo, that's Controller. Unique upgrade and survivability. And then we have Eternal Titan's Brick. That's our little fun word, how we refer to USS Vermont. She's not fast, she's not pretty, but she hits like a train, and she gets where she's going on her own speed. What do we got in the red, Zath? Talk to me about Rain.
Before we move to there, quick look at that Vermont Eternal Titan. Put on that unique upgrade. Let's go. 10% reload boost.
Anyway. Yeah, look at that. Very nice.
To the south, Rain up a game is bringing Antaro's Delny with, Jesus, which one is that one? I think that's Kuznetsov. The boosted preventative maintenance. We got Arturius and the Moskva, Dastard in the Ohio, with one of the Does or whatnot. Colombo, unique upgrade. That's Malamu with Cincinnati. Hey, there's John the Ruthless again in a Colbert with
the meme is alive.
Abanu. Yep, he's got Abanu for the survivability expert boost, and he's range. For amazing and unique upgrade Des Moines with Doe or Halsey, Lucar and unique upgrade Moskva. And then in the front of all that is Gangbang's Delny. We've seen him do a lot of things already. And then Ship Shady's Gearing COTS build as Double Ragnar and BR radared early.
Yep, got an early radar from Artorius coming out, trying to prevent the quick cap from Oh Boy here in the middle of the board. They may not be able to prevent it, but they're certainly getting their pound of flesh, making Oh Boy pay for this play. Janier taking, well, I was going to say Janier taking the worst of that, but that's not true. Toth actually down about a third of his HP. He's actually firing back now, getting into a bit of a gunfight with Artorius' Moskva.
Well, he's not detected, so at least he was able to, have the last say in that discussion, although he didn't do any damage anyway.
First points here going to Rain in game 2. Gearing Delny rush to D means that they start ticking up points early. A little bit different than the team deployments that we saw in the previous best of three, the third place match, right, between RESIN and Tivat. They've also just played this map. They each took more ships, more firepower to the A line. Both teams here committing significantly heavier forces over to the CD flank, the 7-8 line.
Now, this is what I've typically seen more of, which is a team tries to capture the CD side, and they use the island, the big chain of islands, as a divider on the map. And you don't care if the other team has the entire other side of the map, as long as you control the 2 points, C and D.
Well, once you own C and D, if you can kick the opposing team off of this half of the map and use that as like a a base for scoring points. It becomes, I won't say easier, but the jump from there to B is not huge. You've got great lines of defense to defend all of those caps from this island chain along the 6-7 line. So this little holy triad, right, of caps here, the B, C, and D cap, like, this is where the points are in this map. And teams aren't stupid. They know it.
All right, John the Ruthless being smoked up in his Colbert. And now he just needs somebody to shoot at.
Doesn't have anybody yet. YOLO's Des Moines probably in a good position over there, but they don't have eyes on him, nor do they have eyes on Eternal Titans Vermont back there.
No. Oh boy, steps on B again.
Now, Toth back onto B. Both Ragnar's back onto B. They're going to get it this time. Artorias is Moskva radaring them, but it's literally going to go to waste. Not a single shell fired at these guys. Lucar finally gets some shells downrange. He's going to get some damage, but it's not in time to prevent the cap. Just like that, oh boy flips A and B. They have a cap advantage, although Intaro's Delny now contesting the A cap.
I like how Lucar was like, no, I wanted to shoot those guys, so he popped his radar. Yeah. And then YOLO gets detected. Ooh.
He's going to get his wish. Both some SAP and some HE falling in there as Dastard takes a pretty solid SAP hit from Controller's Columbo, who's now over on the 1 line. YOLO's Des Moines now getting farmed out by John. Oh, I said that. That's not true. John only has 260 damage. What the heck hit him, I wonder?
Ohio.
Oh, I see it now. Yeah, he took an Ohio salvo from Dastard to the nose.
So you were talking earlier about those battleships having the ability to just punch. It is there. It's just less often, I suppose. And Taro in trouble,
Delny, yeah, in a bunch of trouble here. Got spotted trying to get out of this cap. He's trying to get the Columbo's trying to dunk him. Bado's going to run him down. I don't think he can escape. I think it's only a matter of time. They kind of left him to die over here when they pulled Dastard. Well, Dastard kind of rotated back towards mid. Artorias' Moskva was already pointed that way. And Taro was actually trading pretty well with the AP salvos going in on Bado here.
Yeah.
But the Colbert salvo's coming in, and that's what's going to do a chunk of damage and put him out. Oh boy, up a kill and up 2 caps here. Nearly a 200-point lead. We're only 7 minutes in.
And you can see Gang is in a position now. He's just waiting for his opportunity to get into C. He's not detected, so he's going to try. But nope.
He's right. Oh, he's lit now. Somebody caught it. Somebody's catching a glimpse of him.
It's YOLO's Hydro.
He's caught on YOLO's Hydro, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't see Hydro bubbles, but I can see radar bubbles.
Oh, maybe you're not using. That's weird because I can see that.
I cannot see Hydro bubbles on this map. It must be a quirk of the setup that I inherited when I installed the use these mods. So
yeah. Well, Gang knows he can probably get in there.
Big AP salvo going down range from Malamu right into the Vermont.
Yep, we saw that.
Taking about a 30,000 point hit there as Gang's also getting smashed around a little bit.
Well, Gang thought, maybe I can back in a little bit.
I mean, he tried. He just didn't get very far with it.
I look at Malamu's Columbo, though. I mean, if I'm YOLO, I don't feel comfortable at all. There's AP coming from Dastard's Ohio, and I'm sure Arturius is also shooting him.
YOLO's position is arguably the worst thing that Reigns got going for them right now. They know it. They're trying to focus him out. John's trying to drop AP onto his deck from range. He's not getting a lot of value out of it. He's getting the occasional hit. 300-point lead and growing for Oh Boy. 2 minutes from an Oh Boy win, Zaf.
YOLO just went dark. Nope, now he's detected again. Look at that silly radar.
They popped a Moscow radar to make sure they don't lose sight of him. I think Malamu's going to just Malamu stopped. I was going to say, why don't you just drive right up his stern?
I'm kind of surprised he stopped.
Yeah, he slowed down. I think they wanted to make sure there wasn't anybody else around, maybe.
Or they were wondering where the gearing was. Now they see the smoke. They know that the gearing torps will come through the channel up to the north.
Mm-hmm.
Well, YOLO's burning out.
Shells flying every which way. The pick target is YOLO. He does go down. That's Rain's first kill of the game. Points they badly need, but more importantly, they take a radar and a hydro out of a critical position for them to try to break into the C cap.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have big problems soon. Toth and Controller wrapping them now along the G line. Oof. Artorias just got bricked. They pick up the Ragnar in mid, but Artorias just, I mean, he's in a nose-to-nose duel with Titan.
Yeah.
And he's just, I mean, he can't handle that. His armor can't stand up to those shells. He can't repel firepower of that magnitude.
Of that magnitude. You got it. Well, Artorias is probably, or Titan's probably say, keep shooting, I'm reloading.
Well, let's see if Artorias survives the salvo. He does not.
Yeah,
Titan
that's
will
going to cost
probably
Titan.
go down here. And there he goes. John finally getting in some solid damage out of the Colbert. Oh, John takes a big hit right there. Still in the game. But John farmed 40,000 damage off of that poor Colbert. Dastard now caught all alone in mid while his teammates scramble to try to get back up here to save him. Oh! Ooh. The Columbo dunks Reunited's Mosfa. That's a huge one.
Yeah, Reunited showing just a little too much side there.
Just like that, Rain very, very close to having a lead here. Holding down the B cap, ticking up 2 caps. What?
That's just like literally just, stop shooting me, please.
Yeah, that's just like, oh God, please stop. Please make it stop. But I mean, it's not going to stop.
No.
Let's see, what's he got? He's looking AP downrange, trying to get shells on the Columbo. I mean, decent.
Yep.
Torpedoes coming in, but Dastard will go out right here. Oh, wow, he survived the torpedoes for a few seconds. It's the Ragnar shells that get him.
Yes, he found their firepower impressive for a minute.
As the dust begins to settle, it's about a 90-point lead here for Oh Boy. Still anybody's game with 8.5 minutes to go.
And you can see the decision now. Gang going to go into B cap, step on the cap. He knows there's really nothing that can stop him. And once he does,
Toth is down there, but he's a long way off. His radar's not going to be impactful at this stage.
Yep. Columbo Hydra or Smokey going up. That's an interesting choice. He's going to use the opportunity to try to turn out, but see, there's this thing called radar.
Moskva radar coming out. They took a blind fire salvo in on Controller. Feels like a bit of a miscommunication there between Malamu and Lucar. Lucar's radar was ticking, but he didn't put it up until right after Malamu pulled the trigger.
Yep. So Controller Kill is going to be able to turn a ship around, but they're still going to lose the cap.
Well, I mean, Lucar can't be very excited here to be broadside to this Columbo either, but he has to be to avoid these torpedoes. In fact, he can't avoid them all. He's going to take one in the stern here, I think.
Oop.
Yep. And one in the bow. Well, he's going out.
Yes, he does.
That's a big kill for Oh Boy. Points they needed. Keeps them in the lead. 150-point lead and shrinking now. Feels like maybe a bit of an unnecessary loss for Rain, Zath.
What's that, the Moskva?
The Moskva.
Yeah.
He didn't have to push out there.
No. I think they both saw the opportunity to kill the Columbo, him and Malamu, and they just both went for it. Something I like to do sometimes in ranked. You bait somebody to chase you.
This 3-ship element north of C is about to get very, very interesting. What is Ship Shady feels really... What is he doing over here? He's like all by himself.
I think he's trying to prevent a wraparound, but yeah, it's kind of odd. Look at Malamu. Look at Bado's torps on Malamu. It's gonna take 2.
Malamu's going to take a couple, but he'll be all right. He's Italian. He can handle it. He's a pasta boat.
Now this feels odd. This feels odd. Why would you have Botto stop like this?
I don't know. I think if you're formazing, I think you get in here, you go for the kill on Botto and try to ram balance. I think that's how you try to play this.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to get the kill on Botto before you go, though.
Meanwhile, John the Ruthless with AP. Oh, Botto with the ram?
Botto's going to go Mr. President. Oh, it's not enough.
Oh, it's not enough.
Load the AP. Quickly, boys. Load the AP.
John the Ruthless takes him down before he can get the ram off. That's a huge kill.
What an engagement. Look at that.
And Formazing's like, yep, I did that.
I think Formazing Citadel was actually protected by the hull of this dleay.
Yes, and the dleay shoved him out of the way.
That's amazing. Dennis is going to go out. The game's going to tick over, and that is a Reign victory in Game 2, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Goodness gracious. And John on 1,300 HP. Look at that at the end. He's still alive.
Of course he is. Of course he is. I'll tell you what. He made his presence.
The man is a legend.
He made his presence felt. Like I was like zoomed in looking at something, and you just see those shells coming, pling, 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 pling.
Flying everywhere. For sure. For sure.
Wow.
Well, Zath, I gotta say, you know, if you're oh boy, right, to this point in the in the international bracket, you've been having your way with the opposition.
Yes.
And now suddenly you find yourself in a position you haven't been in the entire tournament. You are 2 games down. Yikes. Like, I can't feel very good. I mean, you're going to go home with a big chunk of money no matter what happens. But still, you want to win, right? You want more money. Everybody wants more money.
Right? Very true.
Yeah,
very true.
Why not? Everybody wants the good stuff.
Meanwhile, in the third place match, RESIN is up 2-1 over Tevat.
Okay.
I'm assuming they're...
So Tevat won Game 3 then?
So Tevat won Game 3, and they did count Game 2 as a forfeit.
Yes, Game 2 was a forfeit. We watched them call that.
Right, but I mean,
that means
stuck.
Tevat won Game 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. So Tevat won Game 3. Okay.
All right, well, I want to see something here. I'm gonna see what I can glean from these replays when they get posted.
Okay.
I'll go back to the best of 5 screen for now. Let's go back. Details. Download replay. And here we go. John the Ruthless, 87,000 damage that game.
Yeah, I'm looking at. I'm keeping an eye on. Of course, the official stream is still behind us, and I'm keeping an eye on the damage total as well. Of course, I could look at my own stream too if I wanted, I suppose.
900,000 potential is what he got. That's not the most.
That's not bad. That's no. It wouldn't be.
Dastards, Ohio, who pulled up and dropped anchor in the middle of B.
In the middle of the map.
2.466 million damage.
That sounds about right.
Almost 2.5 million. Wow. Gangbang with 1.2 million potential. The player of that game, though, Malamu and Dastard, the battleships we were just talking about, smashing out, doing the damage. Malamu scoring 127,000 damage, and Dastard with 110,000.
Malamu had a really, really good game in Colombo that game. He absolutely made his presence felt. And I'll say this, I felt like, both Vermonts were impactful in that game.
Yes.
Different times, but both impactful.
So Eternal Titan had 77,000 damage compared to, where's the other battleship? That was the Colombo. Controller Kill had 118,000. So he did a little bit.
Both Vermonts. I'm in the wrong game.
Yes.
Reign ran Ohio Colombo, not Vermont Colombo.
Correct. So Dastard with the Ohio, almost 11,000 damage.
Yeah,
and the Colombo, Malamu with 127 and change.
Yep. I'm waiting to see how they. I want to see how they what camera angle they get on this this goofy engagement at the end with the destroyers.
With the ram attempt, that was so close. That was so close.
What I thought was going to happen was that Botto was going to ram out Formazing and kill them both, and that would allow Balanced into the cap. I'm sorry, is that Balanced? No, that's Balanced. But it didn't happen that way.
Here it comes.
There wasn't enough. I guess he forgot his ram flag.
No, that's a different one. Who forgot the ram flag?
I was going to say Botto, I think, didn't have a ram flag on. I think otherwise he wins that fight.
Botto didn't even get the ram off.
Right. You're right. He died just before.
Right.
Still, though, spectacular to watch. Spectacular to watch.
Botto did not have a ramming flag. You are correct, though.
Okay.
Anti-det.
I think he would have. So what I can't figure out, I'd have to go back and watch that engagement again. The kill counter says that John got credit for killing Botto. I think he got the ram off. It wasn't enough, but yet if he did ram it, this is why I want to go back and watch it, right? Because Formazing took a huge hit that could not have come from anywhere else. Maybe I missed it. Maybe Botto citadeled him with his AP close range, like right at the very end. That's a possibility. I need to go back and look at it.
Botto did get 106. Okay, he got 106,000 damage.
Okay.
Let's see. I got to get a calculator here. I'm going to add up some numbers. Come on, stupid thing. There we go. He got 15,000 and change with AP, 43,000 and change with HE, and about 40,000 with Torps. That's 98,000 damage.
Okay.
So, and then plus 8,000 fire damage. That's 106,000. Yeah, so he didn't get the ram. He didn't even touch him.
Okay. Yeah. So he didn't get there. He must have just gotten in a big AP salvo right at the very end, right before John's last shell clipped him. Because they're so close together when he died, I thought he had gotten the ram off. The kill marker says that John killed him, but they died so close together, I thought he had gotten the ram off. But at almost the exact same moment, Formazing took a big hit. And Balance wasn't enough, didn't have a good enough angle to be citadeling him yet. It must have come from Botto's guns at the last possible second. Well, 2-0 Rain. This could be over next game, Zath. It could be that quick.
We could be done and off to the after party, yeah.
Well, I mean, or if the third place game is still third place match is still going. Just saying, you never know.
That is indeed a possibility.
I'm gonna move this screen over here. There we go.
Yeah, I'm watching, let's see, how can I put this up? I can do this, like this. And then put this here. What is this? Where do I watch? Hello? Hello?
Problems?
Come on. No, I'm trying to open a new page. Maybe this is. Yeah,
okay.
There we go. I'm trying to watch.
Let me know when
clip.
you're ready. Okay. Let me know when you're ready. I want to get back to our Japanese question.
I'm watching the clip right now. Okay. I just paused it. Botto's at 716 hit points. Formazing's at 12,380.
Okay.
Botto dies. Formazing does not take any damage from Botto at all. Botto dies. His momentum
goes down to 7,000 HP.
Formazing right now. Botto's at 0. Formazing's at 11,860. So Bato, his momentum carries him over. I'll send to you the link for my clip from my view, and you can see it on your own as well if you want. And then something else hits Formazing. I don't know what did it. Do I have balance department up here? Let's see, it's back up.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna watch this now.
So Bato is dead already, and Formazing takes some hits, and I'm wondering if that's balance department, or you know how the game doesn't register every shell anymore?
Yeah, okay, I see it now. Bato's dead. Formazing is at 10,880. Balance department has just fired his guns.
So that might have been what hit Formazing, but it just didn't render.
I'm watching it from the reverse angle, but what happens is it's a full HE salvo from balance, and they're full pins. All of them are full HE pins into Formazing's bow. But because it all happened on top of each other, it almost looked like a ram, but it wasn't. You're correct.
Right.
And then Formazing is pinned up against the island with only his stern turret available. He switches to the AP, and Citadel's balance out.
Yes. Probably while laughing maniacally at the same time.
I mean, I would have. I'd have been laughing hysterically if I'd have been me. Because that would have been hilarious. Like, if that had been me in a game and my like just playing on stream, I would have been just cackling. It would have been ridiculous. Yeah. Moments like that are one of the reasons you play this game, because it's always a ton of fun.
All right, well. I'm going to hit the head for a second, then we'll get to your question.
Okay. Please do. Oh, they're still doing game replay over there. Game analysis. I was going to try and push an ad, and it won't let me for reasons. For reasons. Love it. Nice, Twisted. You'll have to send me that clip sometime. John lost hit points when they rammed. I love it. All right, so when Zath comes back, we're going to talk about this question. I'm going to start talking about it now, just to refresh your memories. The question was asked in chat, and I'm going to go make sure I get it right, because Xanda passed it on to me to make sure that I would see it. He said, are Japanese ships just not competitive enough for King of the Sea?
CSI COTS edition.
Huh? What?
So my chat he says CSI COTS edition, because we just watched the.
Yeah.
We're talking so much about the back and forth and what happened and all that.
What happened? What actually occurred? So, in my opinion, it's not that Japanese ships are not competitive enough. It's that they are perhaps too specialized. When you can only take 9 ships, one of the things you're looking for is a ship that offers a lot of tools, a lot of utility, right? A lot of things, maybe not as many things that it does amazingly, because the more you specialize, the easier it is for your opponent to counter what it is that ship does or what it wants to be doing. If you're a generalist, if you do a lot of things well, it's much more difficult to zone out a ship like that, because if you I'll use Italian battleships as an example. One of the reasons you take an Italian battleship is for the big SAP shells, right? How can you negate SAP? Well, one of the ways you can do that is you can go bow in. I was going to say you could kind of show a broadside, because if you're showing SAP, if you're showing a flat broadside, like SAP doesn't really care necessarily. It's only ever going to do full pen damage as long as it can get full pens. But again, if you start to disrespect my SAP, I'm still an Italian battleship. I'm still a battleship. I'll just load AP and crush you. And we saw Malamud do that, right? We saw both Columbos in that game make opportunities of that. So Japanese ships, depending on the line, frequently don't offer enough. Zhao is probably the poster child example, right? What does Zhao offer? Amazing guns. Zhao's main battery is amazing. Her torpedoes are pretty good. If you want to put a Zhao on a flank that you expect to get pushed on, she's really good at like kiting things away. She's very stealthy, but she has no real means of detecting or things for her to shoot at. She doesn't have radar. Her hydro is short range. Her submarine surveillance thing is useless in this format. So if I'm going to have to pair a cruiser with a destroyer to try and hold back a flank, I want something that has more utility than a Zhao, to cherry pick one example. And I think as you start diving down that rabbit hole with Japanese ships, you find a lot more that fit that problem, that had that problem.
If King of the Sea, if we were to go back in time about 4 years and have this very competition 4 years ago, you'd see a lot more Japanese ships.
You would.
There's just too many ships
everywhere.
Well, yeah, or Shikishimas even. So, the thing is that, we have situations now where most of the Japanese ships, there's a ship that, as Raptor said, does it mostly the same. In some cases better, some cases worse, but they're also good in other areas as well. And so the result of it is that most of the Japanese ships, while decent on their own, just can't make it work in a competitive team-based environment where you really need to use the advantages of one ship and the advantages of another to overcome the disadvantages of the first ship. I think that's the problem. I mean, can you see the Zhao in King of the Sea? Maybe, but there's so many better choices. It just doesn't. It's not enough.
Exactly.
Add subs to the game. Maybe you see Zhao.
I would agree. If you saw, I'd say, just to keep cherry picking the Zhao example. If there were submarines in this format, you'd see more Zhao. Guaranteed, you would. But yeah, I think it just comes down to the Japanese ships you do see, which are mostly boiled down to Shimakaze. Apparently, we saw Dastard. We missed it, but he took a bungo. I think there is value in that ship in game on the right map and the right strat. That ship offers something quite unique, and it's still a battleship, still a good ship. So, yeah. Hey, it's game 2, Zath.
Hey, we got a game.
I should say. We got a game. We should go do this. We should go do the game thing.
This could be the
kind of what? Go ahead.
I was gonna say this could be the last game.
This could be.
And the tournament.
This could be the last game of this series. We don't know if the third place match, if that goes to game 5 and this goes to game 3, we might be able to sneak in and steal a game over there. But for now, let's focus in. Zath, talk to me about the Rain lineup here at the top of the map in green.
Yeah, so Rain has Ship Shady in his usual COTS build. There's Antaro now in his Z42. Gang is once again in that dleay. Arturius is taking a Howdenlu with unique upgrade to all the Dutch ovens. We got John the Ruthless in a Des Moines now with unique upgrade. Formazing and unique upgrade. Moskva with one of the... I think that's Kuznetsov. Lucar in a unique upgrade Moskva. Malamu in a unique upgrade Colombo with Sansonetti. And Dastard in unique... no, there's no unique. Just a regular Ohio sniper build Ohio with Doze or Halsey.
Very almost identical lineup to what we saw Rain run on North in their series against Resin earlier as well.
Hey, if it works,
why
not, right?
Why change it? I know. All right, let's have a look at Oh Boy in the red on the south side of the map, running double dleay. We're looking at Bado running that gun range, and Janier also running. No, he's back. He's in Fearless Brawler.
Yeah.
Also headed to the eastern flank, Toth in a Des Moines, unique upgrade, and what is that? That's top grade gunner. YOLO's Marseille, one of the first time we've seen a Marseille today, Zath. Marseille was banned in at least one of the series we covered, not banned here, possibly making an impact. Running improved adrenaline rush, improved turret traverse, a little bit of speed boost action, and gun reload.
That's on
Backed up by Eternal Titans Kremlin, unique upgrade Kremlin, first one of those we've seen today. Reunited's Moskva, also heading to the DE flank, unique upgrade. Controller's Colombo sort of hanging mid here with a survivability unique upgrade build. Only 2 ships headed to the AB flank, Sath. Only 2. That's Dennis's Gearing Much traditional King of the Sea build. Adrenaline Rush, Stealth, and all the smoke he can get. And then Balanced Departments, Des Moines, Unique Upgrade, and Top Grade Gunner.
Early contact. Delny on Delny action.
Whoa, Jen, you're already getting beat up over here. And I was going to make a comment about Boy's very, very heavy DE deployment. Gangbarang taking some Des Moines pain here. Toth got him lit up because he fired his guns. Gonna have to take some punishment.
Not as much as Janir took. Wow.
Not as much as Janir took. Whole bunch of ships saw him and said, yes, please, I think I would like a slice of that.
Well, so you're talking about the Marseille. In the first game that we didn't cover, there was a Marseille from Boy, and he's the one that died at the very end to clinch it for Rain.
Ah, okay.
Bado's going to grab E because he's in a Delny.
Yep, beats Intaro Z42 there. So, first points of the game started ticking up from the A cap. That's Rain, that's Ship Shady and John. And now, Dennis and Balance will pick up B. So, at a moment, Boy will have a cap lead. Not quite there yet, but soon, hashtag.
That's right.
Reunited driving boldly into the decap as well with his Moskva. Looks like he might even pick that up. Although I'm betting some Howden Liu Dutch oven bombs will be coming shortly.
Yeah, this is a risky position for a Moskva to be in. It's easy to be smacked from the side. And then, of course, when you're in a game with a Howden Liu opponent, like you said, they're just going to sit there and get Dutch ovened.
He's going to get away with it, though.
He'll get the cap, and he'll probably back away from it.
Yeah, I would back out of it now. Just like that, it's an early cap advantage for Boy as Gangbarang's Delny's going to run and pick up C. They're going to radar him. It's not going to do him any good. They can't do anything about it.
No.
Nobody has shots into that cap.
It does confirm where he is, though, but, I mean, they probably already knew since he was being capped.
It is at least useful information. And so now we're on the clock, right? Because North plays so quickly, once the points start ticking, here we are, 4.5 minutes in, and only 5.5 minutes on the timer. So if you're Rain, you have got to get a move on. You can't wait around. We kind of saw, when we called this game earlier between RESIN and Rain, it felt like RESIN maybe kind of took a little longer than they should to pick a strat. Like, what are we going to do? Rain can't make that, Rain can't make that same mistake. Whatever it is they're going to do, they got to do it quickly.
I like YOLO's attempt here with the Marseille. They got the E cap, but they're not going to sit and hold like the traditional. They're going to move up and put pressure on Arturius' Howden Liu. And Arturius can't back up because Reunited is still there in the Moskva.
Yeah, he has to sit there and take it. That Howden Liu OP is no joke, though.
Well,
he gets some good full pins there.
That's the problem, is that in order to get to this island, YOLO has to show side at some point, and he knows that if he goes too far over, then Dastard's in a position to smack him. Yeah. So he made it there, losing it, not that bad, actually.
Well, he has to thread a very fine needle. He does it well. 100-point lead and growing now for Boy here in a critical Game 3 for them that they cannot afford to lose if they want more of that prize money.
That's right. So Arturius backs up. Reunited uses AP, hits him on the butt, and reminds him, hey, guess what? I'm still here, buddy.
Yep.
And take a look at the fire effects on that camo that most of you all are going to get with that mission from the drop.
That's really cool looking, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time before Arturius goes out here. Eternal's either going to punch him in the nose or the secondaries are going to finish him off.
Ooh.
Turns out Eternal's going to pick that kill up.
Yep, that's huge for YOLO because now he can chill and heal.
Yep. 200-point lead and growing for Boy. Cap advantage and ship advantage here in Game 3.
The enemy is about to win.
3 minutes to go for Boy to win.
I'm looking at this from the perspective of Rain. Like, okay, how am I going to break back into this? How am I going to... Is there someplace I can pick up an easy kill? Not really, right? There are places I could try, but easy's not the word.
The problem is for Rain is that they're all kind of clustered. Now, what they're looking for is a mistake, and I think we might be seeing one here. YOLO, instead of, like I said, just chill and heal, he decided, nope, I'm going to come out. And in doing so, he's showing side to Formazing's Moskva, but he does manage to go dark and save the ship, which is obviously important for him. I think Rain is hoping for such a mistake to happen, right? That's their door back into the game, is just picking up a kill. But aside from YOLO, there's nobody else that they can really just wreck.
Time's ticking away. We're under 2 minutes now to an oh boy win here, and that's the thing about mistakes, right? The game has to be played long enough for the opposing team to make a mistake. If you're trying to force one, you have to hurry along, and usually you make mistakes when mistakes happen when you rush, Seth. And at this point, it's Rain who needs to be rushing. They got less than 90 seconds. Lucar takes a big hit there.
Yeah.
Was that the Colombo SAP?
That was
Looks
Colombo
like it was. Yep.
Absolutely. And even though that's not enough to kill Lucar, it definitely makes him smart. And this is a cap that Rain already owns, so who cares?
So here we go at last. Competing radars going up at B.
John the
trying to get
torpedo?
shells on Ship Shady. John's going to, do a little bit of desync there. He does take one.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to try and drive Ship Shady off of this cap. They do succeed in doing that for the moment. Colombo shells falling in. Very little.
No, but Ship Shady is going to step on the cap. Now take a look at the Moskva on the other side. Oh, Eternal Titan's in trouble. Formazing now diving into the D cap. Titan sees this.
I saw Titan make this turn. If I'm United, I'm moving up to help Formazing. I'm moving up to help Titan with this play.
Right.
Yep, it looks like he's trying.
Yep, and Daster was looking for those shells, and some connected, just not enough.
20 seconds now. They've managed to push the gearing off the B cap yet again.
Ooh, Malamu.
Ooh, where did that come from?
That was Malamu's Colombo.
Wow, right through the deck, or through the nose? That's a surprise.
Right through the nose, you got it.
It buys them some time, but seconds only. We're still 35 seconds now from an oh boy win here, as Intaro going to take his Z42, drive directly into the E cap. Is he going to set up behind the island? He's just going to hold the points back. Again, that buys them a little more time.
Mm-hmm.
Rain having a bit of a Rogue One moment here. Going to take the next chance and the next and the next until the fight is lost or the chances are spent.
That's right.
12 seconds now. They pushed Intaro off the cap.
Mm-hmm. I like seeing YOLO popping his heel here. Even though he's not going to get max out of it, it's important to just have it running. Towards the end game, you just pop every consumable you have. Who cares?
Well done. Well done from Oh Boy. Solid looking win, Zach.
Yeah.
Maybe a little of a mistake losing the Kremlin, but I tell you, punching out the Hao Liu allowed them to comfortably sit in E, rack up some points, and then that's all they need. They just kind of coasted to a win at that stage.
Well, this is one of the things that I've seen a lot of teams really struggle with, right? Which is, we got to the E cap, now what? And you're up against somebody that holds a spot, and then it turns into a war of attrition. Who can farm out the other first? And it's boring to watch, it's boring to cast, and it's even more boring to play. So I love how they were aggressive and they saw the opportunities. The Moskva placement that I highlighted, not so strong if it allows for flanking. That push up from Oh Boy prevented that flanking shot, so the Moskva was safe. And then you saw the importance of the two working together, the two sides taking down the Howden. It was a thing of beauty to watch. It really was.
It was, actually. And And I like that they kind of, we talk about teams focusing a target. I think one of the things that you can tell when you're watching an experienced team versus a team that's been doing this a while and certainly hasn't, a lot of organization to it, is what target they select to remove from the board, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of times when you're watching early King of the Sea, early tournaments, teams are simply firing at what they can see. Mm-hmm. As you get higher in the ranks and you watch more games and you watch better teams, you watch them develop this skill where it's like, once they've seen where you deploy, they look at the map and go, that. Either to them it's a weak point, or it's a ship that they're like, I can get that guy. Focus him. You move up, you're holding him so he can't reverse. He can't just reverse forever. Like, it's not necessarily exploiting a mistake from the other team, because I think that's not fair, but it's choosing what you believe to be a weak point in the enemy position based on how you're deployed, and focusing that weak point until it's gone.
Right, but it's also recognizing that, especially quickly and early.
Yes,
and
especially on a map like North, you don't have time. You have to be in a hurry.
You remember playing clan battles with KOTSXVII, right?
It's been a hot minute, but I do.
So I remember there were times when he would call and he's like, all right, this is what they're going to do. This, and he could tell that in the first 30 seconds of the battle before. And sure enough, 9 times out of 10, that's what happened.
That's what they did.
And that's the kind of skill that's necessary amongst the players on these teams, especially the caller, to recognize what's going to happen and kind of 4D chess it, and okay, now they got this cap, they're gonna move the dleay over this side, right? They're gonna relocate it or something. So there's a lot involved in these terms, and it's unfortunate that we can't cast and sit in a voice channel and just listen to them do that. I've done that a few times in other tournaments. For example, I think it was... Shoot, what was it? Was it Beat the Pro? I think it was Beat the Pro. Okay. We were able to sit in the voice channel of Shaft and just listen to them talk through a battle. And it's just so eye-opening. It was great. It was great. Especially one time, one of the boosters that the amateurs picked was that the pros had to use native languages only.
Oh, that's tough.
There was a Japanese player on Shaft who could only speak in Japanese. And she would go and say something, and you could tell everybody kind of knows what she's saying, but kind of really doesn't.
Kind of really doesn't. That's
so funny. That was a lot of fun.
That would have been entertaining. That would have been entertaining. I would have liked to have seen that. Well, Zath, we're not going to get a sweep in the finals, which is nice. It's always good to have competitive matches. Let's have a quick peek. How is RESIN Tivat doing? Tivat has evened the score, my friend. They're going to game 5, 2 apiece.
Yep. Now, as typical for Wargaming Official as well, they have made an announcement during King of the Sea. They like to do that.
Oh, what would that be?
I don't know. They've got special operations with flagships on the enemy fleet. Okay. So they're going to take the current naval station.
Here we go. I'm looking at the blog now.
Newport, Raptor Rescue, Ultimate Frontier, Hermes, Aegis, and Cherry Blossom, and they're going to add flagships to them. Okay.
Oh, so we're gonna have boss ships to fight.
Yeah, kind of like what we did at TwitchCon with the World of Tanks.
Do you remember when we were in Belgrade last month, having the conversation, having Chrysantos' presentation, right? And him giving us the percentage of players that only participated in PvE.
Yeah, a lot higher than you thought.
Do you remember if we're allowed to tell that number? I don't remember.
We're not.
Okay, that's unfortunate. I was surprised at how high that number was. But I think it's important then, knowing how high that number is, that they lean into this sort of thing. That they give some interesting things to do to, to the PvE guys, right? Because they are a non-zero portion of the player base.
So the one thing that we've been allowed to share specifically was that I think they said was like 50% of all players in World of Warships right now have played since what, 2015? No, 2017, something like that. I think it was like they created an account between 2017, 2018 is when they started.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
And then 25%, one quarter, have played since the very beginning in 2015. Myself included. I'll raise my hand happily on that. So
same. Been here since open beta.
You know, I think it's well worth wargaming to figure out what keeps them coming back. You know, what keeps these players engaged, and for a certain segment that's going to be PvE content. So I think it's great to see them working on that. They've got new ship concepts.
I would be fascinated to see where those two Venn diagrams overlap. Right? You have the percentage of players who have been here that long, and the percentage of players who only participate in PvE. How much of that is overlap, right? I would really be curious to see that. Because it's one of the things that, you know, we've talked about many times. I've talked about it in my quarterly review series, right? As a veteran player, it frequently does not feel like wargaming is particularly interested in retaining my time in the game, in the sense of they don't really care if I log in all that much, right? But when you talk to them, when you ask questions, they specifically say, no, it's critically important that our veterans continue to, like veterans, not like military veterans, like our veteran players continue to show up and log in, and we want to take care of those people. And I found it fascinating. It feels like there's a disconnect there, right? Because like wargaming, it's important to them, but so many of the veteran players that I talk to, they almost feel neglected is the right word. I don't know if that's the right word.
You know, it's easy to feel that way when you give feedback and it doesn't seem to have an impact, right?
Right.
I think back to, you and I were lucky enough to go to 2 CC summits. And I think back to the first one that we went to so long ago. And when they mentioned how players who don't spend any money in the game but log in and play battles are just as equally important as people who do spend money in the game.
Yes,
because
you've got to have people to fill up the games.
Bingo. You can't have battles without both types of players. And so if you piss off the people that are spending, that hurts the overall battles. If you piss off the people who aren't spending, that also hurts. So it's like you have to...
just as bad.
You have to try to find ways to placate both sides. Which is tough, folks.
Which is incredibly
to really
difficult.
Do. So yeah, I think that's awesome, you know, that they have that problem. Speaking of problems, we have a game to cast.
We have a game to cast. Why don't we head over and do that?
Let's see who's on left. Is oh boy.
We're gonna be the reverse spawn. This reverse drop this game.
Thank you.
You are welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, worshippers of all ages, it's Game 4 here of the International Finals of King of the Sea 17. We're playing for big prize money here. The winner of this match will go home with $40,000, and the second place team, the loser of this match, will go home with a paltry $20,000 in cash. Taking a look at Warriors Path, Zath, talk to me about the oh boy lineup here in green.
I gotta say, having secured 20 grand, I'd be pretty happy. But anyways,
I'd be pretty happy with my day. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna be upset.
And remember, these guys didn't even participate in the regionals 2 months ago. It's amazing. It's amazing. Important lesson for any team that thinks, nah, we can never make it. Yes, you can. All right. Oh boy, bringing with them a gearing with your unique upgrade. Yeah, your COTS build. You know, both of them doing that one more utility than the other. You've got Toth and the Ragnar, similar build we saw before. YOLO unique upgrade. Tenchi War unique upgrade. YOLO not using the Doze, it's kind of interesting. Balance in unique upgrade Des Moines. Reunited in unique upgrade Moskva. With Kuznetsov. We've got Eternal Titan in our Bungo. Those of you Japanese enjoyers, here we go. Eternal Titan in a Bungo with Yamamoto. And then Taylor Swift in the Colombo unique upgrade. Yes, sir.
Start working on my Japanese. Hi. All right. Arigato. Okay. In the red, in the south spawn, Rain on the cusp of a victory. Couldn't quite get there last game. Trying again here. Having a look at the east flank, fronted by this Sheep's Shimakaze with a very torpedo-centric, unique upgrade build, backed up by Ship Shady's gearing. Let's see, a little bit of smoke, a little bit of torpedo power. Yep, looks good. Svea, that's Lucar. It's the first time we've seen Lucar, I think, play anything other than Moskva all day. But he's running a Svea directly up the 4-5 line. Formazing also heading over to the A flank in a fairly standardly built unique upgrade Des Moines. Dastard in a bungo of his own. There's something in the air around here, Zath. Well, he is running so these guys are running. Are they both running?
No.
The little plane, their plane mod in slot 1. They both are.
That part is true, yes.
Yes, they both are. Dastard running, going for some survivability, almost max survivability, but running heavy AP there in that third row. Is that what I'm seeing?
That is correct, heavy AP. So he burns longer, floods longer, takes less damage from them, but his AP shells hit harder. Interesting.
All right, well, Malamu opting for a brick. One of the first times we haven't seen a Columbo in this game, or a Columbo on one of the teams this game. So yeah, we've got Malamu here playing brick in the mid. Arturius is Moskva going to go set up here south side of B. And a little bit of token resistance over at C. That's going to be John the Ruthless's Svea.
And a quick correction, there is a Columbo in this game. That would be Taylor Swift.
Well, I meant usually each team has a Columbo. We have that's not a thing right now.
Well, Dastard put the plane up, a victory.
Yeah.
It's YOLO.
Got some good shots onto YOLO. Now, Zath, refresh everyone's memory, just in case folks haven't played the Japanese battlecruiser line. That plane functions a little differently than most spotter planes.
Yeah, it noticeably tightens up dispersion. So essentially, if you know how to aim well in a battleship and you're good at hitting your shots, a bungo essentially makes you a sniper, like an uber sniper. We talked about Japanese ships going into specialization, and there you go with Dastard. You can see the shell coming in right now, a salvo. Just falling short.
Now, that was a blind shot because YOLO was unspotted, so he was just guessing.
Yep. So the important thing is that without that spotting plane, it's not as useful. So you have to get in the habit. A lot of random and ranked players, they only use spotter plane to either see over an island or to extend their range. But for a bungo and that Japanese battlecruiser line, you need to get in the habit of using that plane anytime you want to shoot something and really hit it.
Yep. It tightens up their dispersion. They get a dispersion bonus when that thing is up. So already... Rain working on a cap advantage. Sheep's Shimakaze grabbing A. In a moment, Gangbarang's dleay will pick up B. They used a radar to drive him off earlier, but it was only a matter of time. Oh!
Whoa.
YOLO taking another good hit from Dastard here.
Yep.
Already having put 30k into YOLO back there. And there we go. Up 2 caps just that quickly. 4 minutes gone. Rain building a lead here in Game 4.
Now, the big thing about YOLO's position, he's trying to back up now. He can't back up too much farther because you can see Malamu with his plane up in the Vermont. He's ready for when YOLO backs up too far.
I don't think they know Malamu's back here yet, so
no.
I think YOLO may end up making this mistake just because he simply doesn't know it. Yeah, it's about to happen. Malamu's lining up for this shot. YOLO's absolutely backed up far enough now.
All he needs is to be spotted. Right.
Yeah, they can't spot him. They have no eyes. They need a Moskva radar, maybe. The Moskva radar would do it, but it's 75 seconds away.
You got it.
Malamu's holding here. He's looking for this shot.
Well, he's also got nowhere else to really shoot, or, I mean... You know, he's not going to shoot reunited, whatever.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is it. And it happens so many times in game, right? You shoot at something, and then the thing that you really wanted to shoot just magically appears right after you fire your guns.
Yep. Well, here we go. Toth's Ragnar now into A, trying to catch the flip. They catch Sheep's Shima on radar. That gets Toth to open up with his guns. That's going to get him reset, or at least pushed off the cap for a little bit by Sheep's teammates that are lurking around the cap. Look at these gearings just sliding up and down the map edge, Zath.
Oh, yeah. Well, and they do that because they want to make that death snail, but they don't want to slow down or turn at the end of the death snail, so they just hit the edge, whatever.
John the Ruthless not able to defend C, but not really ever intended to. Just sort of over here to be a bit of a tripwire speed bump and a harasser.
You got it.
200 points and falling further behind our oh boy here in game 4. Now Malamu getting the shot he was looking for on YOLO.
Good things come to those who wait.
Yes, they do. They do indeed. Poor YOLO just getting abused this game. Down to 8,000 HP. Has he been through all of his heals? He's got 2 left, but his next one is 40 seconds away.
It's enough time for Malamu to reload.
No, well, the problem is they've lost sight of him, right? Because with the radar down, they can't spot him back in that channel.
But if I'm Malamu, I might take the shot anyway. Looks like he's turning instead. Ooh, John got smacked.
It's kind of inevitable, I think. John almost feels like a sacrificial lamb on this flank. Svea is a fun boat, but like anytime the smoke is not there, it's rough.
Yeah, Malamu did take the shot.
There we go. I had the team names wrong. Malamu took a blind shot and just came up empty, huh?
He came up empty, yeah. But I figured he would probably do it. If his plane was up, I think he'd have a better shot at it.
Yeah, I mean, you 100% might as well take the shot. It does. I mean, it's not like you're not paying by the shell, you know?
Right.
Well, it's a 300-point lead and continuing to grow here for Rain. 3.5 minutes on the timer, only 8 minutes played in the game. Oh boy, just not able to make inroads against this position that Rain has set themselves in right now.
Now, this game highlights one of the other topics from earlier. We were discussing the merits of Japanese ships. We just talked about the Bungo, and we're seeing it here. The Shimakaze versus gearing debate is another big one that often comes up. The issues that the Shimakaze has compared to the gearing, the smoke doesn't last as long, so it's not as good for smoke snail. The concealment is fine. It's actually probably, I can't remember exactly if it's even 5.6 and 5. Yeah, it's even with the unique upgrade gearing.
Could be even.
The big thing is, it's got the engines and the ability to relocate, and it's got more torpedoes that can vomit in the water, especially with the unique upgrade. The problem is that those torpedoes are easier to spot, and therefore almost easier to dodge compared to gearing torpedoes, which have less reaction. So you have to decide, what do you care for more? Do you want the longer smoke, and do you want the harder to spot torpedoes? Or do you want more torpedo weight and a little bit more maneuverability at the expense of smoke? It comes down to how the team wants to use it, really.
Taylor's Colombo now trying to make a play for the B cap. Feels like Oh Boy's getting a little desperate, Zath, as Rain ticks over 800 points here with only 2 minutes left on the timer.
Yeah, well, something's gotta give.
Yep.
So
Taylor's gonna take a torp in the bow. Little dleay tickle.
Gonna make inky, but there's this thing called radar.
More torpedoes coming in. These are Svea torpedoes, I believe. Gonna take 2 of those. No, just the one amidships.
Just the one. DCP still active, so no flooding on that.
One minute and 40 seconds now. Rain just needs to hold on, defend what they've got, as now, which gearing is this at A? This is Botto. He's lit. He's well inside the Des Moines radar range. Formazing, spotted there. Broadside to balance department. I can't imagine this is going to go well. They're going to push the gearing off. Balance choosing not to engage. Yep, and the Colombo goes down.
Yep, there goes Taylor Swift.
Now, they may bag Arturius. In fact, it looks like it's going to happen.
44 seconds.
Fires. They're going to get him. There he goes.
Okay, time extension.
Time
They
extension.
still need to step on B and A.
They're gonna have to stop both caps, Zath. They don't have the ships for it.
Well, Botto doesn't have the HP for it. He's there, but
No.
he doesn't have the HP.
No.
And there's really nothing at B that could do much about it. Toth is going to try.
At B? Yeah, I see it. Less than 60 seconds now. Feels like it's all over but the crying here for Oh Boy.
It really does. Bit of an anticlimactic battle, just a whole lot of board position and time.
Well, as King of the Sea so often does, board position is the most, the deciding factor, right? They're going to get Toph in here. They're probably going to flip B. But again, like we saw earlier, all Rain has to do, we saw back in, was it game 2 in Sleeping Giant, Rain just has to sit on A, and they'll win, and they'll still win in less than a minute. Sit on A and don't die.
You got it. And sometimes that's really hard, especially in a clan battle environment. Don't die is difficult. But
yes,
I think they've got a good position here. Balance department's in trouble. 20 seconds to go.
Getting rid of balance would speed this timer up. It would actually end the game.
That would be done, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're 12 seconds from a win here, so it's not necessary that they get this kill. It's over. They'll never get into A, and that's the game. Well, there it is.
We have
Rain
new Kings of the
going home
Sea.
with indeed, Rain is your new Kings of the Sea in the international world. They're going home with the top prize money. Rain certainly going home disappointed, but not broke. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Taking home $20,000 for their second place showing here. Solid showing, given that they didn't even play in the regional tournament.
Oh, absolutely. All right. Where is my... There we go.
They are the champions, my friends. There you go.
Bum, 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 bum.
They kept on fighting till the end. Such a good song. Such a good song. You cannot go wrong with Queen. Like, there's almost nothing that those guys did that's bad. Well, there we go.
We also haven't talked about RESIN Tevat. RESIN defeats Tevat in Game 5.
Okay, so they go all the way to Game 5, but RESIN picks it up, and they're going home with the third place prize, which is 12,500, as I recall.
Very
that's not too shabby.
No. Very interesting point totals here in the last two games. So in Game 4 on Trap, Tevat just completely clobbers RESIN. I mean, like, 1,000 to 332. It was a 13.5-minute game. That's pretty quick.
I mean, the one you just saw was about that long, right? Like, it was in that range. It was fairly quick.
Yep. And then the last one, RESIN came back and just returned the favor, essentially. Okay. Cool.
Well, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. King of the Sea 17 is complete.
It is done. So we covered what, 3 games?
We got 3 games of the finals in, 1 game of the third place, and we got 5 total games of semifinals in. So all in today was 9 games.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Which, given that we're working with the timing that we have to take from the mainstream, it's not too shabby, really. They've got a more fancier production that they've got to put on over there, right? Sorry, I'm closing up some of these windows I no longer need.
Yes, well, right. I mean, that's kind of where we go with it. So speaking of where we go, I'm going to keep going. I'm guessing, are you going to keep going, or what do you think?
I'm done. I'm done. This was all I have time for today. We have family coming in for holidays in a couple of weeks, and I've got a lot to get done around the house. So I'm lucky to be getting my regular streams in right now. Plus, we're meeting my folks. We're meeting my folks for lunch in a few hours. So yeah, I'll send my viewers over to you. You guys have fun and all that sort of thing. Huge shout out to you guys for tuning in to us today, hanging out with us instead of the mainstream. We appreciate it. I'm not a huge fan of hanging out on the mainstream for big tournaments like this because frequently you can't get a word in edgewise, and that sort of thing. But also, huge shout out to my mod Xanda, who's been running giveaways all morning and helping me out with that. Appreciate the help. Big shout out to the tournament organizers, right? The guys who organize and put on this event, the refs, the adjudicators, the orgs, the coordinators, all this stuff. Like, it's a lot of work. I did this job once upon a time. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of effort. They don't get paid, right? It's a volunteer thing. So yeah, it's thanks to them for putting on the event. It's awesome.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we can't do it, of course, without all their hard work. Glitches will happen. Hey, it's life.
It
At the end of the day, you know, we're talking about coming together to watch a free-to-play video game be covered.
I mean,
so
I'm of the you know, get frustrated but get over it kind of opinion. You know, like, it's gonna happen. Don't have to like it, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. No. I'm looking forward to the next one. You know, one of these days it'd be fun maybe for us to get together and do kind of a post-mortem talk about this new style, this new era of COTS, the way they have it set up with King of the Sea going to regionals and stuff and Worship Masters in the spring. What do we think about it? You know, I was having a conversation actually with my wife about it last night.
Okay.
And she said, "Oh God, so now you've got 3 major tournaments with stupid early morning versus 2." And I'm like, yeah, honey, but you know, I don't. You know, I will say, at first I was afraid. I was petrified. I was not excited about the changes that they put in, but I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens moving forward now that we got one in the books. Obviously changes we made and tweaks done to make it better, but you know, we got Worship Masters coming up in the spring, and then we've got KOTS18
next fall,
regional international. Yeah,
lucky 18, baby, lucky 18. That's my number. All right, man. Well, listen, I'm going to hang it up. I'll raid over into you in a little bit when the countdown timer winds down. Guys, on my channel, appreciate you being here, whether you hung out with me on YouTube or...
Now...